19, right? With no source. All right. I know the name of the bill. It's called the Secure the Border Act. I know who drafted it. Langford, a Trump-endorsed Republican. And I know when it was killed in 2023. And my source that it was killed in 2023 is congress.gov. You could look up 2023 Secure the Border at congress.gov, and you'll be able to find the congressional track record of when that bill was drafted by Langford, when that bill was pushed to the House floor, who voted, yay and nay, who voted for and who voted against, and the date in which it was voted down. Okay. So are you saying that congress.gov is reporting factually incorrect information?
You're talking about you're talking about the second time around, but again,
no, first time around.
No, what I'm referring
now
to,
he acknowledges that there's multiple,
and anyone can refer to this as the first time when the bill was killed in 2019. It was the bipartisan bill, the same thing that they're trying to get now. It's just a different name. It's the same exact procedure. So with that being said,
give me the name of the bill so I can look it up on congress.gov.
Your whole excuse about why they are struggling with the borders because Trump killed that bill.
Give me the name of the bill that was torpedoed in 2019.
Right or wrong.
Wait. If it's the same bill, hold up. If it's the same bill, why did Trump undermine it?
He didn't need the bill during his term, so why does Kamala need the bill during her term?
Wait, I thought you said the border was open and that there are so many issues at the border. That's what Trump's been claiming, right?
What do you mean claiming? That's facts.
Oh, okay. So then why doesn't Trump want the bipartisan border bill?
Because one, that's going to increase tax dollars for citizens. Two, there's no need for it. That he was doing a fine job.
Increase taxes?
Yeah, it will increase taxes. Do you not know how bills work when it gets?
Holy shit.
Who do you think's going to be paying? Wait. Who do you think's going to be paying for all the extra people they want to bring there to supposedly secure the border?
Okay, well, I just want to let you know, right? As it relates to securing the border, that's a very small portion of the budget. If you know how much money we were spending,
it doesn't matter. My point is, wait. So will it increase taxes? Yes or no?
Oh God.
Will it increase taxes? Yes or no?
Actually, I don't think the bill had any increased taxes.
Don't stutter now, increased spending. Don't stutter now. Will it or will it not increase taxes?
No, it won't increase your taxes.
Yes, it will. You see what I'm saying? You're just spinning on nonsense. What do you mean it won't? So who pays for it?
Do you mind if I hop on here real quick?
Do you know what debt spending is?
So, wait. Who pays for it?
Do you know what debt spending is?
Who pays for it? I'm asking you who pays. Stop answering my question.
It goes
Why
into
are you answering my question with another question?
This guy like insufferable. Hey, are you okay? Are you okay right now?
Who pays for it?
Do you mind if I hop in here? Do you mind if I just interject real quick? First of all, Lulu, thank you for the $22 on Venmo, saying you literally give me so much hope. Thank you. I love you, Lulu. Thank you for the $22. W's for Lulu down below. Emma, thank you for the $5. And Tana, good to see you, man. Thank you for the $5. And Cassidy, thank you for the $5. And Lindsay, thank you for the $10 as well. So I just wanted to re-reference the border bill that you were talking about. So I just looked up border bill 2019. There's only one border bill on congress.gov listed for that year. And it's called the Emergency Supplemental Appropriations for Humanitarian Assistance and Security at the Southern Border. So A, this wasn't bipartisan. It was drafted by a Democrat. B, it was actually passed and signed into law.
The bipartisan bill you're referring that was killed. It was killed in 2019. Again,
God.
I need to know the name of the bill.
It's the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals bill, the DACA program. As an educated person that sits on TikTok all day.
Are you against DACA?
Am I against it?
Yeah.
It's not necessary.
Wait, so you want to kick all the dreamers out of the country?
Kick all the dreamers. By dreamers, you mean illegal immigrants?
They're not illegal immigrants. They've been in citizens the whole life.
The whole point.
They've been in this country their whole life.
The whole point of it is for illegal citizens. Illegal immigrants. So
they've been in the country their whole life. They were brought here as children.
They're still illegal. If they're not documented, they're illegal.
So you want to kick out dreamers that have lived here their entire life?
What do you call an undocumented citizen? So listen. Wait. So if I illegally go into,
so you want to kick people out? You want to kick people out of the country?
Now you're gonna mute me. This is the typical what happens. So
Tiana, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Tiana in the chat. Thank you for the $10.
I can keep muting you if you want me to do that, dude. So go ahead, Dean.
No, I mean, all I want to bring up, like Parker, you could like expand upon DACA and why it's important. But like the one point that I really wanted to bring up is this is like totally like separate and different from Langford's bipartisan border bill, right? First of all, this bill just wasn't bipartisan in nature, right? It was drafted by a Democrat, supported by the Democrats, not supported by the Republicans. It was a partisan bill, right? And then second of all, it simply has nothing to do with Langford's bipartisan border bill. So the aim of this bill, all right, is just to cancel and prohibit removal proceedings against certain undocumented migrants, right, such as those with a pathway
what
towards
do you mean it
permanent
doesn't have anything?
residency citizenship. Okay. Right, but like Langford's bipartisan border bill wanted to increase funding to courts on the border. It wanted to allow like particular measures in extreme circumstances for Congress or the president to shut down entries into our country through the southern border. Right, it wanted to allow more funding to things such as Border Patrol or ICE to reduce the amount of like drugs or sex trafficking coming into our country. Right, so like when I'm referencing Trump torpedoing the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago to mitigate the impact of the crisis on our country. Right, this has nothing to do with a partisan bill, right, to grant more leniency towards DACA individuals that are on a pathway towards permanent residency, right? And I guess like an ideological separation between these two bills would be the fact that this bill that you're referencing in 2019, right, referred to people that were already in the country, right? Meanwhile, the bill that Trump torpedoed referred to people trying to come in the country. So the connection that you're making in your mind between this 2019 bill and the 2022 bill, right, it does not exist in reality, and you were just literally like engaging in delusion and density.
Okay, so let's say I'm going to give you a prime analogy to basically say why what you said was wrong. So let's say we're on a boat in the middle of the sea, right? If we have a hole in the boat and water's coming in, what do we do?
Thank you so much for the media shower. I appreciate you so much.
What do we do? Do we stop? Do we make sure we plug the hole and stop the water from coming in? Like you're trying to say that, oh, this is talking about the illegals that are already here. Like exactly, that's the problem. We need to get rid of the people that are already here first.
I just have a question. What do you think my point was? No. I like this is all fucking unrelated. What was my point?
It's very related. You're trying to say
no. I want you to repeat what my point was.
You're trying to say your point is that the DACA doesn't have relation to the bipartisan bill now, which is very untrue. It completely
What's the relation?
does. The fact that these illegal immigrants are already here. What do you mean? What's the relation? Do I need to explain that much
what's
to you?
the legislative relation? You said that the bill was not torpedoed in 2023, but it was rather torpedoed in 2019. Do you still stand by that?
This one, yes. The DACA bill, yes, which is similar to the bipartisan.
How is it similar?
I just told you because it's stopping.
Thank you so much for the $5.
It's stopping the legal citizens we already have here. All the bipartisan bill wanted to do was
saying mass deportation.
All the bipartisan bill wanted.
You don't know anything about the. You tell me two provisions within the bipartisan border bill in 2023.
So now just kick because I'm proving you wrong, right? Now I
asked you for two provisions.
If you could tell us two provisions in the bill,
when you can stop answering my questions with the question, then we can talk.
Dude, this guy's just stupid.
Yeah,
okay?
if you could tell
you're gonna answer the fucking question, or we're gonna kick you from the live. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, the question is, name two fucking provisions. Can you name two provisions in the bipartisan border bill 2023?
Yeah, if you can, I won't kick you.
Okay.
Okay, well, he's going to Google. While he's Googling that, Carly, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Carly.
Again, I got you.
Madison, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Alexis, thank you for the $1. Megan, thank you. Well, shut the fuck up. Megan, shut up.
Oh, now it's
Megan,
shut up
thank
when
you.
I give you
Yeah, because I'm reading off donors, big boy. Megan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. I appreciate all of you guys. All right, we're just going to move on to the next guest. You just Google that. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. For the 12,000 people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. We do these lives every day. And then, of course, today is election day. Well, Parker, what's your plan for the day, man?
Chill here for a little bit, and then I'll probably go live myself here in a bit. Like, probably I got to shower and stuff and then go live. But you're on early, bro. How does it feel?
It feels good. I woke up early. I got some breakfast, got a coffee, right? And then all the people that work at like this local coffee place that I go to, they all like recognize me and know me. And
oh my God, Dean.
So like I was talking to them about the day, what I was going to do. It was awesome. Yeah. What's up, Jamie? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello.
That's a child. That's a fetus. Hey guys, if you voted / are voting for Trump, make sure to drop a MAGA in the chat down below. We just want some real debates. If you're kind of like that last guest where you're just saying like random gibberish that makes no fucking sense, right? Just stay out of the queue. We're going to move on to our next guest here, guys. Everybody just give us a minute. Let's go and see what our next guest does have to say. And Kenna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I do really appreciate you for the love. We're going to go and bring up our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just do give us a minute. What's up, Stormfire? Are you voting for Trump?
I just wanted to say how grateful I am for you guys, and I'm voting for Kamala because of you.
I really appreciate you for coming up. You're absolutely phenomenal. But guys, please do stay out of the queue if you are voting for Harris. We just want to talk to people that are either undecided or voting for Trump, y'all. What's going on, Harley? Are you voting for Trump?
I didn't realize I joined. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. You're all good. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's going to move on to our next guest here, guys. Everybody just do give us a minute. Let's going to get that next guest up in the box as we speak. What's going on, Billy? Are you
Hello,
voting for
can you
Trump?
hear me?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am, and I'm 18 years old.
Jason, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm from the UK. Thoughts on Keir Starmer?
So why?
And I
vote for
already
Trump?
voted for Trump.
So why did
and
you vote for Trump?
I live in Arizona, and I want to tell you a couple of things. I come from an actual family who has problems. We don't have money. We don't sit here and beg for money from followers on live.
God.
You feel me? Like, we actually
let
got
it out.
problems.
Okay. Hi.
Okay,
So how
wait,
do I beg for money?
You beg from your followers by telling them a bunch of lies that you don't fact check, and you tell people.
Can you name
that,
a lie?
Oh,
By the way, 1 second, Liam. Thank you for the $4
What
and
about
the
the
20
lie
cents.
that you just
Give me
spit to
more.
that
I wanna
guy?
go.
What lie?
you guys wouldn't even let him talk. You didn't even let his freedom go out. He couldn't even give
His
you guys
freedom
anything
go out?
because you guys didn't let him.
If I go to a Donald Trump
understand
rally
that?
and I say this is boring, they're gonna kick
No,
me out.
just vote for Kamala Harris because you guys don't know your facts
Camilla?
straight.
Her
I
name is
want to talk
Kamala.
about I want to talk about the fucking
Wait.
the children, bro. That you just
I
fucking
asked you.
disrespected.
I asked
on
you
your
a
live.
very. I asked you a very
Disrespected?
straightforward.
Yeah, you guys
question.
just told that little kid he's
Jillian,
a
I
fetus.
appreciate you. So,
But then you guys talk about women's rights, right? But you guys are
dude.
telling
He
kids
was a
that they're
fetus. How do you feel
fetuses. You
about
not
it?
understand?
Yo,
that?
Jen, thank you for the $50 on Venmo saying Harris 2024. Shut the fuck up, Billy. I appreciate you for the
Shut the
$50
fuck up,
donation. Let's show some love to Jen in the chat for the
I mean, look, you're
for the
gonna mute me,
$50
like, you muted
donation.
that
Thank you,
other person,
Jen.
right?
Thank
Right?
you, Jen,
You
for the
muted him the whole time he was talking, but then
$50.
you told him shut up when you asked him to look up something that he actually looked
Billy,
up.
can you tell
and
us
was
he
trying
lied?
to let you know.
Billy, can you actually? I'm gonna ask you this question. Do you want to increase your taxes?
Blake,
Yeah, and I
thank you for the
have because
You want to
Donald
increase
Trump.
your taxes?
I just started voting this
John,
year,
I
and I'm gonna
thank
let
you
you
for
know I
Galaxy.
know
I
more than
appreciate
both of you little fags. I'm just gonna say that right
my
now.
God.
Immediately uses the F slur, and also no, you don't. Like what? You delusional individual.
She's so fucking delusional. Oh my god. Liam, thank you for the
Push the
$5
galaxy.
on
Thank you so much,
Venmo for
Jonah.
Harris 2024. I appreciate you for the $5. We apologize for the use of that slur, but holy shit, she's delusional. Oh my god.
You should probably
Cammy-
say their use so people don't join in and think you are, dude. Crazy.
Wait, what?
No, I used to say you say their use.
Oh, yeah, their use of the slur, yeah. What's up, Cammy? Are you voting for Trump?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Shayla, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. That is CHAYLA. Let's get some W Shaylas down below in the chat. Make sure to show them some love. I really do appreciate you for the $20 donation. But Cammy, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Talk to me.
Nah, I'm not voting for him, but
All right, I do appreciate you for coming up. You are fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest user. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
I think there's a big picture and a small picture. I think you spend a lot of time talking about the small picture, but I think the bigger picture is a lot more interesting.
Your mic.
Yeah. Can you be specific?
What's up about my mic?
Don't worry about it. Just be more specific. Why
Just
are
be
you
more
voting for Trump?
specific.
Well, let me just say this, Dean, before we get into it.
Rachel, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Saying thank you for being on the right side of history. I really do appreciate you for the donation, Rachel. Everybody show Rachel some love down below for the $20. Thank you so much.
I respect your time, Dean, and I think that's part of the reason maybe you talk really fast. I'm just going to ask if maybe you talk like a little bit slower.
I got you.
And maybe like talk to me like I'm like a fifth grader because I really want to be able to understand you and have like a productive conversation. I think most of these conversations haven't really been that productive. So
I got you, man. So why are you voting for
talk a
Trump?
little slow, I'll talk slow. So small picture is like we can debate all day about the economy, about like the social issues, but fine, like whatever.
That's small picture? Okay, you better hit me with like a conspiracy
Well, no, I'm talking
theory.
about small picture in terms of like how the economy is going to be better for the next 4 years. But
Okay.
like big picture, like, you know, Trump ran in 2015, ran for election, won the election in 2016. And, you know, a lot of what like you criticize Trump for, maybe not everything, but a lot of what you criticize Trump for,
So if you're $4.
that was already a thing. Like people already knew about most of that stuff in 2015. And then he won the election, obviously. You know, the Access Hollywood tapes were out.
So could you tell us why you're voting for Trump, man? Could we like just skip like the
Yeah,
intro?
I'll get into it. So, okay. Well, I was just saying. Well, so for the smaller picture, yeah, obviously, I think he's better for the economy. I agree with him on the social issues. But in terms of a bigger picture, I think Trump was like a message to like the political ruling class that they've done a really bad job at helping the country over the last like 50, 60 years, and they needed someone who's kind of an angry, like mean, tough guy to come in and be like,
$5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
you know what? The politicians who have run this country have actually done a really bad job. We need someone who's going to say, hey, you guys have done a bad job. And he was almost like a message to
What
them.
did Trump do that was good? Name 2 policies he influenced to get passed that were good.
And I'll get into that, but my point is that
No, you'll get into that right now.
Whether you agree with Trump's like ability to solve those problems or not,
Bro,
the point is that his message was that.
Dude. Answer Parker's question, or you're gonna get kicked.
Can you repeat the question? What was it,
Name
like
2 Trump economic policies he influenced to get passed that you like.
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 and the tariffs that he put on other countries, mostly China.
What specific tariff?
I mean, just most of like like the tariffs on China. I think he tariffed them at like 15% on like a lot of their imported goods.
Okay, that's interesting. But so, like, let's just think about this for the next time. You're saying that you want to replace the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with tariffs. Tariffs will cause prices for consumers to go up, which will shift the tax burden from people who are predominantly rich. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is 83% of tax cuts go to the top 1%, right? To the lower and middle class, because the lower and middle class spends a greater proportion of their income on imported goods. So what you're doing is you're shifting the tax burden from rich people to poor people. You're essentially Robin Hood for the rich.
Yeah, so first of all, I don't want to replace the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You're saying I'm effectively doing that with the tariffs.
Yeah,
Alexis,
no, I'm saying like you're replacing the taxes in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with.
Economists kind of debate about like how much it's going to raise prices. It might raise prices for the companies that have outsourced their like manufacturing overseas. I mean, obviously, it won't have any effect on like the small businesses that have kept their manufacturing in America, which you'd be surprised that a lot of companies have still done. And yeah, in like the short term, some of the prices from these really large companies might be affected, which, you know, I don't even necessarily have a problem with, because I think
it's not just large companies.
Well, no, it is large companies are the ones that have made.
You're just wrong.
Well, I'm saying small businesses generally.
It affects small businesses. It affects all business, right? It affects export jobs. It devalues the U.S. dollar.
Not the small businesses that have kept their manufacturing in America.
Yes, it does.
How does it affect the
Yeah, because it reduces export jobs. So anything they would export across the world would be more expensive. Anything they buy here in the United States, right, is going to be more expensive because there's greater demand on
exports.
Listen, there's greater demand on U.S. domestic goods because of the decreased supply of imported goods, which will cause the price of domestic goods to go up.
Yeah, but I don't understand how that affects the small businesses exports.
Because if they buy stuff in the United States, right, those goods will be more expensive.
Right, and like maybe even if you don't understand how they would plummet exports from our country, you could still accept it as a fact. Like, for instance, right, someone may not Bro, stop. If you interrupt me again, or dude, just fucking chill, please, okay?
I'm very chill. I told you I want to have a productive conversation.
Cadence, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. So yeah, maybe it's the case that although you may not understand how tariffs plummet exports, or you could still accept that they do because we see that every single time we increase tariffs on another country, right? Like, for instance, let's say a 5th grader may not understand what makes 5 times 5 25, yet they accept that as an answer, right? Because we know for the case that that's certainly the answer. Or, for instance, maybe like a high schooler may not understand how gravity works or why it works, but they accept that gravity works because of the obvious and apparent truth that it does. Right?
I know.
And in the same sense, you may not understand how tariffs can cause exports from our country to plummet, right? But it is the case that does occur every single time we impose them. But if you're curious why they cause exports to plummet, it's because they start trade wars.
Completely against tariffs.
No, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. What's that?
Are you guys? But you guys aren't completely against tariffs, right? Or are you guys?
Okay, I appreciate you for the $3 on Venmo.
You can have some small, like hyper-specific tariffs that could make sense that are temporary, but it makes no sense to do a permanent, universal tariff right? Or a 60 to 100% tariff on China on all their goods. That just makes no sense. It will devalue the US dollar, kill export jobs,
but
make
the Biden
prices more
administration
expensive,
not only
and shift the tax burden from rich people onto poor people.
Yeah, so, right. So, but then my question, I guess, is Biden not only kept all of Trump's tariffs that he put on other countries, he actually increased some tariffs. And then Kamala Harris, I guess, is saying that she was more or less in favor of everything Biden did. So how can you level with that?
Because Trump wants to impose tariffs on all imported goods into our country, right? 10 to 20% flat tariffs, which is significantly worse than just tariffs on China, right? We could say that we disagree with tariffs on China, right? I'm kind of agnostic on that, but tariffs
60
on all
to
goods
100%
imported
on
into
China,
the
that's
country
even
is
more.
going to be significantly worse, right? And her name is pronounced Kamala.
Okay, I apologize for that. Yeah, so I think you guys are right, and I didn't appreciate the patronizing from you, Dean, but I think you guys are right that in the short run, it might cause some, when you patronized me earlier, but
How did I patronize you?
Let's not, do you really want me to, no, I'm not going to comment on the patronizing thing. I want to just move on. When you were telling me like 5 times 5 equals 25, it's like, okay, bro. Anyway,
That wasn't me patronizing you. That was giving you an example, right? Like,
all
you
right.
could accept something as being true while not understanding the mechanisms that cause it to be the case.
All right, bro. All right.
Well, thank you for the $5 on them. I appreciate you for the love.
The point of the tariffs isn't necessarily about like the next 4 years. It's not really about like the short-term economic prosperity of the country. It's about like in the long run, how are you going to like return manufacturing to the United States, which obviously has gone down a significant amount from like 30, 40 years ago. And
It's
a lot
actually
of
gone up from Trump's administration compared to Biden and Harris's.
yeah,
Not
yeah,
to
but
mention
it's
that there's
still down.
ways.
It's still down from like the 1980s.
All right, bro, whatever. Like, if you're, I'm going to try to explain something to you. If you don't want to hear me, we're just going to kick you and move on. I tried to explain so many concepts to you, and you just weren't hearing me out. We're going to just go to move on. But if you're curious, right, about manufacturing, right, there's multiple methods and tools that we could use to rejuvenate, right, manufacturing here at home in America, right, specifically raw investment in manufacturers can do such, right, and those don't create the same inefficiencies and consequences that tariffs do. And Jacob, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Guys, if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're going to go to move on to our next guest literally right now. Let's go and get Cole up in the box for the 9.3 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. What's going on, Cole? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why's that?
I just think the country was better under Trump.
Okay, so how does Biden and Harris cause it to be worse?
The gas prices went up. We stopped fracking. And I think them as a
fracking
whole
more.
divided our country.
One moment. We're fracking more now than we were under Trump. This is
No,
from
they shut down the pipeline.
Kayla, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Kayla in the chat. Thank you for the $10.
Thank you so much for the $1. Thank you for the
So I'd like to clarify, we are literally fracking more. We're drilling for more crude oil here at home in America today than we ever have been before, including under Trump's term. And this is coming from EIA, the U.S. Energy Information Administration.
Kamala literally said she wanted to ban fracking.
Okay, but what she campaigned on in 2019 then lost the presidency have to do with what's actually happened in our country, right? It is the case that we've drilled for more oil under Biden and Harris than we even did under Trump. Do you contest that?
I do.
Okay, what's your source? Right, because I'm giving you a source directly from our country's Energy Information Administration that has tracked the amount of production of oil in our country for the last 300 years. So if you deny that the EIA is a reliable source, right, for U.S. Crude production of oil, then what is your source?
I don't have a source, but what I was saying, I know that sounds
Come on,
stupid.
man. You know that's laughable and stupid,
Can I
right?
ask him this question? Appreciate the galaxy. What does fracking produce?
It produces oil.
Emily, thanks for the $5 on Venmo for the fracking.
What about
Thank you
natural
so much.
gas?
Produces natural gas. It produces oil. It produces things our country runs on, which in return will make everything cheaper. Just like if gas prices
So
go up,
let's think about this for a second, okay? In the context of the Inflation Reduction Act, something that she was a tie-breaking vote on, right? It had fracking leases within the bill. So you can say that she disagreed with fracking. She still does disagree with fracking. What she's saying is she's willing to compromise on certain things to get bills done. The same thing is in a bipartisan border bill where she's willing to build the wall, right? compromise on that in order to get the process to be safer and faster for people who are seeking asylum in this country.
Caitlin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Caitlin. Everyone show some love to Caitlin. I'm just still curious on why you deny that we're drilling for more oil now in America.
We are.
Taylor, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Emily, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Kayla, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And another Kayla, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. So why do you deny that as a fact?
Because gas prices are up, and I also
Okay, so I would just want to clarify that oil is a global market, and the reason that gas prices are higher in America today is because we have less oil from other countries being imported into our own, right?
Yes.
The price of oil per barrel is a global market, and there's a lower global supply, right? But two things can be true at once. We could have a lower global supply while having a higher domestic supply, and that's exactly what is the case.
Yes, and let me get to that. So if we stop our tensions with Iran, Ukraine, Russia, they are big global oil producers. If we stop all that over there and we pull out Iran, if we stop the Ukraine war, that in return will make the oil cheaper.
Wait, Cole, to be honest with you, Trump is like produced more conflict with Iran. He pulled us out of the nuclear peace agreement. He specifically is targeting Iran in terms of assassinating a top military general in Iran. So he's provoked plenty of conflict between the United States and Iran. Right. So I don't understand how he would be like the broker of peace.
I would disagree with that because I think our tensions with Iran was so much less than under Trump.
So, but he provoked conflict to be worse, right?
Yeah,
So
he's currently advocating for Israel to like go in and invade them, and he even said 3 weeks ago that he'd flatten them himself. He's worse for like global relations with Iran.
I think Trump is better with global relations with everybody.
Motherfucker, he said that he wants Israel to invade them and that he will flatten them. Kamala Harris says that she does not want Israel to invade them. In fact, she wants a ceasefire agreement and that we should respect the rights and dignity of people in Iran, the innocent civilians.
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
So please tell me why you think that the warmonger calling for the destruction of the nation is better than the one that's like, hey, let's stop the fighting.
He's not calling for the destruction of the nation.
He did. Yes, stop. Factually incorrect. He did. He said that he wants to flatten Iran.
Not Iran. It's the ISIS over there. It's all the bad people.
No. He said that he wants to flatten the fucking country.
Where did you get this from?
From one of his rallies. Look it up. Trump says that he wants to flatten Iran.
I'm not at a computer right now, but I will. But I just think that, in my opinion, Trump is better for global peace because he puts his foot down. Yes, he might not be the best for, keeping tensions low, but he is the best to keep people at peace because Russia never invaded Ukraine when Trump was in office. He kind of put his foot down. He let them know what was up. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as Joe Biden and Kamala got in, they kind of pushed the boundaries, see where they could get, and they got to invade Ukraine. And I think Trump will...
Lindsay, thank you for $5. Thank you so much.
Put his foot down again because if I'm being honest, Trump is an asshole. Trump would not be was not my favorite person. I think RFK personally is.
I understand, Dean Cole. You're literally just saying if Trump were in office, it wouldn't have happened. That's all you're saying. You're not giving us a reason why. You're just saying you feel like it.
He put his foot down. Trump is an asshole. Period.
He put his foot down. How do you do that?
I mean, just like he said. I seen a clip on TikTok earlier today talking about Iran. They sent nukes over to they hit us with some fucking missiles, and he's like, "I'll blow them up." That's what I'm talking about. It's not the best for peace, but just straight up, he's like, "I'll blow the ass up."
I actually contest and deny that. So if he put his foot down and he was stronger in opposition against countries like Russia, then how come Russia's interfered with the last 3 elections to get Trump reelected? Okay. Right. So your hypothesis, right, is not like it can't align with what is true of reality. Given
I don't agree with that.
So
I mean,
you don't agree with that. So that's been proven by the DoD, the CIA.
So if Russia tried to collude and get Trump elected, why didn't he win the last election?
Because they tried and they failed.
And
they failed
wait,
to
we don't
meet
have
such a level of interference. Right, to justify, to swing the outcome of the election.
Yeah, Cole, there's a difference between interference and collusion.
So what are you saying?
There was proven Russian interference in the 2016 election.
So why are we still doing the same stuff if it is proven fact that Russia can hack into our systems?
No, they did things like go on
No, it's
Facebook
like-
with bots.
it's like
spamming,
bots.
like pro-Trump messaging, and then in
And,
this
like, Jill
election
Stein.
cycle. Yeah, and then like in this election cycle, they paid like Republican influencers to push pro-Trump, pro-Kremlin, pro-Russia propaganda. That was proven by the DOJ, right? It's also the case that we've leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate, and we have like more evidence for that. Like Trump believed Putin's word of mouth, like over U.S. intelligence in Helsinki, right? He bowed the knee to a foreign dictator. Additionally, what we could say here, right, is that the Democrat Party just objectively has a stronger stance against Russia than Trump, right? Because the Democrat Party currently supports further support and funding to Ukraine to win the war and fight against Russian expansion to get back the land that Russia has taken, right? But then Trump's like, oh, I don't want Ukraine to win the war. We need to stop supporting them, and we could give Russia some of their land. So, like,
Well,
ultimately
Trump
speaking,
never said he didn't want
It is
Ukraine to win the
objectively he is objectively true that the Democrat Party has a stronger stance. And
Trump
yes, he
has-
did. Like he said that in
Trump
silence.
has said he
right?
wants to stop war.
No. He
In
said that in
general,
silence because
war.
he was asked if he wants Ukraine to win the war, and he did not answer. He said that he does not want Ukraine to win the war in silence.
He didn't say he did not want Ukraine to win the war.
You're being intentionally dense. The question was directly answered,
you,
asked
Pepper.
of him, and he said
He
that
said
he
he
wants the
wanted
war
to
to stop,
stop war
which
and he
would
wanted
imply
people
that
to
it
stop
doesn't necessarily
dying.
want Ukraine to win the war.
I don't think war is worth it. I think people should stop war. I'm a big person about stopping war, having peace. You know.
Okay, so if someone broke into your home, killed your wife, and stole your stole your laptop, right? And then they're
No,
getting ready.
wait, Dean, we can ask on this. Like, what if China just wanted to annex Taiwan? What would you do?
Not let them, because we are Taiwan.
No, you wouldn't let them. So you wouldn't defend Ukraine, but you defend Taiwan.
No, Taiwan is a part of the USA.
Well,
It's not
What the
but
fuck?
They're our ally. They're our ally. You know what I mean?
so is Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum.
Yvette, thank you for the
What
25
I'm
bucks on
saying
Venmo. I appreciate
is-
you for the love. Yvette says, Dean, keep educating. Happy election day. Happy
Cole,
election day, Yvette.
that
Thank
is
you for
the
the
first
25
time in
bucks.
my life I have ever heard that Taiwan is a part of the
No,
USA.
I didn't mean it like that, clearly, but they are our ally.
Yeah, no, but so is Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum.
You know, we have,
Yes, I know.
we have
What I would
contractual
say-
allyship with Ukraine, given the Budapest Memorandum, where it stated that if they were to denuclearize in the 90s, that we'll defend them if they're invaded, and that's exactly what happened, right? But I do just want it to be clear that you're actually further
Yvette, thank
proving
you
my
so much
point.
for the $25. Can we get some W's for Yvette? Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
You're actually just further proving my point here, because now you're agreeing with Trump's less oppositional stance against Russia and other foreign dictators, when just prior you were holding to the position, right, that the reason you support Trump is because he's harsher and stronger against foreign dictators. But now you're saying that, yeah, Dean, you're right. He isn't harsher and he isn't stronger against foreign dictators, but you agree with him, right? So you're like flipping your stance, right, in accordance with what Trump thinks and feels and does, right? And that's like one of these key issues. Because at first you were under the impression that he was stronger. It was proven to you that he was not stronger.
I do
but now
think
you're
he
just
is.
defending the less strong approach.
I do think he is stronger.
Okay, so
But-
it's stronger to not like support our allies and recognize and agree with contractual obligations from the 90s, or to bow the knee to foreign dictators, believe in their word of mouth over U.S. intelligence. No, that's weakness, sir.
No, I think he put tariffs on Russia, hurt them.
Can you respond to any of the things that I'm bringing up, or are you going to continue to ignore them?
Yes, up, say it again.
Yeah, sure. He's not stronger against Russia because he bowed the knee to Putin, believing his word of mouth over U.S. intelligence at Helsinki. He's not stronger on Russia because we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he thinks Trump is easy to manipulate. He's not stronger on Russia because he did backdoor deals with him during his presidency, giving them COVID tests, right, without informing the rest of his administration or the country as a whole. He's not stronger on Russia because Russia has interfered with the last 3 elections pushing pro-Trump propaganda and they want him elected. He's not stronger on Russia because he currently stands with Russia more so than Ukraine, right, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, not supporting further funding or weapons to Ukraine to fight against Russian expansion, right, and thinks that Ukraine should give up some of their land to Russia, right, literally just agreeing with the Russian expansion, right, which is antithetical to the purpose and the existence of NATO, right? Respond to any of those reasons.
Well, let's just say Trump did, quote unquote, want to be friends with Russia. All right. Would that not, I know that sounds bad, but I just believe in peace. And Trump had peace when he was in office. There's clearly not peace right now.
Okay, so anything that happened in the world while Trump was in office was caused by him. That's your argument. So did Trump
I
cause
wonder
the
what
highest...
this guy would say with Germany, right, in like the 30s. Like, I wonder what this guy would say. Like, I know they're invading Poland, right?
I
They're
totally
invading Poland
disagree
right
with
now, and they're
anything
taking
Germany.
Poland. But I just want peace. Okay, I want peace.
That's totally way off the map. That is like,
Wait, I have a question. Do you agree with Trump when he says that he wants to like continue to support and fund Israel to like finish the job and like destroy like Gaza?
well, I just think, well, I'm personally a Christian, and I believe Israel should,
Fucking hypocrite.
should not be invaded.
Was that hypocritical? Yes or no?
I mean, kind of, yes, but I just want peace in the world. That's what I'm trying to get at.
You want peace in the world, but you're going to vote for the person that wants to give more money and more funding to Israel to continue their war crimes and crimes against humanity against innocent Palestinians, innocent Lebanese, and innocent Iranians. Thank you so much for the meteor shower, Noah. W's for Noah in the chat, right? And then you disagree with Kamala Harris's approach of a ceasefire agreement and weapons embargo, right?
But when was the ceasefire agreement? When was it signed? Was it signed or was it not?
Tori, thank you for the $25 on Vim. I appreciate you for the love. I mean, apart from like Hamas's like 8 attempts to reach a ceasefire agreement with the IDF, right now the U.S. administration is proposing a ceasefire agreement between the two nations and is pressuring Israel into signing it through a weapons embargo.
Well, why is it not signed?
Oh, I mean, yeah, you blame Israel for that, but at least we're doing something more proactive than the other administration would want to do with more funding and weapons. Like, come on.
I just think, I mean, but this is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting at, I don't sit there. I don't have time to sit there and study all the agreements, all the acts, all the laws and stuff like y'all do. I'm in college. I work a full-time job. Like, I see what happened under Trump, and I've seen what happened under Kamala. I don't sit there and study what's going on in the world. I see.
Her name is Kamala, but like, Cole, the important point I'm making is that you're just saying because two things are associated that one caused the other. And the same thing is consistent with saying that Trump caused the 14.8% unemployment the most since the Great Depression.
No, I don't. That was because of COVID. I mean, I got laid off during COVID.
You see what I mean? Like you're good at identifying external factors when it comes to Trump's administration, but when it comes to the Biden-Harris administration, it's just whatever happens under the administration is their fault.
I mean, okay, listen. So if COVID, Trump did have a good plan with COVID. He booted up all those tests, all the vaccines. He got them out. And then Biden did have a good stand on it, and he kept it going. He kept it going, and he got those out. That was good between both parties. But what I'm saying is, during like the inflation now, gas prices rose, which also is from COVID. We're starting to come back down from COVID. Inflation is still up, So, I mean, under Trump, I was better economically. I've just felt better about life. There was peace around the world. Under Kamala, we're more divided. We're inflation.
There are more service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration than the Biden-Harris administration. 65 under Trump's administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration.
What'd you say?
Were U.S. Military and service members that died in conflict under the Trump administration than under the Biden-Harris administration. 65 under the Trump administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yo, Noah, thank you for the $50 on Venmo from the DNC. Oh my God, let's get at least 500 W Noahs in that chat. I really appreciate that, man. Massive W Noahs down below, y'all. And then Tori, thank you for the $25 as well.
Thank you so much, Opal. Can we get some W's for Opal in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo.
And show some love to Tori for the $25 as well. And Opal with the $100 on Venmo over here as well. Holy shit. Let's get 2,000 W Opals, 500 W Noahs, and then 500 W Tories and Yvettes. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are going absolutely bonkers today. You guys are phenomenal, guys. Thank you for the love. Holy shit.
$5.
Okay, so what was we talking about? Something about people dying under Trump and Biden?
Or military and service members died in conflict under the Trump administration than the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, but the Afghanistan pullout was totally horrible. Do y'all not agree with that though?
Wait, why was it horrible though? That's what we need to explore. So the Taliban terrorists that killed those 13 service members through like self-unaliving with explosives. Why was he able to do that?
Because they were still there without any support.
Well, so actually, Donald Trump brokered a deal with the Taliban to release 5,000 Taliban terrorists, right, from prisons in Afghanistan, right? And it was actually one of those prisoners that Trump had brokered that deal to get released that ended up killing those 13 service members. So should Trump have made that deal that directly led to the death of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan?
It was the pullout that Joe Biden did. He left them
Cole, with all due
any
respect, I
support.
asked you a very direct question. I hate it when people, right, do not answer my direct questions.
Yeah, what's up? Say it
Okay.
again.
So once again, right, the Taliban terrorist that killed those 13 service members was only able to kill those 13 service members because Trump had brokered a deal with the Taliban to release 5,000 Taliban terrorists from prisons in Afghanistan. Right? It was one of those prisoners that was released that killed those 13 service members. So should Trump not have made that deal to release those prisoners that directly led to the deaths of 13 U.S. service members?
I guess not, but I mean, it didn't happen under him. Like, what I'm saying is,
Wait, so
there
if
was
it did
service-
happen under him, it would be his fault. So the 65 service members that did die under him, that was his fault?
yes, it happened under him.
So then why don't you say that Kamala's a better candidate because they led to less military deaths?
No, they left, but I'm saying they left millions and millions and millions of dollars of goods that we had over there. They just
No,
packed
no,
up
no,
and
they didn't.
left.
No, they didn't. The military indicated that they took everything back, right? Or they destroyed it on site. The only stuff that would have been U.S. associated is stuff that we gave the Afghan government to defend themselves. And when the Taliban takes over, because Trump gave them 5,000 Taliban fighters, right? It is the case that they're going to be able to beat, right, the Afghan government. Yet we still wanted them to have the ability to defend themselves.
Yeah. But, I mean, I just don't. I mean, bottom line, I think the country is more divided too, and that if you all want to go over to that, I think the country is more divided, and I think a big part of
Well, you
that.
think Trump makes us more divided?
I do think he makes it. People put out Trump as a terrible person.
Because he is. I have a question. Are all rapists terrible?
Yes.
Okay. So Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. It was proved by unanimous jury in a civil court of law. Thereby, you think that Donald Trump is terrible. Faith, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. So are you a radical left communist or are you just like commonsensical?
Radical left communist.
Yeah, that's actually something that Donald
Yeah,
Trump
you
tweeted about
Marxist,
today.
communist, socialist.
No, but it is never stuck. It was all
It
accusation.
did stick. No. It did stick. It was proven in court.
So why is he not in jail?
Because he was in a civil court. He's only forced to pay out $87 million to the victim.
Was that not hush money?
No, that was financial compensation as rewarded by a civil court of law, which is the typical procedures of civil courts in our criminal justice system.
I don't agree with that. What I think is,
What don't you agree with? What
just pay off-
specifically don't you agree
just
with?
paid them off. He just paid them off.
No, that's not a payoff. That is how civil courts work. You know how lawsuits end, right, with a jury deciding the guilt of the defendant, and if they are guilty,
let's just
right, they
say-
have to pay money to the prosecutor. Can you recognize that that is a fixture of our court systems?
Yes, but
Okay,
if
now
he-
you recognize that that is a fixture of our court systems.
But if
right?
he did do
within
that, why
civil
did they go to
courts,
civil court.
because the statute of limitations had passed in New York, criminal charges couldn't have been pursued.
Diana, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Diana? Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate that. W Diana in the chat, everyone.
So that is hush money, is what you're saying.
Oh my God, no, you just don't understand. Okay, wait, I have a question. Do you think that O.J. Simpson's guilty?
I mean, I've never looked into it, but from what I've seen, yes.
Oh, but he had to pay Nicole's family millions and millions of dollars and had to give up the rights to a book that he wrote. So he paid them
Did he
hush
not go
money,
to jail?
thereby he wasn't guilty.
Did he not go to jail?
No, he wasn't. In fact, he's only held liable in a civil court and had to pay money just like Trump. So if OJ's guilty, why isn't Trump?
Because I don't think Trump did it.
Oh, well, okay. So who did he grape? What was the victim's name? Who accused him of grape?
Wasn't it some porn star or something?
No, now you're confusing his civil court case for grape with the criminal court case for hush money, right? So he was convicted of 34 felony counts of falsification of business records because he had paid Stormy Daniels hush money for not talking about the fact that he had engaged in sex with her while he was married and his wife was pregnant prior to the 2016 election, right? Don't you think that is a bit of a fucking unprecedented issue when we're discussing who you're voting for and why, and you're confusing, right, the litigation that has been held against him?
Yeah.
Too much shit after him, you know?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
There's so much
I've
shit on it
already
that you
said
can't
I
even tell
don't.
which part.
I've already
which part
said
you're
I don't
referencing.
like Trump as a person. I don't like him as a person. I think he's a terrible person. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying is that you said that claims that he sucks and that he's terrible are unprecedented, unprecedented, and they're just political hit pieces and propaganda.
Nice
I then
talk,
asked you if all grapists suck. You said yes, right? Then we discovered the fact that Trump is a grapist. Now tell me what that logically implies, Cole. Does that logically imply that Donald Trump sucks? Yes or no?
I'm saying I don't like Donald Trump as a person.
So thank you
I
so
think
much for the
he's best
$10
as a
on Venmo.
person.
That's not what I asked you. Does that logically imply that Donald Trump sucks?
Is that what you said again?
Does that logically imply that Donald Trump sucks?
What implies?
You said all grapists suck. Donald Trump is a grapist. Does Donald Trump suck?
I said I don't like him as a person.
I'm
Yes.
asking you if he sucks.
I don't think anybody sucks. I think that's terrible to say somebody sucks.
Okay,
Okay,
wait,
so
does Adolf
grapists
Hitler
don't
suck?
suck?
Yes, they all suck. And let's just say he is.
Wow, this is coherent.
This is incoherent gibberish. Can you recognize that you were spouting incoherent nonsense? You just went from saying that all grapists suck to no one sucks to they all suck again.
Yeah, I mean, like
My shoes are red, my shoes are blue, but now they're red. Again.
No, what I'm saying is I don't like him as a person. What I'm saying is I think he is the best presidential candidate for me
Why?
because I think the world was a better place. I think America was a better place.
How did he cause America to be better? How did he cause the world to be better? How did Biden and Harris cause the world to be worse? How did Biden and Harris cause the world to be better? Sorry,
Right now,
America to be worse.
We have terrible inflation. Our inflation's up. Interest rates are up.
How do they cause inflation?
Interest rates deal with the Fed. That's the Federal Reserve.
No, they still have to do with interest
Aiden,
rates.
thank you for this one. And Gada, thank you for the $26 on PayPal. Everyone show some love to Gada in the chat. Thank you for the $26 donation. I love you. Thank you so much, Gada. That is GODA. I have a question. Why are interest rates up?
Why are interest rates up?
Yeah.
We lost jobs. That our global debt is going up.
Why are interest rates up?
Why are interest rates up?
You could say you don't know. It's fine.
I don't really know, to be honest, but
I got
Because
you.
inflation has gone up, so the Federal Reserve responds with the influencing of the increase of interest rates, specifically so that they can decrease demand in the economy to reduce the upward pressure on prices.
Yeah, right. Because when we increase interest rates, less people get loans to buy shit, meaning that consumer spending goes down. A reduction in consumer spending means a reduction in the rate of inflation because inflation is driven by spending. Okay, all right. And then secondarily here, the presidency didn't raise the interest rates, the feds did. And then for third, the chairman of the feds, Jerome Powell, right, has actually been supported and endorsed by Donald Trump, saying that he'll bring him back if he's elected. Right. And it's just funny when people complain about inflation and then go on to complain about the interest rates when the increase in interest rates is what has been driving the inflation down.
Yeah,
Right? But tell me how our current administration caused inflation.
I mean, how did Trump make the
Jessica, thank you for $10.
I mean, there was a house.
Julie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Show some love to Julie.
Jessica
in the
thinks
chat.
I have a cold. I just woke up, chat.
Yeah, Parker's hanging out with us here today, y'all. We just woke up, chilling on the phone in bed. Let's fucking go. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation, sir?
Well, how did Trump bring interest rates down to all-time low?
He didn't.
Inflation-
He
Yes.
didn't. He didn't. Just don't answer my Just don't answer my questions. Whatever. So how did our current administration cause inflation?
Because they just ain't good with money, I guess. Shit.
Okay. So could you tell me what they did that caused inflation to skyrocket? If you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Fine. Okay. So you're just saying that it happened under their term, thereby they caused it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when the highest level of inflation,
people not-
so when the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression happened under Trump's term, does it mean that he caused that?
That was because of COVID.
Oh, okay. So if COVID can cause unemployment, why can't COVID cause inflation?
It can. That's what I'm saying. That was obviously a part in
Oh,
it.
okay. So Trump didn't cause unemployment at the end of his term. COVID did. And Biden and Harris didn't cause inflation under their term. COVID did.
Yes.
Okay. So they actually didn't cause the inflation. So why would you attribute it to their presidency in evaluating a reason why you shouldn't vote for them? If they didn't cause it, why should they be responsible for it?
They should have had a better plan to bring it back down.
Wait, but they did bring it down from a 9% high, right, to now we're at 2.4%. And in fact, we've had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7, meaning that no one had a better plan than us. Okay, so why do you say that they should have had a better plan than they did when no other country in the world had a better plan than us, right? And we've had the quickest rebound out of any other country in the G7, right? We went from 30-year lows in the stock market to all-time highs. We went from all-time high of consumer debt, of drops in consumers, drops in consumer savings, right? To we're right now balancing it back out. We went from swift and sharp reductions, right, in our GDP per year, almost entering into a recession, right? In which now we have expedited GDP growth faster than any other country in the G7. When you say that they should have had a better plan, right? I just think that you're spewing absolute gibberish, fucking bullshit nonsense, right? And you're in all reality just uninformed about the economy and the impact that the executive branch of our government can have on it. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with this, right? Because I myself 6 months ago couldn't name one policy passed by our current administration. Political ignorance is widespread, right? Because there's no real incentive for people to get educated on politics when your vote doesn't matter apart from potentially being the deciding vote out of 1 out of 10 million, right? There's just not a large incentive to be politically educated, right, to the average everyday American, but it's important because your vote does matter, right? And you actually should consider these things with education and rationale. Because if everybody did that, imagine the eudaimonic society we would live in.
Okay, since you know all of this, so why is my money going less far than it did 4 years ago?
Sure, yeah, because
I got paid less.
COVID onset and COVID on.
There was inflation all the way.
Let me talk for 1 second. I got paid less 4 years ago. I getting paid more, almost half as much more as I did than 4 years ago. Why can't I afford less?
Yeah, because inflation has gone up here and around the world because of supply chain issues that relate to COVID. Right?
Yeah, but if you're saying our inflation is better than it was under Trump, then why am I still?
Inflation is the rate of increase in prices. Listen, Cole. Inflation is the rate of increase in prices. That doesn't mean that because inflation is down right now, that means prices have gone down. It means that the rate of increase in prices have gone down. It's like bleeding, right? You've already lost blood. Okay? You don't gain back the blood that you lost, right? You just stop the bleeding.
Andrea, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Faith, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Zoe, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Show some love to Zoe. Sid, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Mads with the $5 on Venmo. Julie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Charlotte with the $5. Nora with the $2. Gray with the $5. And Maureen, thank you for the $5. And Marin with the $5 as well. Show some love to our donors in the chat. If you want to support me, if you want to support Parker, our Venmos and PayPals are in the bio. But take it away, Cole. Go ahead and make your point here, Boog.
Okay, so y'all are saying under Kamala, the inflation and interest rates are lower than it was under Trump.
Kamala,
right?
by the way.
Kamala? Is that not how you say your name, Kamala?
No, Kamala. You could just say Harris if you can't get it.
All right, Ms. Harris. So if you're saying under Mrs. Harris is under Biden and Harris, right? You're saying the inflation and the interest rates are lower than they were under Trump. Then why is everything else so much more?
What?
Y'all are saying that inflation and everything is lower than they were under Trump, correct?
The current rate of inflation is going to be the same level of inflation that we saw in 2018 pre-pandemic Trump era policy.
Like think about it this way: we're stopping more of the bleeding now than we were under Trump's administration, right? But we already bled, right? Yeah. We already lost some blood.
And then that's just a decision by the Federal Reserve, right? And obviously Trump thinks it's a good one, or he wouldn't opt to re-elect Jerome Powell as the head of the Feds.
Okay, so you're saying it's the same.
I'm saying what's the same?
Inflation.
Inflation right now is the same as it was in 2018.
So why are prices of goods up?
Because inflation it's the rate.
Oh my God!
The increase in the pricing of goods. So say if we have 4
years,
years,
if you bleed, do you get that blood back? No, right? So if you stop the bleeding, right, that's the same thing as what we're referencing here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You don't get the blood back that you lost.
So you're saying
that's a good point. So imagine you had a cup of water that you were pouring out at a constant rate, right? Mm-hmm. But imagine if I said, well, am I pouring it out at the same rate today that I was yesterday? Sure. Would a cogent and intellectual response to be? Would a cogent and intellectual response be? Well, then why do you have less water in your cup today than you did yesterday? No, we'd expect less water in your cup today than you did yesterday, right? Just because more time has passed with that constant rate of inflation, right? So although, right, with that constant rate of change. So although we may have the same rate of change in the pricing of goods today as we did in 2018, right? That doesn't mean that we'd expect the same prices, right? Because remember, inflation is the rate in the change of the pricing of a good, not the price in of itself.
So what you're saying is that the prices can never go back down.
Unless you want to cause a recession, most of the time,
you don't want a recession
probably
like
not.
that. We chose inflationary pressure over recessionary pressure.
Let's just say this. So if the prices stay the same, what is Kamala going to do to get
Kamala.
Miss Harris? What is she going to do to get our pockets fuller?
To give you more purchasing power through tax cuts designed for you and other members of the low and the middle class to reduce income inequities. And then like secondarily, I don't know how like expansive or like impertinent this will be, but like she wants to pass anti-price gouging legislation, right? Just to like cap companies to only making certain profit margins, right? When it would come to like certain goods with more inelastic demands, the bare necessities to live. I don't know if that will be implemented or will be super important for the now.
I personally
but I'd say
think
for the now, what's important, right,
but
is going to be the tax cuts for members of the low and the middle class.
Yeah, but can I say something too? I think price gouging like that, what she wants to do with price gouging, I think that'll be backhanded to the country. Huh?
Why?
Because if she is saying you can only make so much money off this, you can only make this much price margins, that will also make people fire people so they can have more profit. If that makes sense.
They so it's set so they could only make a particular amount of profit in comparison to their revenue, right? So say they fire someone, that won't make them generate more profit. They'll either have to decrease their revenue or like put more back into their business other ways.
Okay, well, I'll just have to research that. But Trump is also doing tax breaks, and his tax breaks in 2016 helped me and my family out tremendously.
Yeah, but Kamala Harris will have
Okay,
more.
Dean, I'm gonna go get ready, and then I'll hop on here in a bit. I'll probably be on like within an hour and a half.
Hell yeah, man! Thanks for popping up.
Have
Parker.
fun, bro. Have fun.
Thank you. Have a good
Good
one,
luck.
man. All right, Cole. Right. So I have a question, Cole. Who do you think benefited the most off of Donald Trump's tax cuts?
Well, my mom owns a small business, and her business flourished. She got to hire 3 more people. You know, she made more money than she ever did in her entire life. You know,
Hannah, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying that I'm a first-time voter in Texas and I voted for Harris because I'm smart. Everybody write out W. Hannah's down below in the chat. We love you, Hannah. We love you. W's for Hannah. And Maya, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. By the way, happy Election Day, ladies and gentlemen. So wait, do you think that Biden and Harris's replacement of the tax plan that they offered in 2021 was good? How do you feel about our current tax system?
I think my mom has been struggling more recently than she has back when under Trump was.
And would you say that our current tax plan is like rather inefficient and bad, and it's something that you never want to see again?
I say Trump's was better, 100%.
But like, what about our current one? Would you ever like vote? Do you think I could ever convince you to vote for our current tax plan again?
I would want change.
Okay, so our current tax plan is Donald Trump's.
No.
Yes.
Joe Biden put in his own tax plan.
No,
Yes, he did.
he did not.
Then where's your source?
Okay, the TCJ expires in 2025. You could source this from any mainstream economist, or you could just look it up and ask Google when Donald Trump's tax plan expires. All the sources will tell you 2025 because that's a fact.
So why is Donald Trump is he just wanting to add on to his tax plan and cut taxes even more?
He's wanting to renew it for another 10 years because it expires next year. So let's just talk about the fact that you said our current tax plan is bad, it's making your family struggle, and you want to see change. Okay. I agree with you there. Let's meet in the middle of the aisle. No, stop talking, Cole. You said that our current tax plan is bad, it's making your family struggle, and you want to see change. I agree with you, and that's why I want you to vote for Kamala Harris, because that's how we are going to see that change, right? Let's get away from Donald Trump's staggered tax plan that disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy, literally benefits people making over $500,000 the most and making under $50,000 a year the least, right? And let's replace that with Kamala Harris's tax plan that A, costs less, so it will cause less inflation, B, has a plan to pay for it over the next 10 years so it won't increase our debt, and C, is built for you and other Americans just like you in that low and the middle class, and it will directly benefit you, doing things such as decreasing childhood poverty through increases in the child tax credit, incentivizing people to start small businesses by offering $50,000 off of your taxes for the first year of your business's life, and making home prices reduce in the long term by offering a $25,000 subsidy now to first-time homebuyers to increase the overall supply of houses in the next 3 years. Okay, that is what is important for us right now. Income inequities are at a 50-year high, right? There's simply too much wealth owned by the high class and too much purchasing power seen in the low and the middle class. A lot of this can be attributed to COVID and its aftermath. And the way that we could fix that is through policy that is built for the average American. We need to focus the average American now more than we have ever in the last 90 years as a country. And the only candidate in the race, right, that is genuinely doing that through their policy is Kamala Harris. And you recognize that yourself when you said that you don't like our current tax system and you want to see change. Well, Cole, so do I. And that's why I voted for Kamala Harris.
I voted for Trump because I read through his tax plan. And personally, what would help my mom the most is under small businesses, cut the taxes down from 27% to 21%.
No, actually, I do disagree with that.
That is one of his policies.
No, well, it is. We need to talk more. What you're talking about is the corporate tax rate. So you're saying Donald Trump reduced the corporate tax rate from 35. It wasn't 28. From 35 to 21.
I thought it was like 27 or something like that.
Well, it was staggered. And do you know what the corporate tax rate was for small businesses grossing under $50,000 a year?
What's that? Tell me.
15, right? So when you replace the staggered corporate tax rate with a flat 21%, what did that do to the small businesses in America?
I guess add tax.
Exactly.
Shit, man. Well, listen. I just know, like, I have not read, I have not studied, I've not done what you've done. This is your job, you know what I'm saying? Like, you do.
Yeah, you're being honest. You're up here and just engaging in a good conversation. I'm not going to shit on you for not having access to these resources and doing the same amount of studying that I've done. That's literally the whole purpose of me coming on here and hosting these lives every day.
But what I want
no one is mad at you, right, for not being educated on these things, especially when you're up here willing to engage in a good faith, productive conversation about these things. Like, literally, no one is stigmatizing you. You are like, in fact, I bet a lot of people are like happy and proud of you for coming up in here and engaging in a good faith conversation, you know?
Yeah, but what I want you to understand is like from a regular person, me, I'm a college student now. I've worked full time since I was 16, you know, and I was just better off under Trump and I'm worse off now than I was.
I get it.
Why is that?
I get it. First of all, I just want to let you know that I get it, okay? I get it. I can't be mad at someone, right, that says they're voting for Trump because they're better off then and worse off now, because that is the average everyday understanding of politics, and that is what the Republican platform, has literally dumped billions of dollars into pushing through advertising to Americans for the last 4.5 years, okay? That's true. So I'm not mad at you because people have spent billions of dollars to make sure that you and other Americans think just like that. But the issue with the way that you're thinking, right, is nothing more than the simple fact that although you were better off 6 years ago than you are today, that doesn't mean that the reason you're worse off is because of our current administration. In fact, I'd argue that you'd be even worse off if Trump was reelected in 2020. And what made you worse off as a whole had to do, right, with COVID causing inflation, with COVID causing people to lose their jobs, with COVID causing unemployment, with COVID causing reductions in GDP growth, with COVID causing a reduction in consumer saving and consumer confidence, etc. And I think a really good point I could use to convince you of this hypothesis is that it didn't just happen in the US. It happened in every single country around the world. So which one is it, Cole? Right? Are all the world leaders currently in power incompetent and unfit to serve because they weren't able to do good for their country over the last 4 years? Or is there some external factor like COVID that caused there to be hardships existing in all countries in the world?
COVID had a big part in it, yes.
Right? And basically the goal of all global administrations in the last 4 years, right, wasn't to make their country better off today than it was 6 years ago, but it was to mitigate the harmful and negative consequences of COVID. Like, for instance, like imagine you get in a fucking car crash, you break your arm, you get your head scraped up, and your car is totaled. Like, what is your goal going to be for the next couple months, right? It's going to be to rehabilitate, right? To wear your cast, to eat good food, to heal, right? It's not going to be to do significantly better than you were the day before you got in the car crash. It's just simply going to be to heal, right? And that has been the goal of our current administration, and that has been the goal of other global administrations. But Biden and Harris have done so well at healing our country, right, that now Trump knows that in the next 4 years, right, we are going to experience prosperity in our country greater than what was experienced under Trump's first term. So he's campaigning on making America so great again and fixing our economy, because he knows if current economic trends continue, we're going to be a predominant, phenomenal superpower in the next 2 to 3 years as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? But like, I totally get where you're saying, but I'm still just kind of stuck on I was better off then than I am now.
Okay, I can't save you. Is there anything else you want to go over? I explained it like better than I think I ever have been before, and it's all good that I can't save you.
I do also want to go over abortion.
Oh God. Okay. Well, before you do, I want to thank a couple donors here. Presley, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Presley down below in the chat. Thank you so much. W's for Presley. And Kari, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Voted for Harris today. Fuck yeah. Love you, Kari. Sid, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. Aaron, that's ERIN. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying happy Blue Wave Election Day. Let's fucking go. Benjamin with a $15 on Venmo saying first female president incoming. You fucking got it. Hell yeah. And Maya, thank you so much for the $5. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $50. Fuck yeah. Thank you for the love, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah down below. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. And Laura, thank you for the $5. So, Cole, I understand you want to talk about abortion. I feel like we went over enough issues, though. I'm going to go and give someone else a chance. So let's go and load up our next guest. By the way, guys, make sure to that follow button if you haven't already. We come on here every day, but we're going to be on literally all day today because of the election. I just don't know what to do when I need to start using the restroom here. Like, I already kind of got to go pee. Like, what am I going to do in the next hour when I just really got to go? I might just like leave the stream running. Like, I don't really know what to do. What's up, Jerry? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, no, sir. No, I voted for Kamala.
Base. W's for Jerry in the chat. Thank you. Make sure if you're in that chat and make sure if you're in the queue, you're either undecided, voting for Trump, or already voted for Trump. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Y'all just keep it running. Yeah, like honestly, we may just have to do that today. Like, we're planning to be on all day. Parker's going to be going live as well. You know, like, I think we just got to keep it running. We're going to get our next guest up in the queue right now. Guys, do keep in mind, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in that bio. And Emma, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying just voted for Harris in Alabama. Everybody show Emma some love. We need to rally together stronger than we ever have been before. Blue supports blue. Democrats support Democrats. Right? Today is the day where we all kumbaya. Okay? I just want to put that out there. We are kumbayaing over this shit. We are all rallying together because that is what we have to do, all right, in a time of incredible, right, political divisiveness. You know, so anyways, we're going to move on to our next guest. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're going to get our next guest up in the box literally right now. And Robin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying voted for Harris in Battleground, Georgia. Let's fucking go, Robin. Thank you so much for the turkey as well.
Hello.
What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Trump cares about you?
Yes.
Then why has he shown such like a lack of care for like women in his past? He's raped one, he sexualized a kid, boasted about grabbing women by the P word, and told Howard Stern that he bought a Miss Teen USA pageant so he could inspect the half-naked teenage girls changing, claiming that he could because he owned the place.
I mean, I don't personally believe any of that happened, but
Okay, well,
like,
I mean, so most of those things, my source would be his own word of mouth.
Well, the biggest reason I'm voting for Trump is because I'm a Christian.
Okay. If I was a Christian, I'd vote for Harris. Why would you vote for Trump as a Christian?
Because someone at Kamala's rally said Jesus is king, and then she told them they were at the wrong rally. She visited a church and then got a woman kicked out.
Okay. All right. So about the at the wrong rally claim. Right. So no, that wasn't in response to Jesus is king. That was in response to full on like MAGA anti-protesters. Right. I mean, there's other videos that exist out there of them like wearing like literally pro-Trump gear. That's why she said that they were at the wrong rally. Right. And I've even heard claims that the audio of them saying Jesus is king was not even said in the moment. And that was actually said outside of the rally. And I'm pretty sure that they said lies, lies, lies. And then it was digitally altered. right? But I do just want to clarify. Of course, Kamala Harris would never tell a Christian that they're at the wrong rally because that is political suicide. I mean, she's made it from being a lawyer in California to the VP of our country. You'd think that she'd have enough competence not to completely hide away from all Christians in our country when we've never had a non-Christian president, and we've 88% of our Congress is Christian and 76% of the general voter base is Christian as well, right? Of course, that's not something she'd say. Right. And then additionally here, right, if just going against God, right, would constitute a sufficient reason not to vote for a candidate. Presley, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you for that. Did Trump go against God when he said in 2018 on a C-SPAN interview that he's never had to ask for forgiveness for anything? Did Trump go against God when he said that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country when Jesus would sit at the dinner table with anyone, including Matthew, a Jewish tax collector? Did Trump go against God when he raped a woman? Did Trump go against God when he called all black people lazy? Did Trump go against God when he said that he just wants to fight for other members of the top 1% when Jesus said in Matthew that a rich man is just as likely to enter into the kingdom of heaven as a poor man is a camel is to pass through an eye of a needle? No, we could talk about these things all day, right? We could talk about how you probably couldn't name one policy ever supported by the Republican platform, more or less Trump during his term, that fought for members of the low and middle class, when Psalms, John, and Matthew all talk about the fact that when you provide to those that are more needy than you, when you give to the poor, that you will be given that glory back in the kingdom of God, right? We've never seen them do that. Right? I'd say that Trump runs an incredibly anti-Christian campaign, but yet Christianity in America has been politicized and radicalized, right, around beliefs not founded in the Bible, but rather spread as propaganda by men to get their vote.
Okay, I mean, literally everyone is a sinner, and in God's eyes, if you look at the Bible, he says that all sins are equal. So
okay, so I just want to clarify here. Do you think that Trump raping a woman is equally bad as me lying to my kids telling them that Santa Claus exists?
Personally, I don't think so, but like I said, Jesus said that all sins are equal.
So where is your morality an extension of? Because if you're saying that you disagree with Jesus, you're not Christian.
No, that's not necessarily true, but
it is true.
But also, I don't understand, and this is an argument that I've heard a lot of times that I agree with, is that, if Trump was going to destroy America, he would have done it in his first term, and if Kamala was going to save it, she would have done it already.
Okay. Well, Trump tried to destroy America in 2020 when he sent fake slates of electorates to literally rig the outcome of the election and change it because he was pissed he lost. Trump tried to destroy America when he pushed for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country, but it didn't get past the Supreme Court because it was anti-constitutional due to the fact that it was literal religious persecution. And there's just two instances right there, right? But something I'd like to ask you is, do you think that pro-life policy is pro-Christian?
I mean, I think that Trump is a rapist. He's a discriminatory jerk. He's made sexual comments about children and his own daughter, saying that he would date his daughter if he wasn't his, and cheated on his wife with a porn star. I'm not voting Trump. I actually voted Kamala already.
Hey, W's for you. W's for you. W's for you. We're going to move on to our next guest. They were just LARPing. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. I would love to talk to a Christian that's voting for Trump because I think that there's a lot to be said about abortion. I want everyone to ask yourself a question. Is God pro-life? It's a good one. Hunter, what's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not old enough to vote, but I did have a question. No, wait, chill.
Pop down. Ebony, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. You were great. Thank you so much. And Madison, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well, saying that you rock, voted for Kamala Harris in Minnesota today. Let's fucking go, Madison. We all love you here. For the 6,000 people in here, welcome into the stream, guys. We are going to be running an election stream all day. We are going to be in here talking to Trump supporters, debating them as well. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already, guys. We do this every day, and we have some upcoming plans after the election. So, it's going to be an exciting next couple of months. Everyone just hit that follow button right now if you haven't. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I'll give you a shout out. I could even read off your donation on live, like Addison's. Thank you for the $1. Huge ass. What's going on, man? Are you voting for the Cheatham? Okay, Huge Ass isn't here. Okay, all right, Huge Ass. I'm going to go and kick you and move on to my next guest, Huge Ass. Anyways, huge ass. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. So goodbye, huge ass. And Mary, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying in Ohio voted for Harris. Let's go, Mary, with the $10. And then Steph with the $11.50 for the election day. Let's go, Steph and Marie. Sorry, everyone show love to Steph and Marie. What's going on, Only Action? Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I just wanted to say I'm voting in about an hour and a half. I don't really know too much about politics, but I've been kind of just going through these debates. I just wanted you to pretty much explain why I should vote for Kamala.
For sure. What's
she do for
For
me?
sure. We're for sure. We have an hour and a half here, so let's see what we could get done. But we need to make this efficient. Let's start off with the important question. Anna, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying Iowa for Harris. Thank you so much. So is character important to you? Be honest.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, how they show themselves as a person.
Sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. So if character is important to you, then you should probably consider the fact that Donald Trump is a 34-count felon and Kamala Harris is not. If character is important to you, you should probably consider the fact that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for raping a woman. Kamala Harris is not. If character is important to you, you should consider the fact that Donald Trump said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, sexualizing a child, said that he would date his own daughter if he wasn't his daughter, and agreed with an older man when he called his own daughter a hot piece of ass, and boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking for consent, and said to Howard Stern on SiriusXM that he enjoyed walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, right? Those are all qualities that you'd never want to see in a partner that you date. Those are all qualities that you never want to see in a coworker at work. Those are all qualities that you never want to see in a teacher or student, right, at school. But somehow those are qualities that you might be okay with seeing in the president, right, which is phenomenally insane, right?
Yeah.
So character alone, does that give you sufficient reason not to vote for Trump and vote for Harris, or do you want to know more?
I definitely think he's a disgusting person. I just would like to know more about what, I guess, like, president, like, you know, what they're going to do
for the country, through policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Not like as him as a person, but I mean, give me like Kamala's, like, what are her policies? What is she going to do for me specifically?
Great. Before I do, I just have a couple donations to thank you. First of all, Victoria, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying doing amazing work. Thank you so much, Victoria. Abby, thank you for the $10 saying counting down the minutes. Hell yeah. Nate, thank you for the $5. Anna, thank you for the $10. I do appreciate each and every single one of y'all for your donations here today. Claire, thank you so much for the $10 in Venmo saying live in Denver just voted for Harris. We love you. Tess, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying that I'm awesome. You're awesome. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Cadence with the $1 and Madison with the $10 and Marie with the $10. You guys are great. And Sharon with the $20 on Venmo saying thank you for being awesome. Sharon, I love you. W's for sharing down below in that chat.
I just want to say, bro, you're very well spoken too. Honestly, this is like maybe my second time I've like came upon like your lives, and I mean I've been through these live streams before, and honestly, like this is probably the last one I'm gonna go to because honestly, like I said, I don't know too much about politics or any of that. But yeah, I mean, I wanted to make this the last one because I know you got a lot. You're very well spoken. You know a lot. So, like I said, just give me kind of what she's gonna do. Just a rundown.
I hear you. Well, let's first get a good idea of who you are. How old are you?
21.
You're 21. You're young.
Yeah.
Okay. A, what's your annual income? B, do you want to buy a house in the future? And C, do you want to have kids in the future?
Me and my girl are actually in a relationship. We're planning on having a kid probably, I don't know. We're thinking in the probably next year, to be honest. I don't know. It's kind of
okay.
weird
So you want to have a kid? Do you want to buy a house in the next like 5 years?
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to be a first-time home buyer in the next 5 years. You're going to be a parent in the next 5 years. And what is your current annual income?
Probably around like 75.
And you make $75,000 a year. So this is fucked.
Almost, yeah.
Kamala Harris's tax plan will literally benefit you more than most people in the chat, and here's why. So first of all, you make $75,000 a year, right? Under Donald Trump's tax plan, most of the tax cuts went to people making over $500,000. It benefited them the most. Then it benefited people making under $50,000 at the least. Right, with $75,000 a year, you fall right in that middle class. Kamala Harris's tax plan is designed and intended to benefit you. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's is disproportionately designed and intended to benefit people like him. Right, so there's just a general reason to vote for Kamala Harris. But let's talk about those two specific things you brought up. You brought up the fact that you're going to be a parent soon and you're going to own your first home soon. About being a parent soon. If Kamala Harris is elected, you will literally save tens of thousands of dollars in taxes over the next 10 years. And that's because she wants to significantly increase the child tax credit, especially for newborns, right? $6,000 for newborns, $3,600 for anyone from the age of 1 to 5, and $3,000 from anyone of the age of 5 to 17. Right, and then about being a first-time homebuyer, she wants to give you $25,000.
I heard about that.
To do
Yeah,
that.
I did hear about that. It sounds great. I mean,
It does, right?
shit.
So not only will you benefit $10,000 or $20,000 from the increases in the child tax credit over the first 18 years of your kid's life, but she also wants to directly give you $25,000 to buy a house.
can I ask like just one question? Like just one question. How is she gonna like come up with the money for all these things?
I think that's a fair question. So in totality, right, all of these quote unquote handouts that we've been talking about are going to cost $2.4 trillion over 10 years. 1.3 trillion of that is going to come from a 7% increase in our corporate tax rate from 21, right, to 28, right? The Treasury estimates that will generate 1.3 trillion over 10 years. The remainder of the $1.1 trillion will be generated given $300 to $400 billion in saving of government's expenditure by granting Medicare a greater negotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies. And then the remainder will come from the introduction of an unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires, as well as an increase in the realized capital gains tax for the same people, right? So the plan is self-sufficient. It will pay for itself over 10 years, right? And that's in contrast to Trump's plan that's estimated to cost $7 trillion. That also disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy. That also has absolutely no fucking plan for how it's going to be paid for, and it's just going to be debt added. Okay, like there's
I'm
such
looking
big
up some of this
differences.
stuff. Like I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so also there is one thing though, like with the whole. I mean, here's my thing. The whole AB. I don't even know if I can say the word.
You can say abortion. You can say abortion.
So the whole thing, like me and my girl, we both I mean, like I said, we're planning on having a kid. Like I said, probably with, like definitely 2025 for sure. We just don't know exactly when. But
Emma, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Show some love to Emma in the chat. Same thing with Victoria for the $2, Clarissa with a $5, Catherine with a $5, and Kristen with a $10, as well as Sharon with the $20. I'm so sorry for cutting you off, man. Go ahead.
No, you're good, dude. I just say like, I definitely would say I'm not like too up to, or I guess I'm not too for the whole like abortion thing exactly, but I do think here's my thing, is and that's just between like me and her. But when it like obviously there's some cases where I think it is necessary, and
I have a question. Are you Christian?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Let's first define our terms. So I define pro-life, right, as a belief or set of beliefs, right, that would be held to intend to impede on or restrict a woman's ability from getting an abortion. Would you agree with that definition of pro-life?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Second, is God pro-life?
Yeah.
No.
How
Because
so?
we define pro-life, right, as a belief to impede or restrict a woman's access from getting an abortion. In accordance with the Christian faith, does God want to impede or restrict a person's ability to partake in any certain action?
Yeah. No.
So if God's not pro-life, why are you?
Damn. Shit. I didn't think about it like that. I didn't really like. I mean, trust me. I've read the Bible. The way you said it, though. I mean, I didn't really think about it like that. Like I said, bro, this is all just kind of stuff I'm thinking about too. Like it's just there's a lot I just don't know too. You know.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. Just consider that last question. And like, there's this constant relation between what God does and what God thinks and how God feels and what you should do and how you should think and how you should feel. I mean, like the WWJD, what would Jesus do, right? Like those bracelets have been circulating since I was in my fucking dad's balls. Let's be real.
No,
right?
yeah.
It's incredibly popular, right, to say, well, I don't know what to do in this scenario. Thereby, I'm going to think through the lens of what my God would do. Right. So maybe if you don't know what to do in the scenario of voting for legislation to impede or restrict a woman's access to health care, think through the lens of what would God do. And in the scenario, seemingly God would be pro-choice, so should you.
Damn. Okay, so I do agree on you. I do agree with you on that. Like I said, and also for me, it's also like I said, like I was gonna explain this too. I'm kind of like also with the whole fact, like I'm also with, you know, it's like it's none of my business. I do believe in that. Like I do think like, you know, it's with me and my girl, it's different. Like we have a discussion, but with, you know, how do I explain it? Obviously, like there's people that aren't, financially stable and can't take care of a kid. Obviously, I think it would just be, I think it would just be better if, obviously, it's not like I don't exactly know how the whole. I saw your
Think of
little
a galaxy.
I saw the.
I have a good medium for us to meet in the middle of the aisle.
Yeah.
So how about you hold to the view that you want women to have access to abortion, but you want to reduce the amount of women that are having abortions by fixing, addressing, and solving the systemic issues that cause women to want abortions. Okay, so instead of saying that you want to limit women from being able to access this form of healthcare by passing legislation to make it illegal, say that you want to reduce the amount of women that get abortions, given the fact that 40% of women who get abortions do because of financial related issues. So if we could address those systemic problems by making the average American better off and addressing these financial issues by providing better benefits to new parents, by providing better benefits to members of the low and the middle class in general, that this is a more comprehensive approach. So you could respect the desire of God, right? This goes back to our conversation on the fact that God's pro-choice, while also reducing the amount of abortions that we'll see women getting in the long term. And who happens to be doing both of those two things? Kamala Harris. Pro-choice, reinstituting codification, reinstituting federal protections for every single woman's right to choose, while also pushing for an increase in the child tax credit, making new parents better off, and promoting better social safety nets for members of the low and middle class. And that's what the Democrat platform does as a whole, and that's something that the Republican platform has never done, and quite frankly,
All right, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. You definitely changed a couple things for me too, especially that first part you mentioned. Like, you just changed my whole thought on the whole thing, honestly. The other thing I wanted to discuss as well was, what was it? The down payment thing, right? The $25,000. How does it exactly work? Like, how does it exactly? How does the whole thing work? How is it?
Sure.
I'm just confused by it.
Sure. So let's first address the issue, all right, that the $25,000 subsidy stems from. So right now we have an issue of a lack of supply in housing that is causing the price of houses to be significantly more expensive due to the higher levels of demand with lower levels of supply. Okay. Kamala Harris wants to address this issue by offering first-time homebuyers $25,000 off of a down payment for their first house if they're buying a new house that was just developed. Okay? Now, what this will do is it will significantly increase the demand for newly developed houses, right? Which will then cause developers to turn around and make more houses. It's projected they will build 3 million new houses over the next 4 years of this policy is instituted. Now, the long-term goal of this is to reduce the costs of houses altogether because of the additional supply created given the increase in demand of new houses from the $25,000 subsidy.
Okay, I'm getting what you're saying. Damn. Honestly, I don't, like I said, dude, I'm not, I kind of I don't really know exactly, this is how I was before. I didn't really know who to vote for, to be honest. But definitely my family's very, very Republican. So I think, I don't really listen to them. I don't really, I don't let their choice and what they choose to do, how do I explain it? Define what I'm going to do exactly or who I'm going to vote for. But the people that I definitely surround myself are kind of definitely.
Me too. Me too, man. I live in a environment where everyone around me is Republican. My whole family's Republican, right? And sometimes I'll even go out and see old friends that are Republican. In fact, this last weekend at Halloween, I had a super awkward interaction with an old friend of mine that was seeing what I do online. He walked up to me and he was literally like, "Dean, you know that I'm a Republican, right?" I get it, right? And that could lead you to be more susceptible to voting red just because the people around you are, right?
Sure,
but I think it's really important to kind of hear the other side out, especially when the other side is just pushing facts. But is there anything else that you wanted to go over, man, before we move on to my next guest? One
more, because I do have to go, because I guess I am going to go vote in a little bit. The people are mentioning peace and World War III and all sorts of stuff. Like I said, I don't know too much, but what's your take on that? Obviously I don't want a war, but people are saying it a lot. If you vote for Kamala and all this,
Yeah, it's just nonsense. It's just not. Don't even listen to it. It's just garbage. That's just fear mongering. I mean, like that's just political propaganda.
I got you.
Like I mean, and I feel like you know this too. Oh no. Okay, well they actually got a live restriction. Hey man, I had to remove you because if I didn't, then you would have restricted like who can and can't see my live. But I do appreciate you for coming up, man. That's super awesome. I appreciate you for being like open and honest. Let's go to move on to our next guest. In the meantime, Andrea, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Andrea in the chat. Clarice, thank you for the $7. Livia, thank you for the $5. Dylan with the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate that, man. And Diana with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Diana. Everybody show Diana some love in that chat. Emily, thank you for the $5. Victoria with the $2. Clarissa with the $5. And Emma with a $20 on Venmo saying thank you for being so amazing. You are amazing. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box right now. Spam MAGA, spam Trump in the chat if you do want to come up and have a talk. Let's go and see what our next guest, Dr. Barry, has to say. In the meantime, I'd also like to say thank you to Krista for the $10 on PayPal, Evie with the $2, Sophie, right, with the $10, Ashley with the $5, and Emerald with the $2, and Taylor with the $5. And this is the fruition of my work for the last 6 months, chat. So every single day for 5 hours a day and most weekends spent going out campaigning and boots on the ground talking to undecided voters as all led up today. This is a very exciting and interesting experience for us all, and let's hope that Kamala Harris ends up winning. Dr. Barry, what's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, you have to get significantly closer to your mic.
Does this work?
That does work. You have a lot of background noise here. I hope that you can kind of figure that out because I don't want it. But why are you voting for Trump?
Oh, sorry. I just think the economy was better under him.
So it was better in 2018 than it is today. How did Biden and Harris cause it to be worse?
Honestly, I don't know. Kind of like, I honestly just don't know. I just wish you could like answer that for me.
I mean, well, the economy was better in 2018. What you have to consider here is that Trump didn't make it better and Biden and Harris didn't make it worse. COVID made it worse, and not only in our country, but in all other countries around the world. And if your base assumption here is that you could say, if something happens in the country, the president is to blame. That's what you're doing with the economy right now. Well, I could say thereby Trump is to blame for the highest level of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%. Trump is to blame for a net negative loss in jobs over his 4 years, one of the only two presidents to ever experience that. Trump is to blame for, like 15 million jobs lost as well. Would you agree or disagree with any other statements?
I mean, yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I also just want to know how will like, is there any policies that Kamala will better like me? Because like right now I'm paying a lot, and for like just like groceries and things like that. Is there any like policies she has that will bring it down?
Yeah, but inflation, like her policy is just less inflationary than Trump's. Like he wants to spend more money, add more to the debt more recklessly. Right? We'd typically see more inflation associated with that.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's really all I had. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Barry, I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man. Stay safe out there. We're going to move on to our next guest, everyone. Let's go and get them up in here. For the 14.2 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, it's phenomenal to see you all. Wow, we have a lot of people in here. Guys, look at that. That is phenomenal. 14,000 people watching the live right now. That is phenomenal. Everyone hanging out with us, just say what's good in that chat. I just want you guys to say hi. You know what I mean? I just want everybody right now to say hi in the chat. Make some friends down there. We're going to move on to our next guest. Evie, I do appreciate you for the $2 on PayPal. All right, make some friends down there in the chat. We have so many people hanging out with us in here today. I mean, shit, it's election day, guys. This is a big deal. Rebecca, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying thank you for what I do. Thank you, Rebecca. Everybody show some love to Rebecca. Also show some love to Alexandria for the $5. Show some love to Tabs for the high bear and Gouda for the $2. Goda, sorry. And then Christia, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that, Christia. Everyone also show some love to Christia. Holy crap, you guys are going crazy today with the donations. I really do thank you guys. We got our next guest loading in right now. Yeah, make some friends down there in the chat. I see you guys starting to socialize. That's awesome. What's up, Kamo? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay, your mic sucks. Is there anything that you could do to fix that, quite frankly?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, disconnect that Bluetooth, man. Great. And everyone hit that follow button. Listen, I want to try to get a 1.6K to 1.6 million today.
Is that better?
That is significantly... Oh, sorry, man. I got to kick you. Odds, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying just voted for Kamala and Boko. Dude, you're in Boko? Where at, man? Where at? That's awesome. Sienna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying thank you for what you're doing and using your platform for good. Thank you, Sienna. We did have to kick that last guest just because of an echo. I do apologize, last guest. We love you, but I had to kick you. Alana, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying thank you for what you're doing. And Natasha, holy shit, thank you for the $50 on PayPal saying thank you for supporting women. Everybody right now, show Natasha some motherfucking love in that chat. Thank you so much, Natasha. Taylor, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Awesome. G-Money, you're voting for Trump, right?
No, I'm sorry. No. Heck no, man. I would never vote for Trump. Kamala all the way.
We love you here, G-Money. Base. So, Taylor, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because, first of all, when Trump was president, yeah, I know he's done some fucked up shit. Don't get me wrong. Sorry for the language, my bad. I know he's done some messed up things, and I don't agree with it.
I can't believe that you just said fuck on my live. I need you to apologize again with tears and a ukulele this time.
I don't have a ukulele.
I'm just joking. Why are you voting for Trump?
Okay, so anyways, I don't agree with all of his things he's done. Yes, that is wrong. But as for the economy and how the world is now, Kamala even said herself she wouldn't change a thing Biden did because she had most power over all things he did. And it's just funny that inflation has risen. Prices are ridiculous. Gas is crazy. Buying groceries is ridiculous. Even living is just ridiculous. When Trump was president,
you think that
to buy
living
a home
is ridiculous? I kind of like living. Are you okay?
Well, no, I get it. Right. Living is nice, but the price to live now is ridiculous.
Okay.
And you got to agree with that, right?
MG, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Everybody show some love to MG in the chat for the $30 donation. I really appreciate you for that. Brandon, thank you for the $4. Allie with the $3. I appreciate you guys all for the love. Let's talk about it. So you were making a drastic conflation here, and it needs to be pointed out. So you said that Kamala Harris said that she would change no policy Biden enacted into law, and then you referenced things such as inflation, price of gasoline, etc. But we do understand that things can happen in our country, such as inflation, right? External of the executive branch of our government, and not be influenced by their policy either, right? And I want to test this line of logic by simply asking you a question. Okay. What is one piece of legislation that was influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration that was bad for our country or bad for our economy?
Let's see. One thing that was bad for our economy in general was the way they opened the border. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't be welcome here. Of course not. Everyone is more than welcome here in America. But what I'm saying is it should be the right way to come here instead of illegally. Because she did make sure that many men who were illegal, who are grown, who are rapists or hurt people, they are all out now, okay? And I understand it's not okay to hold someone or take them away from their family. That's not okay. But it's the point of that Kamala literally is supporting everything Biden did, and all we have is war and inflation going on. And as you said, for the homes, as of right now, I tried buying a home when Trump was president, and I tried buying a home right now when Kamala pretty much has taken over Biden's whole presidency. And before, when Trump was president, I was able to qualify for a home making about $55,000 a year right now. Now I make 60. And I don't even qualify for a home anymore because now to qualify for a home, even in Arizona, you have to make $175,000. When Trump was president, you only had to make $75,000 a year. And also, I know you said that Kamala's going to give $25,000 to go live in homes.
Is someone
That's
taking
great.
notes for me?
But as a first-time home buyer already, there's things that you get to help buy you a house where your down payment isn't that much. Where is Kamala going to get this $25,000 to give to every first-time home buyer?
Dylan, thank you for the chasing the astronauts. I appreciate you for the love. God? Okay, what do you want me to respond to in that fucking mess? Like, be honest, Taylor, just what part of that do you want me to address? I could try to address them all with my massive brain. Let's start with your first point. I asked you to name a policy that like influenced like the country in a negative direction. You said their open border policy. Typically, what I do is I just ask you to name the open border policy, and we'd spend time dwelling on the fact that you don't know your shit, and the only reason you think that is because Republicans want you to, not because it's actually true. But just to quickly address it, they didn't pass any open border policy. What caused the crisis was COVID and the expiration of Title 42, in which they attempted to correct with border provisions that Trump torpedoed. Right, about your second point about undocumented migrants being these violent criminal gang member rapists. Taylor, are you a U.S.-born citizen?
Yes, I am.
You're statistically speaking 2 times more likely to commit violent crimes than undocumented migrants. Should we deport your ass?
Well, no, but the funny thing is most people who actually have
got
done
it. Let me
these
respond.
crimes
Let
are
me
not
respond.
white.
What the fuck? What the bro? What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Bro,
and I'm not saying I'm racist, but I'm saying we need to realize the actual situation going on if Kamala continues. We will go to war.
What the fuck?
Do you want to go to war? Do you want your children to have healthy life?
Stop talking. Hello? Wait, 1 second. Wait. Hello? Okay. What the hell are... Okay. What okay. What was the relevance of that comment?
What was that?
What was the relevance of that comment? You said most people who commit crimes are not white. First of all, that's actually false. Yeah, that's right. It's false, Spooky. So that whole statistic
Actually,
of
I'm
like...
looking at a report right now. Murder rate among blacks is white percentage is more than higher than whites.
Yeah, so first
And
of all,
it's not even a
hey,
race,
Taylor.
that's the point.
First of all, don't call black people black with an S at the end. That's dehumanizing. Second of all, yeah, like the 1355 statistic.
Well, I
right,
called
that's-
myself white. I'm not saying like black
Taylor, can
or
I
white
finish?
is color. Skin color doesn't matter to me. I have
finish,
family
quite
who are
frankly?
black. I have mixed family all over my whole life.
I don't care. Can I finish without interruption?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Great. So yeah, first of all, when you reference statistics such as the 1355, saying 13% of our population commits 55% of crimes, referencing black Americans, well, that only accounts for arrests, okay? Right? Which is true, right? But when we factor in the fact that 44% of exonerations in our criminal justice systems are for black people when they only account for 13% of the population, what does that tell us? Right? When we'd go to the end goal saying what percentage of people actually commit these crimes and aren't exonerated because they're arrested because of the color of their skin, we'd see that that disproportionality no longer exists to the same level. And then secondarily, right, the reason why we see higher rates of crimes, right, in marginalized communities such as like black communities here in the U.S. compared to white people has nothing to do with their race, and it's all to do with average socioeconomic standing. Right, that is a result of slavery and its aftermath, right? Because what we see is a lack of generational wealth amongst black Americans to the same extent that we'd see within white Americans caused by slavery and its aftermath, legal and social discrimination. What we see is that the per capita student funding for the average white student in America is 2 times higher than the per capita student funding for the average black student in America, right? So what do you think happens, right, when we don't address these systemic issues of the simple fact that black people have less money because of racism and black people get worse educations because of racism? What we'll see at the end of the day, right, is black people disproportionately committing more crimes, right, because of those systemic issues, right, not because of their race.
Right. And it's not fair that they do get, I'm not saying that their skin color should mean that they should get things differently.
So then what was the relevance of the comment at all? Because we were talking about undocumented migration into our country, and then you just randomly bring up the racist trope of like how violent and aggressive non-white people are.
The point was that people who are coming from that place are the ones that are the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say black people. I'm not trying to say specifically a race. I'm saying anybody.
So you're saying non-white immigrants are the issue? What about white ones?
No. I didn't say that. I'm not saying a specific race. I'm saying in general, people who are not here originally and come here illegally, they are the issue. And all that needs to happen is
because of
they
crime
come
rates?
here properly.
Taylor,
That's all I'm saying.
You're more likely to like kill someone than an undocumented migrant. Should I start
I get that.
demonizing you? Hey, chat. all of a sudden, I want every single one of you to start calling Taylor an MS-13 gang member P3DO that has raped people and murdered them too, and even ate
That's
cats and
definitely
dogs,
not true,
right? Just
and
because
that's slander.
her statistical likelihood
You're
is significantly
slandering me,
more
actually.
likely compared to undocumented migrants.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because you also
wait,
talked
if
about
I'm slandering
abortion.
you, then Donald Trump is slandering undocumented migrants. Because I'm just using statistical likelihoods here, girl. Let's be honest, right? Because you say undocumented migrants are the problems. Trump says undocumented migrants are the
Okay, but
problems.
also
like
you're
you both
white.
say as a part
And so what
of
about
that
you?
Republican
And so
platform.
what about yourself?
Oh, yes, me. Wait, no, because I'm a hypocrite. Rules for thee, not for me. Let's be real, okay?
Yeah.
But as I was saying, right, if you and Trump can slander undocumented migrants, virtue signal, saying they're violent, saying they're the problem, saying they're going to commit all these crimes, and in fact, you even did, well, I'm just going to say it about you. Because statistically speaking, you're more likely to commit crimes. So you are the rapist,
That's
you are the
fine,
murderer,
and
you are
you
the
are as
MS-13
well.
gang member
So
pedophile.
remember who you are as well. Remember who
remember,
you are as
rules
well.
for thee, not for me. We engage
But
in
that's
hypocrisy on this live.
hypocritical. So you're a hypocrite?
Would you
So
say
that's
it's a
what
little
you're
bit
saying.
fucking hypocritical to say that criminals shouldn't be able to come in the country, but a criminal should be allowed to run the country? Is that hypocritical, Taylor?
Okay, let me move to my next question.
Oh, no, I don't want you to move. I want you to respond directly to the last statement that came out of my mouth.
Repeat it.
All right, yeah. Is it hypocritical for you to say that criminals shouldn't be able to come in the country, but a criminal like Donald Trump should be allowed to run the country?
Okay, let me revert back to what I said originally. I do not agree
You got it.
with anything that Trump has done illegally. And I said that in the beginning. So,
but he should still be allowed to run the country. So why can't I
That's not
say,
the point.
Jesus 2.0 over here, fuck the borders, criminals, I don't care. They shouldn't have done that, but they could come kumbaya and live in the same country as me if you think we should be able to kumbaya with a criminal and allow them to run the country. What about that? You know, like, let's just get rid of the border as a whole. Anyone could come hang out. Who gives a shit? You know, Trump likes to talk about, like, the criminals coming from Venezuelan prisons. I don't give a shit. Donald Trump is a criminal coming from a family of crime. His father worked with the Russian mafia. He himself housed Russian mafia members in Trump Towers in the 80s. He was sued for $500,000 for doing it too, held civilly liable for rape. The DOJ in the state of New York prosecuted him for not renting to black people. He was convicted of 34 counts of falsification of business records. This guy's a crook, a con, a criminal. Okay, and you want him to run the country. Why should I be so damn concerned about this external threat using fucking rhetoric from the Mein Kampf to demonize, right, Latino individuals coming into our country, right, when the issue resides within? Like, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen an undocumented migrant call for the termination of the U.S. Constitution? Have you ever seen an undocumented migrant call for the deportation of protesters in our country? Have you ever seen an undocumented migrant call for the termination of civil and electoral processes, and in fact even try to thwart them by rigging the outcome of an election and only being stopped by the vice president of our country? No. But guess what? Every single thing I just said is something that has been done by who? Name it. What's their name? Taylor, what is it? Donald fucking Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So who's the real threat to our country?
Right,
Who's
I
the
hear
real issue?
I hear you. But what about war?
What do you want to talk about? Let's hear it. What about war? Bring it up.
The other question I asked earlier was about abortion. So, Kamala,
Okay, before we talk about abortion, I do just have 3 people to thank here. Audrey, thank you for the $1. Santana, thank you for the $5. Kat, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Kat. Everyone show Kat some love. And Josh with a $60 donation. And Faith with a $52 donation. Show some love to Josh, Kat, and Faith. I love you guys so fucking much. Thank y'all so much. But please take it away, Taylor. Let's talk about abortion. What do you want to know?
Hey, listen, we got to get out and vote Trump today so he can make America great again. It's very important that we have a president who is for all people, not just some people. It's important that we protect women's rights. Right now, I have a daughter. And yes, women's rights right now are being trampled on, and we've already been through this many years ago.
What right of
we had
yours is
set
being
in
trampled
stone
on?
that people can vote and or people can play sports without men being in women's sports. Now that cut off women immediately. They have already lost over 900 trophies that they could have won this year alone in 2020 for because men have now taken the women's.
Hey, do you know that Donald Trump tweeted out a picture of Amin Khalif at the Olympics boxing and said that this person should not be allowed to compete in these sports, even though Amin Khalif is a woman with a uterus that can get pregnant and has periods? Right? So if anything, the only real push that I see to keep women out of women's sports and to further persecute women in women's sports is directly from Donald Trump's Truth Social feed. He literally called for the forcible removal of Amin Khalif from women's Olympic sports. Did you know that?
In all honesty, I just feel like people need to vote their hearts. And right now, everyone's rights are being trampled on. And
name a right that's being trampled on. And James, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Everyone show James some love. Thank you so much. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the $20, James. Go ahead.
All because I was talking about racism.
Oh, okay. Well, I honestly believe that the current regime, that's what they are, a regime. You have a president right now, Kamala. You have a vice president who's running without not one vote from the American people. What they've done is...
Wait, that's not true. I voted for Kamala Harris.
I know, but you didn't vote by ballot. They eliminated
I did. I voted for Kamala Harris by ballot.
14 million ballots.
Not this presidency.
Biden was supposed to be the one running and received 14 million ballots.
You're talking about the primaries. Here's the thing. Wine cup and cry. You just see it. No. I would like to interject here. Do you mind?
Let me ask you one thing.
Okay.
Why is it that RFK has joined the Republican Party? I'll tell you why.
I can tell you why. Because Kamala Harris egoed him, didn't respond to his request to join her party. In fact, he even said this at a press conference.
No Democrats left in the building. These are Marxists. These are not Democrats. And in all honesty, I can't even believe that they were able to run on the Democrat ticket. I can't believe that I've got such a weak GOP that they couldn't even say, excuse me, you guys are not Democrats, you're Marxist. This is America. So there you go. That's why.
I'd love to ask you a question. Are you ready? And there's just one thing that I'm going to do before I ask this question. I just got to go on YouTube, clown music. Let's get it queued up here. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. There we go. Perfect. Okay. You said that Democrats are communists. Define communism.
No. I said the Kamala and this illegitimate regime is absolutely. Look what they've done.
Hey! Stop!
Yes.
Define communism.
Communism is when you want to tear down all of the things that we have built up in America to support the citizens and the immigrants coming through.
You're stupid as fuck for doing that. You're disrespectful. Let someone speak, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, I know. See, that's exactly what you do because you can't be heard. People's feelings are always getting hurt. And that's a problem. That's a problem. So let me ask you something. What have you done for your country today besides these stupid little crap you're doing over the phone? What?
Money.
What are you doing? Yeah.
Okay, well, first, I'd just like to correct you here. You define communism as the destruction of America. So coming from, one moment, quite frankly, let me finish. So coming from a philosophy major that had an emphasis on social and political philosophy in school, communism can be defined in a loose sense.
What happened to you, man?
One moment, let me finish. Communism can be defined in a loose sense as a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But of course, you don't know this because you don't know what communism is. You just use it as a term to apply to people that you don't like. And when you destroy communism as a destruction of America, quite frankly, can you let me finish?
Of course not. You didn't let me finish.
Okay, so you said that communism is
You can put all the hearts out if you want to, but in all honesty, the world is broken. You can see that this current regime does not even support Israel. That's your big takeaway right there. So because we do not support Israel, you should not vote for anybody who does not support Israel. Kamala standing up there lying to the American people.
Okay, you're just...
Ma'am, I have a question. Do you think that the Constitution is fundamental to America?
Oh, hey, Taylor, you might want to take the phone from your mom and unmute the mic. You could do that by clicking on your profile picture and then clicking the icon of the mic.
Is this someone's mom?
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It is. And also for the 24,000 people hanging out with us in here today, it's good to see you all. Make sure to that follow button if you haven't already. We're going to be doing these debates literally all day long. Tarina, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Sarah with the $5 on Venmo. Corey Little with the $50 on Venmo. James with the $20 on Venmo. Gabrielle with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for the love. Rachel with the $15. Audrey with the $20. I appreciate you all so much for the love. If you want to support me or Parker, our Venmo's, Cash Apps, PayPal's are in the bio. Taylor's mom and Parker, I'm going to go and leave this to y'all for 30 seconds. I really got to go pee, so I'll be right back.
All right, for sure. Yeah. So, do you think that the Constitution is fundamental to America?
I do. I feel that if we do not get back to the basics and allowing people to do their civic duty and work for this country, in other words.
Wait, no.
What I'm trying to say is,
you said Marxists and communists are trying to destroy the foundations of this country. That includes things like the Constitution. Donald Trump called for the termination of all articles in the Constitution. So the person that's coming after your fundamental values in this country is Donald J. Trump. He said veterans are suckers and losers.
no, he didn't either. You're taking it out of context. That's all you guys have is words. Word salads. That's all you do.
What word
Get
salad?
out and look at the country, man. Look at what's happening. There are no borders. When there's no borders, there is no country. You do
borders?
realize
Wait,
that, correct?
what policy particularly got rid of the borders? What are you talking about?
The 92 that the 92 executive orders that Biden signed on the first day, eliminating.
Which ones? Name one.
I can't name one, to be honest with you.
You can't name a single one?
Stay in Mexico.
Remain in Mexico. That was in 2019. You put that in 2019. Why did you wait until 2019?
That's right. That's right. And ever since then, ever since
if it was
Trump
such an
left the White
effective border
House,
policy, why did you wait
there is
until
no more
2019?
remain in Mexico. Now it's just come through all day long. Look, what's happening with all of those hurricane victims? Did you know that they were only offered $750? And those people are homeless. American citizens are homeless.
FEMA funds?
That's right.
Who fought against FEMA funds? It was specifically Republicans.
Yep,
Republicans
exactly
specifically
right.
fought against FEMA funds.
Oh no,
Rhonda, thank you for the $20.
No, they told you.
Jeannie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
You've spent the money on all the illegal immigrants coming through.
No federal money has been spent on undocumented immigrants.
Oh, get real. Where do you think
no,
this money's
seriously,
coming
no
from?
federal
My
money is
butt?
going to undocumented immigrants. I promise you that.
You're absolutely full of crap now if you believe that, sir.
What are you
really
talking
dumb.
about? Seriously, tell me what federal policy is going to undocumented immigrants, please.
Oh, well, how about...
Parker, turn your camera on.
I need to put a shirt on.
How about the fact that you have homeless American citizens in the street?
Republicans have never fought for homeless people.
Oh, I have a great question.
Oh, yes, we have.
Oh, I'm gonna cook with this one.
For putting them in prison.
Wait, I'm gonna cook with this one. Hey, I'm so sorry for this. I hate to do this for you. So you just spoke about like the homeless people on the streets, as if it's an issue that you as a Republican care about. Watch this. Name one piece of legislation ever pushed through Congress by Republicans designed for members of the low class.
I think it's called the SAVE Act, and I believe it's sitting in the Senate now for them to actually pass it.
Did you even listen?
Yeah.
But you're gonna keep playing clown music because you're the clown.
Well, I mean, actually, the SAVE Act actually harms members of the low class that are registered to vote but don't have access to an IED, right? So
Did
it
you
actually
even go and work in a poll place or actually do anything besides just make fun of people?
I'm making fun of you right now because not
Okay, let
only
me
are
just
you
add this
wrong
one
and
last
ignorant, but you're
addition.
harmful.
I have
Is that-
one
okay.
last thing to say
Okay.
about abortion. Did you know?
Well, I got to thank some donors. I'm so sorry. I have to thank some donors.
ahead.
Molly, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo saying democracy. Let's get some W Mollies in that chat. Yo, Regina, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. W's for Regina and Anthony with a $50 donation on Venmo. Everybody show some love to Anthony, Regina, and Molly. I really appreciate you guys for your support here today on election day. Quite frankly, phenomenal. Show them some love down below. And Ethan, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. Gabriella with a $5 donation on PayPal. You guys are great, but please go ahead and continue. I apologize for interrupting you.
No worries. Thank you. So, did you know that Kamala Harris is going for allowing parents, pregnant women who are at 34 weeks, that is a live child with a heartbeat, to abort them?
I'm going to do it again. I'm going to embarrass you again. Okay.
Clown music?
I have two questions, right? You're about to get Fucked up. Okay, great.
Dude, honestly, first of all, let me just say this to everyone in the chat. You could say whatever the fuck you want about me, but your opinion really doesn't matter.
Can I do my two questions?
I don't know you, and second of all, you're just talking on the internet, and you couldn't do shit in person. So
hey, stop! Like
we've done this in person.
Stop like threatening like 22,000 people with violence. Okay,
I'm not threatening. I'm just letting them know they're actually talking shit about me.
Let me just ask you two questions, please, Taylor. Thank you.
Instead of standing up for everybody slandering me, you give respect.
4.
As I am doing for
3.
you.
Okay, I'm going to respect you by asking you two questions. You're saying that Kamala Harris is pro late term abortion, pro murder because of her legislative stance, correct?
Correct.
So she has the same legislative stance on late term abortions as Donald Trump. The reason I say this is because she supports codifying the same protections offered under Roe v. Wade. Under Roe v. Wade, after viability, right, states have the ability to either legalize or criminalize elective access to abortion. And that is the same thing that Trump pushes for with rescinding it back to the state. So if Kamala Harris is pro late term abortion because of her policy related stance, and she has an identical policy related stance to Donald Trump in the context of pro late abortions, does that mean that Donald Trump is a sadistic, satanic, pro late term abortion murderer?
Yes.
All the abortions have happened under Biden, though. You know that, right?
Wait, you're saying that there's more?
Sad.
Wait. But you know what else happened under Biden? Roe v. Wade went back to the state. So you're saying that there's more abortions after it went back to the state than prior? And if you don't like abortions and you want to reduce the amount of overall abortions, we should just recodify it through federal protections.
No,
so less
Dean,
women
she
get
wants
abortions?
more murder. She wants more murder, Dean.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
okay, so then codify Roe versus Wade.
Babies, the moment they're an embryo, they're alive. They should not be
It's
killed.
life at conception.
Unless-
It's life at conception. It's also sperm is living. And do you think it's jizzicide to nut?
Nut is not living. Yes, it's a
Yes,
fucking
it is.
living thing,
It
and
literally
when
is.
you're looking under a microscope. But it's not a child that's gonna grow unless it actually lays into an egg.
Wait, okay, a zygote by itself, if you leave it on the desk,
does not
won't
make a
grow.
baby unless it lands into an egg in the fallopian tubes and
Okay, yeah,
lay
so
into the uterus.
Yeah, what you're not understanding is that the zygote itself, by itself, will not develop unless there's pregnancy. So are you saying that you value it once pregnancy begins?
Well, obviously.
Oh, okay. So you don't value the life prior to pregnancy, but you do value it after pregnancy. The only distinction between
How
the
is
zygote.
it a life?
Listen,
How is it a life?
Listen, the only distinction between pregnancy and non-pregnancy for the zygote is location. So your argument is the same as someone arguing that like once it's out of the body, then it's okay, or then you shouldn't be able to kill it, but once it's in the body, you should be able to. That's the same distinction, right? You're just saying
I'm
location
saying
is the relevant
up to a
quality, morally
certain
speaking.
Point.
Also, Caitlin, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Everybody, let's get some W Caitlins down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the $50. Gabriella, thank you for the $5, and Caitlin, another Caitlin, thank you for the $1. Roberta, thank you for the $5. Hillary, thank you for the $15. Hope with a $10. Marina with a $10. Olivia with a $5. Sky with a $5, and Molly with a $20. I appreciate everyone's love on Venmo and PayPal. If anyone else does want to support me through Venmo or PayPal, or Parker through Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App, all of those options are found in our bio. And Dana, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. W's for Dana, that is DANA. And Donald, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Praying that Taylor does not have children. I appreciate you, Dana and Donna.
Roberta, think of the $5. Jordan, think of the $1. And Sarah, think of the $5. And Hope, think of the 10.
Okay, you know what, Taylor, I want to ask you a question. Is that okay?
What?
How many continents are there, Taylor?
How many what?
Continents.
You're cooked.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I have a question, a follow-up. If you don't know how many continents there are, how can you know that Kamala Harris is definitely a bad choice for the presidency and will destroy America through her policy?
Well, I mean, I can just see what Biden's done and already how fucked up America is. So, I mean, if you want to continue in this path, then that's fine.
Can you name one thing Biden has done that's bad?
Oh, well, actually, it was all Kamala. No, I'm not going to say. Don't tell me what I'm going to say. I'm not telling you what
Dean,
you're
stop
gonna
being
say.
so disrespectful, Dean. Put yourself on mute and let her say it. Okay, Dean? Taylor, go ahead. I got you.
Yeah,
Repeat your question, please.
He settled me down.
Yeah, so
Repeat your question. Thank you.
for sure. Yeah. Can you name me one Trump economic policy you like?
Let me think. There's so many. Hold on one sec.
There is. The thing of it is there's so many he's done for the veterans, he's done for
The biggest thing is the biggest thing for me, Mom, stop. The biggest thing for me is veterans being able to get the rights that they deserve. One, two.
What's the policy? What's the policy?
ATX shop. Thank you for the $2 on PayPal. Did
You don't know the policy?
They want to eliminate.
You can't tell me a single policy?
Did you know that the Biden-Harris administration passed a PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of veteran healthcare benefits, right? And in fact, Trump didn't do anything, as well as more service members died under Trump's admin compared to Biden and Harris. So if you truly care about our veterans, why wouldn't you vote for the administration that has proactively almost spent $1 billion to benefit them?
Well, the biggest thing is.
Thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much, Gabriella. I appreciate the dollar. Alexandria, thank you so much.
My father,
appreciate the
he is
$10.
a veteran.
And Corey,
He
thank
was
you
in
so
the
much for the
Army.
$50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Corey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Corey.
So do you have a response? Like just talking about pure congressional legislation, right? What did Trump do for veterans? Because we already know what Biden
as I
and
was
Harris did.
saying, my dad is a veteran himself.
Okay, we're
He
talking about
served in the-
policy passed by the administration.
Right. But my point is, while Trump was in president, he was able to get the aid and medical assistance he needed. Ever since Biden came into presidency, he has lost.
Michelle, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
everything.
Okay, like what did Biden do to do that? Not jack shit. Okay, what I'm telling you. Okay. The policy. Okay, let's talk about policy influenced by the Biden-Harris administration for veterans. What did they do? The PACT Act that invested almost $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits. What did they also do? The biggest pay bump for active duty service members in the military in the last 16 goddamn years. What did they do? Okay, all right. He also pulled out of Afghanistan, and it would have been fine if we didn't have the self-unaliving bomber, a Taliban terrorist, that was released out of prison by Donald Trump in a deal that he brokered with the terrorists that ended up killing those service members directly caused by Trump and his actions. And then on top of that, why do veterans lay their lives down for this country? To protect the American democracy, right? And who launched the biggest internal attack on that American democracy since the Civil War? Donald Trump with his attempted coup when he tried to rig the election in 2020, attempting to steal it from Biden. So all things considered, right, from a policy-oriented lens, Biden and Harris have done more. And from a why do they serve and lay down their lives, well, Trump was antithetical to that with his response and reaction to his loss in 2020. And Christian, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I love you very much. W's for Christian. That's right. Hey, for everybody in here, hit that follow button right now. We are grinding up to 1.6 million followers today. For those of you that don't know who I am, I'm Dean Withers.
Hello, I'm Parker. Get a job. Follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to like fucking 20 million likes. Okay, there's 24,000 people in here. That's a little bit fucking crazy. Never fucking happened before, but let's get it going, everyone. Let's get some crazy MAGA up. Let's add up a few MAGA, actually, Dean. Let's make it interesting.
Yo, Gouda, thank you so much for the $12 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Gouda. Everybody, please show some love to Gouda in the chat literally right now. Thank you so much. Show some love to Gouda down below. And Kelsey, thank you for the $20 on PayPal saying 8. What's 4 plus 4? Thank you for the $20.
Yo,
I really
people
appreciate
saying
you for the love.
make Parker bigger is crazy. That's crazy verbiage, Shut. Crazy verbiage.
Well, if we're gonna get more people up,
Steph, thank you so much for the. Yeah, no, it's fine. I was just troll. I was making the troll because you know
I'm gonna say one
Steph,
last
thank you for the
thing before I get off.
$11.50.
Is
Thank you
that
so much.
cool?
Goda, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Ava, thank you so much for the $3. Crystal, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate. Gabrielle, thank you for the $1. Carrie, thank you so much for the $5. And Gabrielle with the $50 for saving democracy. Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Spider, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
Sven,
All right,
thank you for $2.
Would you try to help me get someone up?
I got you, brother.
All right. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Everybody, this is such an easy live to hit 10 million likes on. Everybody start double tapping away. And Lucian, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Lucian. You were
Anthony, you voting Trump?
Nah, I just fuck with y'all guys. Can you guys talk about Jill Stein and why not to vote for her?
Yeah, because she has no chance of winning and is just going to take away from Kamala being able to beat Trump.
All right, guys, for the 23,000 people in here, everyone make sure to say hey in the chat. What's going on, Connor? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I already did, bro.
Why?
All right. Why did you vote for Trump? Also, hey, Taylor, feel free to interject with your last point. We'll talk, but take it away, Mr. Connor. Of course, he's voting for Trump. His name's Connor. Thank you for the VR
Dean,
glasses.
Yeah, Connor, great name. Yeah, I voted Donald Trump because
Gago, thank you for the subscription. You're great.
I just felt like it, man. I don't know. I just, based on hearing both of them talk, I think Donald Trump's the winner.
Okay, why? Why is he better than Harris? I mean, use more like reason than you just felt like it, because you just sound like an idiot when you say
Well, that's the truth. I did just feel like it, but also, I saw.
Okay, so you voted with your feelings? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, man, feelings are important. No.
Okay, so feelings over facts, because the facts.
I didn't say that. I said feelings are important.
Okay, how am I supposed to debate your feelings? Either come with facts, reason, and logic, or
You don't need to
skedaddle.
debate my feelings. That was one of the reasons, right? You asked me why did I do it. I'm telling you. So
yeah, this is a debate live though. Use your brain. Come on.
All right, Dean, you drive a hard bargain. I saw the CNN interview the other day. Kamala Harris was broadcasting 2 different ads for the Muslim population and the Jewish population.
I've seen this argument like a million times, Connor.
No, but what's the deal with that?
Yeah, no, I'm going to respond. So, one, right? None of the messages contradict. 2, every political candidate does this. You think they give the same ads in the swing states that they're giving in like Nevada?
You're saying they didn't contradict.
Rebecca, thank you for the $22 on PayPal, and Will with a $50 on Venmo, and Lindsay with a $50 on Venmo as well. Everybody show love to Lindsay, Will, and Rebecca right out down below. I really appreciate you guys for the $50 and the $22. Thank you guys so much. I mean it from the bottom of my
Christina,
heart.
thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Yeah, so they did contradict, though. One was talking about how we're going to give Israel, we're going to make sure Israel always has the right to protect itself, blah, 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 blah. And then the other one was all about, what's happening to Gaza is such a travesty, and when I'm president, we're gonna make sure that we reach a 2-party solution. And the other one was all about Israel having the right to defend itself.
Those are consistent with each other.
Those are consistent with each other.
Yeah,
so what is it supposed to mean when she says Israel has the right to defend itself? Because you know how Israel feels about this, right? They want to steamroll.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is not self-defense, right? But everyone does have a right to self-defense. Now, these aren't contradictory messages, right? She would argue that what they're doing, right, is leading to humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and that's like exactly why, again, it is the case that if they do not uphold, right, a particular ceasefire agreement, given that they can't establish it, right, it is the case that they wouldn't be able to get arms from the United States, right? That is what's currently up right now on the chopping block.
And an alternative perspective is, yeah, those messages are contradictory within the application of them, but simultaneously, it's still going to be the better of 2 evils within this respect, right? I think what's more contradictory is for Donald Trump to call migrants criminal rapists and say that's why they shouldn't be allowed in our country and they're a threat to democracy.
Well, there are criminal migrants, not all migrants.
We'd say like you're saying like you could see it as hypocritical. Is that what you're trying to say, Dean?
Yeah. For like instance,
yeah, like someone
Connor,
can have that perspective. Yeah, that
would you
interpretation.
wait, Connor? I have a question. Would you say if it is the case that there's an undocumented migrant that called for the termination of articles found in the Constitution, right, as well as had raped an American woman and right tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of an election, that they would be a threat to our democracy?
A threat to our democracy? Well, I mean, the threat in that case, it sounds like it would go far beyond just democracy.
It's just, yeah, that's a threat to our country as a whole.
Right, but
okay, so yes, you just affirmed
if they did these things. Well, it's not an if. Like there are. It's
just
not
affirmed
up for debate the fact that there are
Connor.
undocumented migrants.
Hey,
who have
Connor,
committed
stop
crimes.
talking. Stop talking. You just affirmed that if there's an undocumented migrant that commit 34 felonies, was held civilly liable for raping a woman, and tried to change the outcome of a federal election, that there would be an exhaustive threat to our country. Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a woman. Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. Donald Trump tried to rig and steal the outcome of the 2020 election from Joe Biden. So does that mean that Donald Trump, just like that undocumented migrant, is an existential threat to our country? Or are you going to hold a different standard because he's a white guy from New York?
Dude, I'm from Texas, and yeah, I'm white, but that has nothing to do with the fact that he's white and he's from New York. I could care less where he's from. He's an American.
So is he a threat to our country, just like that undocumented migrant would be?
No way. No, and I don't think the
Lexi, thank
individual
you so much for the
migrant
$20. Thank you, Christina. Thank you for $2, and Matt, thank you for $10. Yeah, he's more of a threat. That's what it is, Dean.
Yes. Why would the undocumented migrant be a threat to our country under the identical conditions as Donald Trump, but Donald Trump would not be? Tell me why.
See, Dean, there's criminals in the United States that are citizens, right? And there are undocumented migrants who come in. They have been convicted of these crimes in their own country.
Alexis, thank you for the $20 on PayPal saying W, Dean, and Parker. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Alexis in the chat. You are not answering my question. Once again, my question is,
now he believes the criminal justice system, by the way.
Yeah, for real. You said that a migrant would be a threat to our country if they were a felon that scraped a woman, called for the termination of the Constitution, and tried to rig the outcome of an election. Those are all things that Donald Trump has done. Why does this not make Donald Trump a threat to our country?
Well, in the way you framed the question, Dean, maybe I didn't answer your question correctly the first time according to my own beliefs, but what I'm trying to get at is that individual migrant, I mean, sure, maybe if they pull the right strings and they can orchestrate all that stuff, then maybe. But the fact of the matter is there are criminals in the United States right now that are undocumented immigrants and that are American citizens, right?
Chad, is he answering my question? Yes or no? Go ahead.
So, yeah, on an individual level, is our democracy fragile enough to where it could fall by the will of one person?
Okay, there's 20,000 people in the live. No one thinks that you're answering my question.
Well, I said no. That's my answer.
No was not an answer to my question. Dude, okay, I will repeat my question in one sentence.
Okay.
You said that a migrant would be a threat to our country if they were a rapist criminal that called for the termination of the Constitution and tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of an election, right? But you also said that Donald Trump would not be a threat to our country under those same terms, right? So I'm asking you why Donald Trump would not be a threat to the country while the migrant would be a threat to our country under identical terms. That's the question that I'm asking you.
Okay, in this hypothetical,
No.
yeah, I get it. In this scenario, in
Not a
this
sufficient
framework,
response.
Donald Trump, it would be different for Donald Trump because Donald Trump is an American citizen, has a vested interest in this country. Yeah. Duh.
The only difference is that he's an American citizen.
Wait, so you're saying
He's
if
not
an
just
American...
he is. That's a key difference.
Wait,
yes,
so you're
but-
saying if an American citizen committed 9/11, that 9/11 would have not have been an attack on our country?
Okay, well, I'm not. You know the official story with 9/11, right? They found the passports after the planes hit the building.
If an American citizen...
Wait, Connor believes it's an inside job.
No, I don't believe it was an inside job, but I don't believe that those people who they say did it, they found their passports.
Connor. If an American citizen committed 9/11, would 9/11 have been a threat to our country?
I mean, it wasn't a threat. It happened. Yeah, it doesn't matter who did it. That was an attack. Yeah, that was
Connor. How can you say 9/11 wasn't a threat to our country? What are you talking about?
But undocumented
country. I mean, it was a threat to the people in those buildings, the people in New York. You know, the people died undeniably, but the whole country,
What?
No, I don't think the.
You don't think it was a so yeah okay so again a 9/11 was not a threat to our country according to Connor.
And by the World Trade Center Building 7, y'all know about that?
Yo, Darianne, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Darianne. Let's also go. Thank you so much, Nicole, for the $1. Madison for the $1. You guys are great. Dana, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Skyrie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, and Alexis, thank you for the $20. All right, Connor, do you have anything else you want to go over? Because this is incoherent gibberish. So.
Well, yeah, Parker asked what I said, and I said World Trade Center Building 7, it collapsed into its own footprint. So who's to say who really did all that stuff, right?
See, this is what I mean. He does believe it's an inside job.
I don't know if it was an inside job or if it was another country.
Oh, okay. Wait, you earlier said it wasn't.
It could. I mean, have y'all heard of those dancing people?
I don't give a fuck. Connor, get out of here. Fast Runner, what's up?
What is this guy doing, dude?
Who gives a shit?
Hey, what's up? Been here a while.
Hey, what's up? You voting for Trump?
I voted for Trump. I decided to literally sitting in the polling booth.
All right. Why did you vote for Trump?
I simply can't get past the idea that we're possibly granting Kamala Harris the White House for 12 years without ever winning a primary election. It seems a bit. She kind of evened the playing field for me when it comes to
12 years. Wait, 12 years?
Yes, because she didn't win the primary in 2020. She didn't win a primary.
Goda, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
She didn't win the primary in 24. If she runs in 28, she'll be running as an incumbent, which is mostly ceremonial primary election.
There would still be one.
Right, but it's largely ceremonial. She will win the nomination without ever actually having to
do VPs have to win primaries?
What? No.
So then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm confused on your question.
So then why are you counting that 4 years into it?
What I'm saying is she's only the nominee in 24 because she was Biden's vice president.
Okay, so I just have a question.
She's been in the White House for 4 years already. I
don't understand why
the White House.
Wait, I don't understand why the primaries are so vital to you, right?
Because when you are
granted, I
granted,
finish talking.
Sure.
Because the primary elections exist in private political parties, such as the RNC and the DNC. They're completely separate from our government or democratic features of our Constitution.
Right.
Primary elections have nothing to do with the constitutional practices of our civil and electoral processes, because you could go start your own private political party tomorrow, and you could hold your own primary elections, right? And what we'd say here, right, is nothing more than the simple fact that come November, come today, election day, you have the ability to vote for whoever you want, or you can
I
write
understand.
in your own damn name. Right, and the private political parties and their primaries are completely separate and different.
I understand. The
our
wild card
government
there,
fixtures of civil and electoral processes.
the wild card there, the lurking variable is that when you're granted the Democratic Party label on a ballot, that's like an automatic 40 million votes. Okay, you can vote for a straight party Democratic ticket, which millions of Americans do. So when you're granted the Democratic Party label on a ballot, you're automatically granted 40 to 50 million votes. I think that there should be a democratic policy or a democratic process to choose that person, which the only time Kamala has ever been a part of that process, she lost. If she would have won a primary, she might have had my vote. I don't think
she essentially did, right? She essentially did because no one else ran against her, and 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with her being the nominee.
She united
the entire party.
Even establish that, Parker.
There was. We voted for the delegates, and the delegates vote on behalf of what the American people want.
I was a Democrat coming in to this election. Okay, I'm telling you,
you're not listening to my point, though.
I couldn't go vote for anybody in a primary.
Listen to what I'm telling you. You voted for either Joe Biden or other people, right? And you voted for delegates. Delegates vote on behalf of what you and the American people want. It was very clear, based upon multiple different data points, that 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with her being the nominee. That is, no one ran against her. No one chose to be the person to run against her.
To agree to disagree. The question is, why did
who ran against her? Tell me.
I would love to ask.
Who ran against her?
After you answer Parker's question, I have a follow-up. You're on pause. We can't hear you.
To run against her, there was no primary.
Okay.
Yes, you could run against her. There could have been an open convention.
I understand what you're saying. There wasn't a chance. Nobody.
Okay. Can I end this?
Like my governor, I would have loved to.
I'm just gonna end you like you're useless fucking. Hey, calm down. Which individual in the presidential race right now, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, do you think would make America better off with their policy?
It's a really tough decision. I'm not a Trump guy.
And thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Let's talk about it. So not only do we know that Kamala Harris's economic policy is better for the average everyday American because it's built for them, not the average everyday billionaire.
But we don't.
Not only do we know that, we do know that. Yes.
No. No. Listen, the DNC primary or the convention. Sorry, J.B. Pritzker's up preaching his.
Her policy has nothing to do with the DNC. We know what her announced policy is, given her own campaign and kamalaharris.com/issues. We know that her tax plan is built for the low and the middle class and 100 million American workers in it, because what it constitutes, right? What it constitutes is an increase in the child tax credit to reduce childhood poverty. What it constitutes is a $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers. What it constitutes is $50,000 off of your taxes for the first year of your business's life. Okay.
Do you just name 3 things that already exist that are increasing?
Anybody will pay out of anybody will pay out of pocket for their private pharmaceutical costs. So when I say that we know Kamala Harris's tax plan is built for the average American, built for 100 million American workers in that low and the middle class, it's because of the policy that's listed on her website. Now, what we also know is, what am I wrong about?
Dean, I said you're not wrong. I'm not arguing Kamala Harris's policy is bad. I'm trying to illustrate to you that.
But what I'm arguing is that Kamala Harris's policy is drastically better than Donald Trump's. In January, either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris will be the next president of our country. I cannot believe you when you say that this is holding you back from voting for Kamala Harris when you make the recognition that her policy will be better. why do you think that single mothers should continue to struggle to the same degree that they are now, right, and not reap the benefits of that child tax credit?
You don't.
All
The
because she
framing
didn't
of
win
that
a
question
primary
is
election.
crazy. You understand that Republicans do have solutions for single mothers. And no, I'm not sitting here looking at a list, and I don't do this for a living. I can't.
Okay, what are the solutions listed on Donald Trump's proposed policy if he were to win, and how are they better than Kamala Harris's?
Well, first of all, the border crisis is a real thing. You need to understand that. I can give real life examples of why. Okay, my wife is a nurse practitioner. People come in to her urgent care who don't speak any English, arrived here 6 months ago, and charge Medicaid. And their housing is subsidized, their $1,000 a month rent here in Michigan, by the federal government.
Through
over the state of Michigan, okay?
Through what
That
programs?
money
What programs
is-
from our federal government pay for housing for undocumented migrants?
I don't know the specific.
Because they don't
There is
fucking
none.
exist.
There
Yes,
is none.
there is.
No,
And what
there's
is it
not.
called?
No, there's not.
That money would come through a federal program giving money to the state for
What's the
general
federal program?
welfare programs. I don't have the program. I'm telling you, I'm not looking at it because I'm talking to you on my phone.
Great. So now that we could recognize that Kamala Harris's policy is better for the average American than Donald
Sweet,
Trump's
think of the
policy would be,
$5.
how can you say that you want families to continue to be worse off and not reap the benefits of Kamala Harris's policy all because she didn't win a primary election?
Because the framing of that question is ridiculous. Because
That's not ridiculous
the
framing. That's
Republicans
true.
do
I've
not
already
think
demonstrated
that
how it
we
is the
should be
case
worse
for
off.
the next 4 years. If Kamala Harris is elected compared to Donald Trump, these families will be better off. Meaning, if Donald Trump, they will be worse off compared to Kamala Harris.
I
Okay.
didn't come here to argue economic policy because I understand she has many good policies.
Phenomenal. So why do you want these families to be worse off if Trump is elected compared to if Kamala Harris is elected? Yes, you do, because you don't want to vote for Harris. You want to vote for Trump.
No, because Kamala Harris is evening the playing field for many different reasons, okay? The Democratic, I didn't come here to argue policy with you. I can't make that more clear.
I do.
I came here
Because
to
why
argue
should you
and said, why did
value
you
not
vote for
winning a
Trump? And I
primary
said,
election over making American families better off? You're like, I have a real issue with her being nominated by the delegates at the DNC instead of being voted for, even though we know more people would have voted for her in the primaries compared to people that would have voted for Joe Biden because she has a higher level of support than Joe Biden, right? And in tangent of that, you thereby vote for Trump. And in tangent of that, you thereby want families to not reap the benefits of the increases in the child tax credit. You thereby want small business owners to not reap the benefits of $50,000 off their taxes in the first year of their business. You want 22,000 rape victims that got pregnant to continue to be denied access to abortion because she wants to codify federal protections for every single American woman and girl's right to choose, all because she didn't win a primary. Do you see how absolutely ridiculous
Okay, we can
and
talk about
absurd
abortion.
your position is?
We can talk about abortion. Okay. This country cannot agree on abortion. I think we can all agree on that. It's been split down the middle for far too long. The people of California do not think like the people of Alabama. Do not
Remember
think
when
like the
people
of
couldn't
Florida.
agree on segregated schools?
Okay.
Gina, Obama bin Laden is crazy. I just saw
There's
your
no
tweet.
way you're deflecting that. There's no way.
No, God.
The people of Alabama, the women of Alabama, the women in my life,
$10 on PayPal. I appreciate you.
do not support Kamala Harris's abortion policies. Okay.
Okay, and hello?
So that's why Donald Trump in the current administration's abortion's law today is the same as it was when Donald Trump left office, is the correct policy because the people of Alabama deserve the right to make their own laws. And I
Okay, the
understand,
people of Alabama
I
deserve the right to make
understand
their own laws. Do you
compelling
think that we should
arguments
give the
for-
state of Alabama the right to legalize slavery because they deserve the right to make their own laws?
No, God damn.
Oh,
I'm
so then why-
pro-choice. You're not even letting me talk. You're just doing your thing. I'm pro-choice. The people of Alabama are not.
Okay, wait.
Why
here's
should we have a
solution.
federal abortion ban? And that brings me to my next point, which is along the same line.
I have a solution. Would you say that we should rescind legislation on abortion from the federal government to the state level because they could thereby make their own individualistic policy that better reflects the constituents of their state?
That is exactly what I would like to do. Yes.
Hypothetically,
It's
would
on
you support
policy?
hypothetically, would you support rescinding it from the state level to the county level so they could make even better, more individualistic policy that better reflects the views of the constituents of each county?
If I could see that made sense, sure. But no, that seems a little too convoluted because the county borders are sometimes a little complicated. But yes.
Okay, but in theory, that would be something that you'd support.
Sure.
Okay. Well, the issue with this is why do we stop there? What if we were to hypothetically take it from the county level to the city level? And why
You are
would we stop
slippery
there?
sloping right
Why
now.
don't we take it from the city
That's a
level to
fallacy.
the household level? And why would we stop there? Let's take it from the household level into the hands of every single American woman and girl. Here's the thing. If you ideologically support the view that every U.S. citizen should have the most individualistically based and personally tailored legislation that reflects their own views, you place the most power in the hands of the people through federal protections, because that allows the ability for church-going Nancy, right, the Christian evangelicus out of Alabama, to decide that she will never get an abortion in her lifetime because she thinks that it is murder, while also allowing, you know, I don't know, Megan from Denver or Boulder, Colorado, to go out and get 20 of them because she sees absolutely no issue. You place the most individualistic power in the hands of the people through federal protections, and that is the logical conclusion of your position.
New word, disrupt.
I would love to agree with that point, but you're going too deep. Okay, what I'm saying is that you can't just go all the way down to the county and say, where are we going to stop? Where are we going to stop is where the country agrees to stop. Okay, and now we cannot.
The country wants Roe versus Wade in place. 60% of the country wants Roe versus Wade in place.
I would not have repealed Roe v. Wade. Okay, but now that I see how the policy is working, and I've seen, listen, there are very compelling arguments for both sides of abortion. I think.
No, there's not. Kenny, think of the $5. Lily, think of the 5. What's the compelling argument for abortion access to be restricted in the first trimester?
I don't have one. I would agree. I completely agree. Listen, I am not going to make the argument that abortion should be illegal in the first trimester.
Adriana, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Adriana. Thank you so much. W's for Adriana down below.
Most first trimester.
I'm not gonna lie. This is like, I'm not gonna lie. This is pure fucking sophistry. I demonstrated to you how your logic would entail the fact that it should be federally protected against, right? And then you just denied.
No, you didn't.
I even got you to concede that it should be at the county level prior to knowing my argument where you said yes.
Fallacy. Parker's making good points.
Okay, this is actual fucking sophistry. Name the logical fallacy in which I exercise, sir.
Slippery slope.
And give me a definition of the slippery slope logical fallacy.
Definition,
fucking hell, sophistry at its exercising logical fallacies because you're dunking on me. You've proved me wrong.
I learned this in a research and methodologies class in college 5 years ago, man.
Yeah, no,
that's
please,
it.
Please, give me the definition of a slippery slope fallacy and then demonstrate exactly how I'm exercising it.
Slippery slope fallacy.
Laura, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for supporting women's rights. Let's get some W's for Laura down below. I really appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo.
An example of a slippery slope fallacy is what you just said. Is why would we stop at the state?
No, I want a definition. Emily, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo as well. W's for Emily down below in the chat. Thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents. W's for Emily and Laura. We're still waiting on a definition, man.
Outcome.
Abby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. So do you have a definition, sir?
I just read it. Did I not?
No, you don't. No, you didn't.
I read you a definition. I'm telling you, I'm on my phone, so I can't get you the actual definition.
Oh, we can't hear you when you're off app. We can't hear you. We can't hear you when you're off.
Okay, well, a small action that leads to a series of actions that will lead to a negative outcome. This country can't agree on abortion, so we should possibly move it to the states, exactly where it is. Okay, that's the only point I'm making.
Did you know that this was the same argument of the Confederacy? Corey, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Like, how do you qualm the fact that that was the same argument of the Confederacy? Like literally, they said people can't agree on
the
basic
individuals
human rights.
affected because no slaves were voting for pro-slavery. There are women voting for pro-life.
Wait, did you know that there's women that supported anti-suffragette movements in the 1920s, instantiating that they thought that women shouldn't have the right to vote? So would you be okay with a women's right to vote going back to the state?
No.
Oh, but women stood against it.
That's the way abortion are simply that there are babies that can be born at 6
we showed you how you
9
don't
months.
have a compelling argument. We just demonstrated the issue with it.
Because I 90% agree with you on this shit.
In the 1920s, the country was very bro. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm gonna try one more time before I kick you. Okay? In the 1920s, the country was divided. Some people thought women should have the right to vote. Some people thought they shouldn't, including women stood against that idea and said that women shouldn't have the right to vote either. So would you say in the 1920s that they should have just left it up to the states?
No, Dean, I wasn't alive in the 1920s. Neither were you. I have
Yeah, that's not a fucking argument, sir. Christian, are you voting for Trump?
No, I actually had a question for you because you're way better at debating than I am, and I'm trying to convince my buddies who are all not voting that it's actually fucking important.
Do they do they think sexual abuse is bad? Do they care about the Constitution? Do they care about our democracy? Right? Do they think it's bad to sexualize little girls?
Those are the points I've made, especially with my one friend. I'm saying, okay, you have a girlfriend. If she gets raped, if you get her pregnant, what are you going to do then if he's elected? And I don't care. I mean, it is what it is. I'm like, dog. So I don't know. Like, I'm asking, is there anything?
So, Kat, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, and Corey, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, and Emily, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on PayPal. W's for Kat, Corey, and Emily. I know.
But yeah, something that you can show them in terms of this is you can ask them basic questions like, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? If they say no, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child? Or they would likely say yes to the first one. They'll likely say no to the second one. You can ask them for the relevant difference. That means they'd vote for one rather than the other one. The only thing they can bring up is the age of the individual. So essentially, they're just saying it's less severe insofar as that they think it's not excessively bad to assault a woman, which is an insane view. And they're not likely to accept that one. You can also ask them if they think that violent offenders should be able to get access to guns, right? They clearly are pro law and order. They don't think they should be able to get guns. So why should they be able to get nuclear weapons? Right? You can talk to them about the Constitution. They probably care about the Second Amendment, right? Trump, if he wants to terminate all articles in the Constitution, that includes the Second Amendment.
Also, like 60 women that get raped and get pregnant are denied access to abortion a day. So, I mean, if they want to abstain from voting and not vote for Harris to recodify, all right, protections offered under Roe v. Wade, and she loses the election, right, the blood of those 60 women are on their hands.
Yep, and that we're in a battleground state, too. I mean, Michigan sways each way. And on that point of the last guy, it was just... Hello?
Hopefully me and Parker gave you some good points, man. We are going to go ahead and head back to the debates, but I do appreciate you for coming up, Christian. Have a good one. What's up, Bungo? You voted for Trump?
I'm kind of on the fence. I don't really know who to vote for, but the thing is Trump, he was a lifelong Democrat until 2016, and Hillary Clinton won the populist vote then, but somehow he pulled through and won that election. I'm 22.
How old are you?
22.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically, I'm just saying is, how did Trump even win in 2016? Was it like Nebraska and Maine, or was there a fix-in? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't really make sense to me. And I don't know. I feel like they're all friends. The Electoral College. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but the Electoral colleges went against the populist vote. So why would our populist vote even matter? You know what I mean?
Well, the populist vote doesn't matter for the election.
Exactly. So then why is everyone
Dean, should we post that one in the group chat on my third?
Trying to say.
What's that? Say that.
Should I post that on my third or on my main? Did you see the one in the group chat?
If you post it on your main, we could have people go spam it, and then you should invite me to collaborate.
The Harris voters being shy. Cuban argues the vitriol on Harris voters partly driven by Elon Musk.
Are we watching Hassan?
Hi, Taylor. That was Hassan, yeah. What's up, Taylor? You voted for Trump?
I'm not.
All right, we're just looking for people that are. I do appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to our next guest. For the 18,000 people hanging out in the room with us here today, are we still experiencing lag, or did we kind of get past it? By the way, guys, Hassan DM'd me on Twitter.
Really? What did Hassan say?
Just that he likes it. Likes what I'm doing. He thinks it's really cool, etc. A little lag.
Talk to us.
So are you voting for Trump?
Yes. How you doing, guys?
I'm doing all
right. What you guys are doing about the way you're approaching discourse of the political climate, I know there's a lot of people on the left and the right that when you hear them speak, it's really difficult not to get aggravated. And we're human, when people are making poor arguments, we tend to mock a little, but it's understandable. What I've seen you guys do, we're only human, but there's some people on the left and the right that I see. I'm like, this is horrible. Yes, I'm voting for Trump. So I just believe that both of them are ethically questionable people, but I think when it comes to defending America from foreign threats, I would rather have Trump at the helm rather than Kamala.
Why? Kamala also.
Because of his poise, his demeanor, how other nations would view people speaking. Whenever I see Kamala speaking, it seems it doesn't seem methodical, you know. Trump, at least,
so
I feel like.
Where are the leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he thinks that Kamala Harris would be easy to manipulate? Like the leaked Kremlin documents where he says that he thinks Trump would be easy to manipulate?
Well, people
Megan,
can think what they want to think. People can think what they want to think, and it doesn't
isn't
necessarily.
your argument here is that he'd be better fit to like talk to other world leaders, but yet other world leaders
Yes.
think that he's easy to manipulate and to take advantage of?
My argument to that would be, isn't it better to have someone believe that they can get one over on you, where you yourself can do that to them? People that voice like power typically aren't the ones
he
in
literally
possession.
let Russia get one over on him. Like
When
for
was
instance,
this?
he believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence at Helsinki, right? Because the DoD and the CIA had said that there's Russian interference with the 2016 election. Putin told him that there wasn't, and Trump just believed him. And then Trump spoke against that claim, saying that it was false. Still does.
I'll definitely look into
there's
that.
a real world example.
I'll definitely look into that. I don't have much time, actually, unfortunately, going. I just wanted to come compliment and tell you guys to keep doing what you're doing, both of you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Peace out. If anyone wants to support either myself or Parker, both of our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals, they are in the bio, guys.
What's up, boys?
What's up, Corey? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I came on here because Parker and you were on here. I was able to join Harry's last night. I just wanted to thank y'all for all of y'all's like hard work the last few months. I sent you both like $60 on Venmo. I think we might have opposing views, but I respect the hustle at a young age, and I respect everything y'all do. And I hope that no matter what way this election goes, that we can use the platforms we all built to spread kindness and positivity in this world, because we need more of it. But I just came on here to say great job to both of you, your research, your time, missing sleep, you know.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for coming up, bro. I appreciate that, man. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man.
Of course. Yeah, y'all have a great
Thanks so
day.
much, Corey.
Of course.
Yeah, peace out, bro. What's
out,
up,
brother.
Cameron? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, how y'all doing today? Yeah, I am driving. I'm about to pull over right
Parker, would you help
now.
me? Would you help me load up?
Yeah,
a
I can
guest?
help you. I was looking how to title the video. And David, thank you for the
You all
$2.
good,
Thank
brother?
you. They want you to make my
Guys,
my
is
square
the
bigger.
lag better now? Lag is.
I want you to make my
Guys,
my
is
square
the
bigger.
lag better now? Lag is insane.
Yeah, it seemingly is lagging for a lot of people. That's just like how shitty TikTok is, dude. It's like when you get a lot of viewers, they'll just like want to fuck with you. You want to do a restart? You want to do a restart? Again?
I don't know. Let's see if that fixed it.
I don't think it did.
Better? Better? It worked? Wow. Wow, okay. I actually fixed it. Holy shit. Would you look at that?
Okay, nice.
Nice. What's up, Higgs? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello. Sorry, I just have a really important question.
Dahlia, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely not.
All right, guys, please only be in the queue if you're voting for Trump. I feel like the last 10 guests that we've gotten up here have not been here to debate. Although we do love you guys, just please stay out of the queue unless you're voting for Trump.
What do you think we should title it, Dean?
I don't know.
I
And I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on with the live right now.
Me neither, man. I'm sorry, man. Now people are delaying and lagging.
Dude, this is bullshit. This is like the best live stream I've ever had, and this is how it is.
I know, right? This is crazy, Dean. This is insane. I hope you just realized what just happened.
And this is how it ends, really, through fucking TikTok glitches.
Yeah, I feel like that always happens.
Ugh.
I think it still has, like, we can get pushed out easily.
Yeah. Hey, guys, please hop in the queue if you are voting for Trump. We're looking for next
Sloan, are
guest
you
right
voting
now.
Trump?
Emma,
Sloan,
get in. My roommate. Emma,
Sloan,
get in. My roommate. Emma,
Sloan,
get in. My
Speech.
Emma,
Sloan,
get in. She'll be here in like 2 seconds. She's just finishing her food. But basically, she's going to talk about how they're bringing wolves into Colorado and then trying to get rid of the. And then
I'll just happily talk to her. Where's she at?
I'll bring it to her. Emma.
Dean, maybe you should drop the guests and then add us back. Because I mean, some people are just like lagging really bad. It seems.
I don't know what to do. I don't think that there's anything I could do. I just want to like leave it as it is and let the lag play out.
Yeah, I guess that's all you can do.
Okay, Sloan. If you can't get her up here, I gotta
That's
I
fine.
gotta move on.
That's
is she,
okay.
Is she near or anything?
She's doing something real quick, but it'll be like 2 minutes, so that's fine.
All right, you guys, we're going to move on to our next guest. For those that still has a live lagging, just swipe in and out. Just swipe in and out. Just swipe in and out. What's up, Brian? Are you voting for Trump? Swipe in and out. Literally swipe up to the next live, then swipe back in.
Beck, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Beck.
What do you want me to get a guest loaded up in here?
Yeah, sorry.
You're good, man.
All right.
I'm so upset about this. This is like so upsetting, bro. It's unreal.
No, I know. I understand. Trust me, I get you.
Yo, Spam Mag in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. We're just looking for a next guest. Please only hop in the queue if you are ready and present and willing to
User,
debate.
are you voting Trump?
User's not
Hello?
here triggered. Are you voting Trump?
Hello?
Hi,
voting Trump?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay,
How
why
old
are
are
you
you?
voting for Trump?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
August.
Okay.
I had a question. So this is for Parker, I guess, because he's the economics major. So for the tariffs, let's say, so American goods are $100, right? Chinese has like a $50 price tag. So obviously everyone's going to go to China or buy the Chinese goods. So the tariffs would bring Chinese goods up at least $100 or more. So people, yes, they're going to spend more money at the beginning to buy.
So you want people to spend 2 times more price? Is that what you're saying?
Well, but after the tariff, well, also Trump's plan was to get rid of income taxes with the tariffs, but
you can't do that. You will not. He would barely be able to replace the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with a 20% tariff. He'd barely be able to replace it.
But
like the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
But I'm pretty sure that tariffs are like a really long, like at least 4-year plan. Because once people start,
No, he wants it permanent. Erica, think of the $2. Thank you.
Well, Trump
in London, think of the $6.
But
Erica, thank you for the $2 on Venmo.
So after people start buying American goods, it would probably be more split like 50-50 if they're the same price. Or if China's more expensive, it would be more American goods bought. So then more money into American industries. Then also China would bring industries into America to bypass the tariff. More jobs here. And then obviously more money into the industries means lower costs.
Yeah, so think about this.
American
think about
goods
this that
are
way.
cheaper.
So there's a few things that happen with this. It would devalue our goods because it decreased the likelihood that they'll trade with us around the world, right? So there's less of a demand on the U.S. dollar,
okay, thank you for
right? It
manifesting.
decreases export jobs because other countries around the world put tariffs on us, right? And it decreases economic growth and increases prices. So you might think, oh, it's better for the economy. Well, it decreases the size of our economy, unironically. So actually, no, it doesn't make us better off.
But in the long term, why wouldn't we? How much of American citizen dollars are going over to China? How much of that through tariffs would go over to America? How would that decrease industry?
Tariffs are paid by the American consumer.
Right. At the
what's your point?
At the beginning, but when
always.
Okay, well, so back to the $100. So China's $100, maybe 110 compared to $100 worth of American goods. American goods keep getting cheaper because of more industry, more like research and development or whatever. And then so China.
So you're just gonna wait. So I have a question. Right, prices going up for gas right now. Has it made it cheaper?
Well, we don't have tariffs on gas.
Okay, but you're just saying the price going up will make it cheaper over time.
No, I'm not saying prices going up will make it cheaper. I'm saying more people buy.
That actually will happen. Prices
goods.
going up will make it will lead to it going cheaper over time because there'll be an incentive for suppliers to produce. But the issue is that it's not desirable. As the price increase in gasoline in the United States because of the decrease in imports coming into the country is also not desirable. So in the same way we view the price of gasoline and we say that we don't like the fact that the price went up, right, and it hurts us more because imports dropped, is the same reason we should point to that in terms of tariffs. Because it's essentially the same phenomenon.
Wait, can you explain the gasoline again? Because I'm pretty sure the gasoline and natural gas is like a completely different stuff.
We are importing less gas into the United States right now. Like I'm talking about natural, like oil.
Okay.
We're getting less oil into the country right now than we were under Trump's administration, right? Imported into the country. Okay. That's the same thing as what would happen under a tariff. Which, what did it do? It caused the price to go up in the United States, which, yes, incentivizes domestic production in the United States, but overall led to an increase in prices for gasoline for people, and it negatively impacted the middle class, right?
But gasoline is also a different example because it's hard to just just drill out more oil. Industry, you can always put more money into American industries. You can always have China.
That doesn't decrease cost of production. Why is cost of production or why is the production in all those other places rather than here in the United States? Well, because something about them allows for them to produce at the same quality for cheaper.
Right, but so if we increase the price of Chinese goods through tariffs, then more money is going to go to American industries.
Yeah, but that causes prices for American consumers to go up, and it negatively impacts consumers.
There's no way you're going to beat China at the beginning without increasing prices at first. But when you, over time with the tariffs.
Okay, so you want inflation.
I mean, yeah. Well, no, I don't want it. I don't want inflation, but it's going to happen with the tariffs at the beginning, obviously. Or not, I don't know
Julia
if it's
said thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
Inflation, but obviously prices are going to go up with the tariffs at the beginning. That's how they're going to work. Because American.
Well, I mean, you understand that there's other things that we could do to promote American manufacturing.
Well, Dean, I was watching your debate with Nick Fuentes or whatever his name is, and I liked his point. How he brought up.
You liked his point. Saying you like Nick Fuentes' point is crazy. Okay, he's a white supremacist.
No. Obviously, I didn't like most of his other points, but his one point about how you're not going to beat China with your Chips and Science Act because China has infinite labor. And they can always outproduce us, outperform us. So, tariffs.
Explain to me why the Chips and Science Act is going to direct 20% of the global chip supply to America in the next 6 years when they're predominantly produced in China and Taiwan.
Wait, say that again?
Chips are predominantly produced in China and Taiwan, and we're going to steal 20% of the global manufacturing of chips due to $25 billion investment in American manufacturers. I pondered on that one for a little bit. I was like, okay, maybe some low-level tariffs on China are okay, but I'm actually pretty sure that we don't even need that, right? Just because of the empirics, right? We've already stolen manufacturing from China and Taiwan.
Okay. What about how tariffs would bring more jobs to America?
We don't see that. There's actually more jobs outsourced under Trump's term than Biden and Harris's, with the only distinction being investment in American manufacturing, right? And in fact, the tariffs were lessened under Biden's administration compared to Trump's, right? And then also, right, when was our unemployment the lowest, right? 50 years ago. And what what was our corporate tax rate and what kind of tariffs did we have implemented? Not many. In all reality, right, what we should use to reindustrialize America today is going to be just investment into American producers. It achieves the same end goals of tariffs, that being more production, right, without the same inefficiencies created, such as unemployment.
But wouldn't it be cool and patriotic to, instead of I know you say it's not possible to get rid of income tax. I think it's possible to significantly reduce income tax with those tariffs. Wouldn't it be cool instead of putting the power in the government, and wouldn't it be patriotic?
No,
instead
that stopped working in 1910. That's why income tax was replaced in the first. It was put in place in the first place, right? It's because tariffs were no longer sustainable for the expenditure of our federal government, so we had to impose a income tax. Right, and that was 100 years ago. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo to see a card trick. I appreciate you for the love, Elizabeth.
But that doesn't make, for the jobs point, how would jobs be outsourced to China if China would bring industries into America?
They don't. That's what we don't see that. Like, it's just more beneficial for them to increase the price of their product and still compete.
But they wouldn't increase their price.
Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much.
When Americans would buy more.
Honestly, do you have any other points to bring up before we move on to the next guest?
Oh, yeah, sure. So why do you always bring up the bipartisan immigration bill why didn't the Kamala administration or Biden administration implement that before 6 million undocumented immigrants came in?
Langford started drafting it at the beginning of 2022, right? That was when Title 42 expired. It was the immediate response. It took a year and a half to hit the House floor and get voted out. Right? Congressional policy, especially bipartisan efforts, can take time. John, thank you for $5 on Venmo.
Why was there $80 billion of foreign aid in that bill?
Oh, I mean, yeah, because that was the only way to get bipartisan support. But ultimately, right after the bill failed, what they did was they wrote out Langford's border provisions and only passed the $80 billion of foreign aid. And then Chris Murphy, a Democrat senator, tried to revitalize just the border provisions because he thought it failed for that reason, right? In which it still didn't pass after being standalone.
But isn't it suspect that they're like trying to sneak in how it's an immigration bill, especially at the end of the term?
We'll go ahead and repeat that it was an immigration bill. After Trump torpedoed it, they wrote out the immigration parts of it and then only passed the funding for other countries. So Congress wanted the funding for other countries. And then Chris Murphy tried to get a single standalone bill with Langford after it had originally failed with no externalities introduced. And it was also torpedoed.
What about the 5?
Thank you, Rebecca, for the 22 euros. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Janet, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.50. Thank you so much for my 62-year-old sis. Voted first time for Harris. Let's go. Good stuff. Good stuff. We love to hear it. And Melissa, thank you for the $1.
What's that, guest?
What about the 5,000 person cap before the Border Patrol can implement powers?
It's not the Border Patrol. It's the president. Right, so that's just like if we have an overwhelming crisis, right? The president can immediately stop it down. Right?
Well,
like the main
isn't
purpose
it
of the
like
bill was the effective
what's
powers
going on right now per day?
Yeah, it is. Right, we don't have a crisis today. Right, but you also didn't let me finish my point. Honestly, I'm going to kick you, and the reason I'm going to kick you is because I was trying to make a point there and explain the cap to you, and then you just interrupted me, didn't listen to me, and then tried to change the subject. Like I'm here to have like real conversation, not to like get.
Brother, that was a one time. Come on.
Right, it's just really annoying.
My bad.
I was explaining to the cap and how like the bill was still effective. You didn't listen, then just interrupted.
Wait, am I kicked?
No. Will you do it again?
No, bro. That was one time. My bad.
Right. So the cap was just for special executive authority. Right. It was either 5,000 in a week or a rolling daily average of 2,500 in 7 days. Right. And then further yet on top of that, the main purpose of the bill was to just make our legal system substantially faster to reduce the amount of incentivization for undocumented entry into our country. Devontae, I appreciate you for the subscription.
Damn. All right. You answered all my questions, I guess.
I appreciate you for coming out, man. If you're on the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, guys. We are just looking for next debate of the day, y'all.
How should I title it, bro? I literally can't think of it.
Vote like your life depends on it. Because I'm holding up the vote sign.
You think that?
Yeah. Be a voter with a little smiley face. Are you going to post it on your main?
Yeah, we want to collab it?
Yeah.
Or should I do it on my third?
You should do it on your main.
My third look, he got pushed, though.
I don't know. It's up to you, but I could see that post doing well today.
Yeah, no, I agree.
All right, for the 14.4 thousand people in here, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, and it means the world to me.
Or could we make it like us waiting to vote in our first Madam President or something like that?
For sure, something like that. I don't know, run it by Chris and Harry. Then also, Celeste, thank you for the $20 on Venmo to do another magic trick. Let's get some W's for Celeste down below, for sure, why not? What's up, Alex? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, well, I can't because I'm in the UK, but if I was, I would.
All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. While we got our next guest loading up, I'm going to go and show you guys a magic trick. King of Diamonds. Watch this. Oh, King of Diamonds, right there. Stopped on the King of Diamonds. Isn't that cool, quite frankly? We're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody do just give us a minute. Let's get our next guest up the box. I'll show you guys another magic trick.
Or can I make it like a POV one?
I don't know. It doesn't scream POV to me.
I guess.
I'll show you another. I'll show you another magic trick. We could take that same King of Diamonds, right? Just put on top, throw it in the middle of the deck, push it in, jumps back.
Carolyn, thank you so much for the $5.
Sadie, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Noel, I appreciate the $1. Thank you.
Hey, Sadie, are you voting for Trump? Bro, guys, please fuck out of the queue if you're not here, active, ready, and present to debate. Come on, guys. I think in the last hour we've had one debate because 90% of our time has just been spent cycling people in and out that aren't here to debate. Hello, CG. Are you voting for Trump? See what I mean, guys? Anna, thank you for the $2 on Venmo for the magic trick fund. Honestly, could you guys just spam MAGA if you're in the queue and you're ready to come up and debate? But please only spam that if you're already in the queue. I can't invite people up if they're not already in the queue. Everybody just give us a minute, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. We're going to try to get our next guest up in here literally right now. Let's get our next guest up in the box right now. All right, you guys, give us a minute. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, you're driving. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. What's up, Brie? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right, why so?
I like his policies. I like
which ones?
One sec. I'm gonna take a quick peek. Sorry.
You're going to take a quick peek at his policies?
Yep.
Okay, all right. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. I'd love to get to 10 million likes on the live, quite frankly. We've been live for 3 hours and 21 minutes. I'll probably be on for about 5 hours today. I may even hop off, go get some food, and then hop back on. We'll see what we want to do. But yeah, we got our next guest in the live right now.
All right. So I like the idea of making us a manufacturing superpower, and
okay, how old are you?
22.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, I like the idea of making us a manufacturing superpower too. The only issue is that he wants to do that through tariffs that create inflation and destroy American businesses. Meanwhile, we could just do that through raw investment.
Well, I feel like tariffs would actually help because, for a little bit it would be bad, right? A lot of U.S. businesses that are getting stuff from other countries would be paying more, and then the consumers would be paying even more. But within a couple years, I'd say 4, maybe 2 years, there's going to be some smart folks out there hey, why don't I put a
it's still going to be more expensive at the end of the day, when in all reality, we could just skip past that a couple the buffer zone where shit's bad, which through raw investment literally achieves the same end goal of tariffs without the negative consequences.
What do you mean raw investment? Just
we could just invest into companies, right, and it'll expedite American manufacturing. Like Biden inherited with this with the Chips and Science Act, a $25 billion investment has now given us a market share of 20% of the global chip production. Trump did this with his American Farmer Bill, invested $27 billion into him after he destroyed them with his tariffs to constitute a higher level of production to rejuvenate their businesses.
Okay,
rejuvenate their businesses. Marissa, thank you for the galaxy. And Ali, thank you for the 50 cents on Venmo saying I'm lagging super bad. Just swipe up and down, right, in and out of the live. Random, thank you so much for the money gun. McKenna, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right, and why is that?
I support his policy, specifically securing the border. And
yeah, he's actually pro open borders. That's why he torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and Senate 2 years ago.
I'm not sure that that's completely correct. I'm looking at his website right now underneath issues, and one of them is secure borders and reclaim national sovereignty.
Karen, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Karen. That is Karyn. So yeah, what's his plan for the border?
Obviously he wants to build the wall.
Okay, so is the wall, is that his only plan? So that's his border protection is the wall?
Well, there are a lot of violent people.
No, they're just, he wants to make there be more enforcement and restriction on
I know, but like
how many illegal immigrants are allowed into our country.
How's he going to clamp down on undocumented migration into our country?
Can you say that one more time? Somebody said something.
How is he
earlier.
going to clamp down on undocumented migration into our country?
Well, isn't he said something about catch and release. He's going to send people to go get them and send them back.
So he's just going to fund more to like Border Patrol?
Well, I'd rather him fund
So that's
Border
his plan, just
Patrol
fund more
than-
to Border Patrol?
Can you say
Yo,
that? Sorry.
Mads with a Leon the Kitten. Thank you so much for the love, Mads. Let's get some W's for Mads in the chat. Thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. That's fucking insane. I really appreciate you for that, Mads. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Mads
Dean,
down
you
below.
said something earlier that interested me. You said,
Woman, I just want to respond to McKenna here real quick. So here's the issue about Trump and immigration. If I was a conservative and I cared about the southern border, he would not be my guy, because what happened under his first term? Chloe, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Right? He passed no effective border policy. Crossings only went up year by year by year by year. Right? He was unable to get Congress together to sign his law into law, to sign his wall into law. Right? And the only reason he had low crossings under the totality of his term was because of COVID and Title 42 that any president would have implemented. Right? Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, she's talking about solutions. Right? She wants to expedite the legal systems to reduce the amount of undocumented migration into our country, while also, right, working on giving undocumented migrants in our country a pathway to residency and citizenship if they're nonviolent. Meanwhile, Trump has no definite plans, and he just radicalizes the prejudice of white voters to hate undocumented migrants to win the election. Right? If you truly care about fixing our systems of migration, maybe don't vote for the candidate, right, that's been shouting the same tagline that all Republicans in our government have for the last 30 years, saying mass deportation, mass deportation, mass deportation, even though Bush never did it and Trump didn't do it under his first term.
Well,
You know?
Kamala didn't really do much either. She was supposed to be the border czar and did nothing in the last 3.5, almost 4 years that she was VP. She claimed she was the border czar.
What is the border czar? That's not even a real thing.
Well, she claimed responsibility for it and didn't do anything.
No, never said she was a border czar. Her particular authority was diplomatic, specifically to go to Central American countries to raise private funds, which she raised over $5 billion in private funds, specifically to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place, which she did exactly that.
When did she say she wasn't the border czar? That was very prominent.
She never said she was the border czar.
Right,
That was
but
just
she
said
took
by
responsibility
Republicans.
for it.
When
she was first inaugurated, that was one of the things that I've heard a lot of people.
No, she never said she was the border czar.
Okay,
Can you play us a clip of her taking responsibility for being the border czar?
Well, I've heard
saying she was
a lot of people. Like the reason,
But you said that she took responsibility for that. So where's the source that she took responsibility for that?
I can find it for
Why
you.
do you need a source? Like, that's just kind of like, I don't know. That's what Trump's saying. That's what a lot of people are saying.
It's what Trump is saying.
But why would
Okay.
he blatantly lie? Why would he?
Because it's fucking Trump. He lied about windmills causing cancer. He lied about being the man of the year in Michigan
Windmills
20
are
years
a
ago.
massive
He told
risk
over
of energy.
30,000 lies during his presidency as a whole, and he's been lying about the outcome of the 2020 election since
Kamala
2020,
lied
and he
during-
convinced 70% of the Republican voter base that he won.
Numbers never seen
Kamala's
before.
lied before
Can I
too.
get a
How about
chance
when
to
she
ask
lied
you a
about there
question,
not
Dean?
being any active troops?
Wait,
That's
either of you. I just want to ask a question. Do you think
misinformation.
whales are dying because of windmills and numbers never seen before?
I don't know anything about that. So
No, that's what Donald Trump said. He said whales are dying
I
because
heard
of
you. I don't
windmills
care what
and
you
numbers
said. I
just
have
never
no-
seen
I
before.
have no
Tremendously
clue
big
about
numbers.
So why do you guys get so offended when I ask you for like
I'm in
evidence
the
and
middle of
facts?
the night, but Dean,
I'm not offended. I understand you wanting a source. I've been
You don't have one.
joining a lot of debates, and a lot of people keep saying that
Let
she
me know
did
when I
take
can ask a question.
responsibility for
So show me where.
order.
I got a
Good, quite
question for you,
frankly.
Dean.
Okay.
Earlier, you said something like you were talking to someone. You're like, you're more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented immigrant, or something along the lines of that.
Yep, 2 times more likely. Sources PMAS.
Well, I mean, what's that based off of? Like,
When you say it fast, it sounds kind of funny.
Like number wise.
Ozzy, thank you so much for the baby dragon. I appreciate you so much for the
How
love.
many people are in the United States? Like 300 million or like 250? What is it?
It's like 300 million.
And then like 15 million undocumented immigrants came across. Those numbers don't add up. If you take 15 million Americans and then 15 million of them, I doubt those numbers would add up. But like, if you add up 15
sources
million,
fee
Well, my
and yes.
issue with
but the thing is, if
immigration.
you say
Appreciate you
15
for
million
that.
to 300 million, of course, I'm more likely.
So it's actually proportionately speaking.
Okay. Where'd you get this evidence from?
PMAS. Just type in undocumented.
Look up PNOS.
PNOS.
Look up PNOS.org.
You're so real. Thank you for the galaxy. Just type in
Dude,
violent
I can't
comments,
send the
undocumented
collaborative
migrant.
post.
Why not?
It doesn't let me for some reason.
Oh, what
Where are
the
they taking these people from, though? Is it like people from like?
Well, where do you know where it's located?
Or is like how do
hell?
they?
I appreciate you
how
so
are
much
they
for the galaxy.
proportioning the
Thank you.
people over here?
It should be just one of the options when you go to post.
I don't know.
Okay, I was able
Want me
to
to
give you a
send it
source
to
to
you?
demonstrate that it's the case. Well, I can't because I'm on live.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, do either of y'all have anything else to add on before I move on to my next guest here, y'all?
Yeah, I just feel like the country would be a lot more safe with Donald Trump as president.
Okay. How do you feel about Donald Trump calling for the termination of articles found in the Constitution? Would that make our country safe, or is that patriotism?
What specific articles are you referring to?
He didn't clarify the specific articles.
Okay, so where's the? I mean, I guess I just.
Trash Bandit, thank you so much for
Like,
joining.
what exactly do you mean? Like, why? What's the point of bringing that up? If there's.
I mean, is that going to make our country safer? Is him like
Well-
trying to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election safer? I mean,
He
if you can't
rigged
make those
it.
around him
He
safer.
Rigged the 2020 election.
What do you mean he rigged it?
You're both going on fucking mute, right? Because I can't get a word out without you guys like going insane. JV, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you. Anyways, to go back to what I was saying, not only, right, is he incapable of making those around him safer, he hit on a 10-year-old girl, raped a woman, and boasted about grabbing a woman by the P word without asking first, but I don't think he can make the country as a whole safer. He called for the termination of articles found in the Constitution and tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election. JV, I appreciate you for the future encounter. If you want to know more about that, just type in Trump's fake elector plot on Google and you'll find it. And Danny, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Vidmo. Holy shit, Danny. Thank you so much. Everybody, please show some love to Danny in the chat. Thank you for the $50 donation. You were absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much, Danny. And Haley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Bree, thank you for the $5 as well. Well, and Caroline, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
Hello. I felt like the Democrats rigged the election in 2020.
Okay, and what court determined that, sir?
What?
I don't really need it. I'm not talking with courts, but anyone.
Oh, any evidence? What evidence?
It's just the vibes.
My personal
vibes.
evidence is anyone I've asked didn't vote for Joe Biden. I don't know anyone that voted for Joe Biden besides you, I guess. But like,
I'm so sorry. So if I live in a rich neighborhood and like everybody I ask has never gone hungry in their life, they've never not been able to have a dinner because they didn't have enough money. Does that mean like no one in the world has experienced like going without dinner for a night? Thank you for the under construction. I appreciate that.
Whatever.
No, answer my question there, little bro. No, don't run away.
Little bro, he said.
Daisy, appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo.
Can I ask a question?
You're getting
Quite frankly,
paid.
you can't ask. Oh.
You're getting paid. We all know. You know what you're doing. It doesn't matter.
And who am I getting paid by?
Divide and conquer.
Who are we getting paid by?
Divide and conquer. That's what you're doing. You know.
Who are we getting paid by?
We can't change shit. They already know.
No, who are we getting paid by?
Let's let him yap.
They already know who's gonna win. Donald Trump was a Democrat his whole fucking life. They're all friends. You guys are clowns.
Okay, I was gonna let you yap. Who are we getting paid by? You can unmute now. Just answer a question. Who are we getting paid by? Bree, you have to unmute your mic. Pookie, there you go. Who are we getting paid by?
You muted me. What the fuck?
Yo, JV with a scarecrow. JV is paying me, baby. That's who. Show some love to JV in that chat. Thank you so much for the
Thank you so much, Danny, for the $50.
Show
Thank you so
some love
much,
to
Kylie, for
JV
the
and
$10.
Danny.
Caroline, thank you so much for the
Dean,
$5.
how
Nicholas,
old
thank you
are
for the $1 for Save the Whales.
Yo, Goda, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Goda for getting paid. Thank you for the $10. So who are we getting paid by? And I'm 20 if that's what you asked.
Dean, how old are you? It'll help
I'm
me answer my
20. I'm
question.
20 years old, quite frankly.
You're 20, and you know this. You know this much about all this stuff. That's that's kind of amazing to me. That's amazing.
I know I'm a star. Thank you.
Why would you? How do you know all this stuff? I don't know.
Wait, are you saying like
he reads the Parker script?
Oh wait, are you saying that the DNC is paying me because I'm smart?
Not because you're not really smart. You just kind of
like-
you just say a bunch of hoopla.
Now you're a bunch of
stretch.
hoopla. Okay. Yo, Ozzy, thank you for the motorcycle. Let's get some W's for Ozzy in the chat. And Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $1 Venmo for the big
Dean.
brains.
Dean, apparently Charlie Kirk tweeted 3 hours ago that turnout was bad and to call your friends to vote.
I know. I saw that. No, I did. I saw that. I did. So once again, who am I paid by?
Someone with money, like the Rothschilds, maybe.
Can we go back to the rigged election?
Ava, thank you for the well, almost. Ava, thank you for the $5 on PayPal from the DNC. So I'm just gonna go and be transparent. I'm not paid by George Soros. I'm not paid by the Rothschilds. I'm not paid by Taylor Swift. I'm not paid by the DNC. I'm paid by private grassroots funders here on TikTok. Like, seriously, right? Like, it's the people that watch this stream, enjoy the content, and out of the kindness of their heart donate small amounts on Venmo and PayPal, which are all located in the bio, by the way. That is who donates to me.
Dude, there's no way in hell you actually believe Kamala's going to do things for this
Kamala,
country.
your name's Kamala. Paige, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love,
What do you think
Paige.
about the one I just sent?
Show some love to Paige in the chat. Honestly, I like it because I've seen a big push from the right on Twitter saying that, like, oh, a woman shouldn't run the country. And I feel like, yeah, you can. Yeah,
I already know Kamala's going to win.
That's very extremist.
Kamala's going to win. She's
Kamala, her name's Kamala, bro.
My bad. I don't know how to say the name of bad speech. But I already know she's going to win. It doesn't matter who votes. She's already going to win. You can just tell by the way they
Okay, so then you should have vote.
I'm not going to go and vote. It doesn't matter. It's electoral colleges. Like,
Great. Yes. All Republicans don't vote because the Democrats are going to rig it anyways. JMO, thank you so much for the galaxy. Can we get some W's? Can we get some W's in the chat? Can we get some W's in the chat? Don't vote, Republicans.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that $10. Thank you.
I heard someone say this earlier. In 2016, Trump did not win.
Yo, Peter, thank you for the $100 on Venmo paid by liberal realtors of LA. Let's get at least 1,000 W Peters down below in the chat. Thank you for the $100 from Peter from the liberal realtor of LA. Massive W Peters. Thank you for the love, Peter. I love you. And Cammy, thank you for the $20 on PayPal as well. Said voted blue down the line in PA. Love you, Cammy. Thanks for the $20. McKenna, go ahead.
Can we go back to the rigging the elections that you mentioned in 2020?
Yeah. Well, it is.
Well, I understand where you're coming from for that, but can we compare that to how Kamala did not win a primary?
We can't compare that.
She was just
Mason,
but
thank
I'm
you
just
for
saying, like,
$15 on PayPal. I appreciate
is
you
that
for the
not
love.
in some way like kind
Trump
of
is a lifelong Democrat
rigged?
anyway,
Like that seems kind of.
No,
It's not
there's
shady. I
there's
just
no
don't agree
comparison.
with it. You know what I mean?
There's no
Like,
comparison because she followed the rules, norms, and procedures of the DNC as well as the RNC. She was nominated by the delegates. If you don't like that, maybe you should advocate for reform within the private political parties. But the reason why it's not comparable is because the DNC and the RNC are private companies that you could start tomorrow. Meanwhile, the outcome of the federal election, right, is a fixture of our democracy. Big difference.
I understand that. I'm just saying, like, compared to, Trump having to win the primary,
our ancestors,
and any other candidate having to win the primary, like, how is that?
Well, they
fair?
don't. They don't have to win the primary. They don't. They could still run for president without winning the primary.
Right. I understand, but she wasn't even like it wasn't even
For
an
instance,
opportunity
what
for
primary
people
did
to-
Jill what primary did Jill Stein win? None. But you see her on the official federal ballots.
I understand that, but
Because they're private companies. You could
well,
go
what
start one tomorrow.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is if she was on the primary, do you think that she would have been the Democratic candidate now if people did have the chance to vote on her? Because
The delegates voted
correct
her
me,
in, yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I believe if Joe Biden stepped out prior, right, to the primaries and endorsed Harris, that she would still be the candidate now. In fact, we know that she has higher levels of support than Joe Biden. And Tyler, thank you for the $5 on Venmo
Well,
as well.
yeah, I guess that's true. But
And Scott, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the Rothschilds. Thank you.
You don't think that's like forced support though? Like,
No, man, because you could vote for whoever you want to. You could write my name in, you could write your own name in. And like the idea that you're saying that following the rules and procedures and typical norms of a private political organization, right, is comparable to Donald Trump trying to erode the civil and electoral processes that underpin the U.S. Constitution and the way in which our federal government runs is absolutely fucking insane to me.
well, the thing is they're all friends.
weren't those charges dropped?
No.
This is what they want. They just want to divide.
Dean, look what I'm
They're all
sending you
friends.
right now. This is a point in the video. Pull your phone upside down.
Bet. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to our next guest. Can you get someone else up in here?
Yes, I got you. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 10 million likes, everyone. 10 million likes. We're almost there, y'all. We're almost there.
That's funny. I do you think people will see it?
Yeah, I think that might be seen. It's just a meme.
That's
you know,
really
you have
funny.
to freeze frame it there.
That's like really fucking funny. Yo, Hamza with a TikTok shuttle. Holy fucking shit.
Hamza,
Hamza.
crazy.
I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Hamza. Right. First of all, I got to talk to Hamza real quick. First of all, Hamza, thank you so much for the TikTok shuttle. I really appreciate you. You're doing the Lord's fucking work, Hamza. Right. And then second of all, I have known you for so many goddamn years. I used to be on a Fortnite esports team with you right before you started making the YouTube videos. I was on Zen with you. I was like a kid. I was a literal child, and I've been following you since like your first video on YouTube under Absorber. Right? I understand that you don't like associate with that whatsoever now. I just want to let you know that. But Hamza, you are literally doing the Lord's fucking work, metaphorically speaking, of course. And I really appreciate you for the TikTok shuttle. A stand-up guy advocating for what's good in this world. Please, guys, show some love to Hamza. Please, 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 please. He's an incredible creator. He's actually the #1 donor right now. Please go drop him a follow. We all love you here. We are gonna go ahead and unmute these people. No way.
Yo, thank you so much for the TikTok shuttle. I appreciate that, Hamza. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's good to see you. We're definitely gonna have to work together sometime. I think all of us need to work together.
Sure.
That would be some great content.
It's Beal. Thank you for the love drop.
We would be able to do a lot of good.
I know. We got to do that. It's seriously, thank you so much for tuning in. Everyone, please show some love to Hamza for the 2 shuttles. That's fucking insane. Bring Hamza up. Yeah, feel free to come up if you want, man. But he's probably doing something. But it's out there. It's out there. The invite's out there, man. Walter White and Caroline, can you guys unmute?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Walter White and Caroline, can you guys unmute?
Oh, I actually don't want you to unmute. In fact, I'm going to kick you. Caroline, are you here? All right, Caroline's not here. We're going to move on.
All right. I'll help you get another person
to our
up.
next guest. Everyone just do give us a minute to get our next guest up in the live, guys. Everybody do be patient. Just give us 1 moment, quite frankly, 1 moment. What's going on? Xander, are you voting for Trump?
So I was wondering if I could debate a topic that I support, even though I don't support Trump, but
Well, I don't know. If it has to do with like being a leftist, I feel like we should engage in these conversations today. You know what I mean? Because I'd like
you want to do undecided voters?
Yeah.
If you want to honestly, if you want to do that, I'm down.
Undecided voters, leftists, right? Anybody, right, who is not voting for Harris. We'd love to talk to you, right? Because I think that there's especially like middle ground that can be reached. Maddie, thank you for the galaxy. Between like leftists who aren't voting for Harris because she's literally been fucking funding genocide, and like, like a typical liberal.
Mike, are you voting Trump?
I'm currently undecided.
Okay. All right. So, why so? What's turning you away?
Well, I'm Hispanic. I went to a state college liberal school. Grew up in a typically Republican suburbs. So I had, like singular views about like the candidates and everything until I went to a state school in New York, SUNY Albany. That really opened up my views. I was a sociology minor, and I think I learned a lot. But these last 4 years have been pretty rough, honestly. So I'm not really sure.
You're not sure. So okay. So like, what things specifically do you think were made rough specifically by like the Kamala Harris and Joe Biden administration in terms of here in the United States?
Honestly, like I'm an ally of, LGBTQ and women, and
you're undecided?
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. You should vote for Kamala Harris if you value things like that.
And
like
Goda, thank you.
If you agree with us in terms of value we place upon women and value we place upon the LGBTQ community, because quite literally, Donald Trump undermines that.
Goda, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Everyone show some love to Goda. Thank you.
Media is just all like, pretty much funded for the left and stuff. I don't really like that because then everybody's like sources of information, even when it's like peer reviewed or like Google searches and stuff, are essentially funded by one agenda. And I think obviously like social media is just marginalizing everybody. But I think that it's censored in a way where it's mostly only the left ideas. So like that gives me distrust, from the media and like the big machine, like all the way, top down. So yeah, and then but me being an ally doesn't mean I'm automatically just going to give the vote, because especially in my sociology classes, right? It's like, okay, I've like seen like over policing or like over indicting, let's say, like criminals in like the 80s, 90s for, like petty drug crimes. And like that then kind of circles back to like Kamala, what she was doing when she was a prosecutor in California. And like that kind of didn't sit with me well, because the Democrats, inner cities like have been in office, but yet she was literally has experience indicting, many black men for, different crimes and stuff. And I don't know like the exact metrics, but I'm sure a lot of them were like drug crimes for marijuana. Granted, at the time it was illegal.
Oh, you can't say that on the live. You got to kick him off, Dean.
You gotta boot me?
You can't say it on the live. It's age restricted.
What was the guy yapping about? I'm not gonna lie, I tuned him out.
Yeah, so he's talking about indicting based upon like non-violent drug offenses, and those were violations of probation, and it wasn't just for simple possession.
All right, well, we're gonna move on.
She
to
also
next
advocates
guest.
for federal legalization. Donald Trump is not.
Yo, Kid Behind, I appreciate you for the galaxy. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the 2 galaxies. I really appreciate you for the love, man. With the 3 galaxies, one for Parker. Hell yeah, showing love.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Always good to see you.
We're gonna move on to our next guest here, guys. Spam Trump in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. We're gonna go and get our next guest up the queue as we speak. Dude, we are at 600,000 total lives in less than 4 hours.
Total views, you mean?
Total views, yeah.
That's insane, Dean.
I know. Wow.
That means you're like over 20 million impressions.
Yeah. What's up, Laura? You voted for Trump?
Going to, but there's still room to debate. Honestly, I don't like. Sorry?
Why is that?
Because I don't like both candidates, but I'm leaning towards Donald Trump for one reason.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, do you support the war in Iraq?
You mean Iran?
Iraq. No, the war. Did you support the war on Iraq?
Like the war on terror? No.
The 2000. No.
No.
Okay. So one thing was, I associate with Harris with Biden, like their Biden-Harris administration, right? Biden like really voted to give Bush power to go to war with Iraq. And the only thing I like is that Donald Trump has.
Okay. Hey, well, I associate Kamala Harris. Sorry, I associate Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein and Diddy. Right. So therefore, we shouldn't vote for Donald Trump because he's surrounded himself with people that like grape kids.
Right.
And actually, Jeffrey Epstein said recently that he was Donald's closest friend for 10 years.
Okay, can we go back? Okay, can we just go back a little bit?
How could he say that recently? He died.
No, it just came out. Audio came out. Sorry.
Okay.
First the paper grind. Sorry, he's not alive, so he couldn't say that recently. I meant like, did you hear what he said recently? Yeah. That just came out.
On what? Sorry, are you talking to what? Sorry?
Yeah, did you hear that he just said that recently?
Said what?
Sorry, that just came out that he said that. That he said that Donald Trump was his closest friend for 10 years.
Oh, okay. So this is, okay, listen. I just kind of want to go back because it wasn't a Trump and administration, right? It's a Biden and Harris administration.
Wait, but that's not the administration that would be elected if you vote for Harris.
Oh, I understand.
Goda, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. And Candy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
No, I understand. But just going back, Trump has just really been vocal about how he's opposed the Iraq war. And I think that's just something.
Oh, so if you don't like war in the Middle East, then you probably shouldn't vote for Trump because he wants to continue to fund and support Israel to continue their crimes against Palestine while also telling Israel to invade and attack and flatten Iran, saying that he'd do it himself if he was in power, right?
Yeah,
so, I mean,
right.
who's provoking more conflict in the Middle East right now? Well, I mean, to a lesser extent compared to Trump. Kamala
But they're
Harris
both
supports,
supporting. They're both
but
supporting.
to a lesser extent, so we could still use this as a comparative reason to vote for Harris over Trump, right? If you like lower levels of conflict in the Middle East, vote for the candidate that supports a ceasefire and is currently using a weapons embargo to like pressure Israel into signing one, compared to the candidate that's literally telling Israel to not accept her ceasefire, telling Israel to continue to attack Palestine to get Gaza back, quote unquote, right? And he says that he wants them also to flatten Iran, right? There's obviously going to be like more pressures for more conflict in the Middle East, right, from a Trump presidency compared to a Harris presidency.
I would have to disagree only because when Trump, hold on. When Trump was in presidency the first time, right, he was basically like, ISIS kind of disappeared under him.
Maya, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Candy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Abigail, thank you for the $2. Here's my thoughts on this. I'm not even going to debate you about like, oh, what happened under his term last time. The fact is right now, right, he is more of a warmonger, pro, like more war and dying in the Middle East compared to Kamala Harris, right? Like, I mean, hey, you can make the claim that there's less inflation under Trump his first term, while also simultaneously holding to the claim that there's more inflationary pressures from his policy now. Okay? Right? That is the point that I want to prove, and I feel like I have.
Okay, so I think Harris's way is okay. So you're saying that lesser extent she wants a ceasefire. Yay, we all want a ceasefire. Like
not Trump.
Okay, but Harris isn't going to be the reason Israel and Palestine, a nation that's been going to wars for years, is going to have a ceasefire. She's not going to be the reason.
But there's added pressures there that aren't added by Trump. In fact, there's pressures for continued for continued fighting. You understand that, right? Like, for instance, imagine if you had two kids, right, and you're the mom, and the dad tells the kids to keep fighting and like killing each other, right, and then you're like, stop fighting. In fact, I'm going to take your Xbox away until you do, right? So it's like Donald Trump telling Israel to flatten Palestine, take Gaza back, finish what they started. Right? When Kamala Harris is like, no, we need a ceasefire agreement, and I'm going to take your weapons away until you do. See what I mean? See what I did there? So it's all about who is pressuring them into doing what. Because at the end of the day, we understand that the U.S. is not the totalitarian dictator that is all powerful to dictate, right, relations and occurrences in the Middle East. We understand that, but all that we could talk in context of is pressures, right? What pressures are being applied when and where? Right? And we see that there's pressures from Trump and his administration for conflict to continue, right? And there's pressures from Harris and her administration for conflict to cease, okay?
Can I say a worry of mine?
Sure.
So if Harris gets in, she's saying all this stuff, right? Everything you kind of want to hear. Oh, she's going to do the ceasefire. She's going to take away blah, blah, blah. Blah,
Faye,
blah,
think
blah.
of the $3.
What if she doesn't? Like, what if this...
Maddie, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. Okay, sure. I'll just say the same thing about you. You've been trying to make an argument that he's better for the Middle East, better for global conflicts than Kamala Harris. Reasons X, Y, and Z. What if he doesn't do any of those? You know, we could say this until the end of the day. What matters is that from Harris and Biden's campaign for the last 4 years, they fulfilled all of their promises and obligations, and they did great. Trump, on the other hand, did not. Okay, all right. So we have more reason to believe that Kamala Harris will enact her proposed policy compared to Donald Trump.
What about the Abraham Accords?
What about him? Right, the Abraham Accords that excluded Palestine and actually led to greater conflicts between the two states, which could have been a pressure that caused, right, Israel's continued attack on Palestine today.
I'm not pro-Palestine and I'm not pro-Israel.
I'm just explaining how the Abraham Accords were actually bad for Palestine.
That's okay, but I'm not pro-Palestine and I'm not pro-Israel.
Okay, well, I mean, I thought that you're like pro less conflict. I'm telling you, or the administration that's currently better for less conflict in the Middle East is going to be Harris.
Because she can stop a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine.
Because she's advocating for a ceasefire and is holding Israel to it through a weapons embargo. Meanwhile, Trump wants to continue to give them money to, quote unquote, win the war to finish what they started. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Respectfully disagree, but you can...
Okay, there's nothing to respectfully disagree about. You're delusional. Goodbye. Boom. Goodbye, quite frankly. Have a good day.
Quite frankly, very cooked.
Quite frankly.
Hey, everyone in this live, everyone go check out the video that I just posted that has me, Dean, Harry, and Chris. Watch the full thing. Like it. I would appreciate that. Everyone help us send it out. There's fucking 14.6 thousand people in here. That's insane.
Get it back up to 15K. Let's go. Great, frankly. By the way, guys, if you want to support me, if you want to support Parker, our Venmos, Cash Apps, and PayPals, they are all in the bio.
How long are you going to be live?
I don't know. I'm feeling good now. It's been live for 4 hours. Might I go to 5? I mean, I could compromise with you if you want to go live. You could do a little compromisation.
I probably will here in a bit.
Yeah, I'll be down. I'll probably get to 5 hours or something. Go host with you for the rest of the day. I mean, I'm planning to be on literally all day.
Yeah, I know. I'm super down.
Yeah.
We can just like switch off. Like you go, I go, and then tonight we'll see whoever's is best.
I agree. Hey, for the 15,000 people in here, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. I would love to get up to 10 million likes. I know that we could do it. All you have to do is double tap. So every person in here, double tap on the phone screen as if it is a vote for Harris. Of course, there's a joke. I'm just kidding, but the point still stands. Let's try to get up to 10 million double taps away. Awesome. We got our next guest loading in literally right now, y'all. So everybody just do give us a minute. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, quite frankly. Okay. If you'd help me load up another guest, it'd be absolutely great. Let's go and see what we got in here. Let's go and see what we got. We got Shane Williams loading up in. Spam MAGA, spam Trump in the chat if you do want to come up. What is going on, Mr. Shane? Our Griff, are you voting for Trump? Speak. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
I currently not. I try to fill an absentee.
Jimmy, appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Jimmy in that chat. Thank you so much for the $10.
Chris, you vote Trump?
No, actually, I voted Harris, but I just wanted to chime in.
W.
Appreciate you.
All right, guys, please only be in the queue if you're voting for Trump, you're undecided, or you're a leftist, not voting for Harris. Okay?
Yo, what's up? How old are y'all?
18.
Hello? Oh, I'm going. 38.
Are y'all all voting for Trump?
19.
Voting Trump.
19
Okay.
voting Trump. Multiple reasons.
Okay, so why are y'all voting for Trump?
Yeah, well, economy.
Name 2 Trump economic policies you like.
Sports, economy, abortion.
You name me 2 economic policies Trump influenced to get passed that you like.
Lindsay, this age.
Well, let's just look. Everything, inflation skyrocketing. Groceries are more expensive.
No, I asked you for 2 Trump economic policies.
Skyrocketing.
The tariffs.
I need to think of the dollar.
Taking on other countries. Holding China accountable.
And these aren't policies. These are like ideas of concepts of policies.
Reducing taxes.
Well, okay, so what was the name of the tax policy?
Wait, Skip, our taxes
are too high right now?
Definitely helped out the middle class.
Are taxes too high right now?
Yeah, taxes are too high right now.
We're under Trump tax policy, buddy.
A part of them, yeah, but we're paying just.
Cammy, thank you for the fireworks.
If Kamala gets in, she's going to get rid of that.
Yo, Elena, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That one moment, quite frankly, one second. Listen to Dean. Stop talking so I can thank Elena. One moment. That is ELENA. I want all 50,000 people in the live right now to spam WELENA. W's for Elena right now down below for the $100 on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Everybody, please show Elena some love. That is absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much, Elena, for the $100 donation. That's fucking insane. But go ahead and get back.
What do you think giving new homeowners $25,000 is going to give?
Incentivize building of houses in places where people want to live, and then decrease cost of houses specifically for houses that are already built.
So why not bring inflation down and reduce the interest rate on mortgages, and that'll in turn give everyone more money in their pocket? Because if interest goes down to what it was under Trump at 2%, that's going to save me about $20,000 to $25,000 a year on my house mortgage. That's basic economics, you know. So economics, right? So if she gives out $25,000, that's just going to make inflation go up, because the whole inflation comes from government overspending, and that's all they're doing.
Yeah. So what you're not understanding. What you're not understanding is that inflation specifically related to the building of new houses is intentional, so that you have a greater incentive for suppliers to produce.
Where's that money going to come from? Where's that money going?
So again, the entire plan, right, is going to be paid for through the increase of corporate tax rate to 28% from 21%. Okay, right, the increase in long-term capital gains for income over $1 million in a year, at specifically to 28%. Yeah, right, and then also she wants to increase income tax for income over $400,000 a year.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. 23%.
Yeah, do you make over $400K a year?
No.
Terrible for fucking who?
All of our bosses that we all have jobs under.
Our bosses? Oh, geez. Do you know how personal income works, right?
Have you worked for a private organization? I've worked for government and private organizations. You need rich people to create business and create.
I own my own private organization. Thank you.
Great. Do you have employees that work?
No, myself.
Exactly. If you had employees that had health care and all this needs, you need more money. And the more money you get, you're able to expand your business. If you get taxed to death on it, you're not going to be able to expand your business.
We're talking about their tax on their income. We're talking about the tax on the income they take out.
If you tax the rich more, right?
Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Lily, thank you so much for the $5 for happy birthday. Thankfully you voted for Harris.
Trickle down
Lisa, thank you so
economics.
much for the $5. Sid, thank you for the $3. Yeah, name me one historical example of trickle down economics working.
Oh, America, capitalism.
Wait, you think that trickle down economics in America works?
Lisa, thank you so much for the dinosaur.
Federal income tax became
when did it work?
Before federal income tax, before the 1920s.
Before federal income. So you think that's a more desirable point of economic history than right now?
Yeah, before taxes.
You think that the early 1900s are more desirable economically than right now?
Hey, also, I just want to say,
we didn't have.
Can I
you
budge
are
in here?
insane.
Can I budge in
All
here?
right.
So
real median wages, real GDP is significantly higher now than what it is then, right? You are actually insane. The women didn't have the right to vote, right? People were literally under terrible Jim Crow laws.
Hey, can I butt in here?
Talk about right to vote and women's rights if you want. That's a different subject.
So Parker asked you a period where trickle down economics has worked, and you said in the 1920s. Well, prior to the introduction of the federal income tax, right, the way that we paid for government expenditure was through tariffs. Okay, and we can evaluate tariffs as a regressive tax system that disproportionately serves, right, as a detriment to members of the low and middle class, right? When trickle-down economics would be the opposite, saying, I guess you're right. Why would you say that was good?
Well, when has it worked the other way around? If you make the poor richer, you're not going to have. It doesn't work
Well,
like
if you want to make the poor richer, well, then why would you advocate for a regressive tax policy that makes the poor poorer?
It doesn't, because that's why California has no middle class. You want
it does, right? So tariffs disproportionately serve as a detriment to members of the low and middle class because they spend more of their income on the bare necessities to live. Right? Then also, not to mention, the point of trickle-down economics is to increase business investment, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, after the introduction of the TCJA in 2017,
by taxing the corporate, you're not going to do that.
So after the introduction of the TCJA in 2017, we saw no macro level increase in business investment caused by the TCJA. My source would be the Brookings study. So if the point of trickle-down economics is to increase business investment, and the TCJA did not increase business investment, what do you say that the TCJA was a failure?
Have you not seen the last job reports lately? 12,000.
You're not answering my question. If the point of trickle-down economics is to increase business investment, and the TCJA did not increase business investment, was the TCJA?
Thank you for the $5.
Was the TCJA a failure?
When did that come into play?
Yeah.
They want you to make me big.
For sure. I just don't have this background edited right, so I mean I can make you bigger, but it may just.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's okay.
Oh, not whoa.
Oh, yeah, it's better.
Oh, there you go. Now you're bigger.
What's up, everyone? My live now. Look at this.
Maybe that has helped, but
Can you respond to my question? If the point of dude, I'm gonna fucking freak out. You said the point of trickle-down economics was to increase business investment. If the TCJA didn't cause an increase in business investment, that means that the TCJA did not achieve the purpose of trickle-down economics.
What you're talking about?
That's Donald Trump's tax plan.
And then what happened after? What did Biden do with that plan?
Left it in place because Congress renews it every 10 years.
Okay. And then why is our economy doing so terrible under Kamala and Biden right now?
Dude,
okay. Well,
I'm just gonna kick him. Don't even respond. Don't even fucking respond.
Well, I'm asking questions.
Don't even fucking respond. Don't even fucking respond. No. Don't even know. Fuck you. We're moving on to our next guest.
Solid.
Megan, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. I'm gonna crash out. That's right.
Dean's crashing out, chat. He's crashing out. You've taken him to the next level.
Eleanor, thank you for
tremendously crashed out.
So true, quite frankly. So true. Okay, I hit 4 hours. Happy Mama, I appreciate you for the subscription. If you want to, do you want to go live in 30?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the views are dwindling too. It'd probably be a good point.
You said views are dwindling at 14K is crazy, bro.
Comparatively. comparatively.
Okay, buddy. Okay, bud.
Because I was gonna say if I just like stayed at 20K, there'd be no real point for you to go live on your account at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
We're gonna get our next guest up in here as well. Everyone, just give us.
You know what, chat? We'll get to 30K. Let's do it.
30, oh, dude. Honestly, this is gonna be the craziest raid of our fucking lifetime, dude.
I know. I better hit 10K off the raid.
I actually think that is possible. We're actually.
I don't think that's possible.
Here, could you get another guest up? We're actually gonna do a quick poll in the chat. Okay, hey. So respond with a smiley face if you're gonna go to Parker's live when I raid him, and respond with a sad face if you're not.
Dude. Yo, what's up, Xander? How old are you?
I'm 19.
You voting Trump?
I'm actually undecided.
Okay. Why?
Dude, how?
So I'm studying international business. Also, just want to make a point really quick. I have a Canadian flag in my bio, but I'm a dual citizenship, so I can vote in the States. Just in case anybody noticed that. And what I was thinking was I want to talk about the terrorist idea and the idea, because I remember Dean saying something about investing in businesses would help boost the economy without doing the tariffs.
So
the thing with that, what I'm thinking is our issue is government spending, right? That I believe. So with that, I feel like by doing a short-term tariff, even though Donald Trump's plan is not short-term, I do know that, doing a short-term tariff to bring up goods, and also doing a tax cut for private investors to invest.
Wait, it's not a short-term tariff.
No, I know
he
that.
wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs, and he wants 60 to 100% on China, and like up to 2,000% on companies like John Deere.
But like, if we did a short-term tariff to lower our government spending, our government deficit, with that, and then having a
wait, you think a tariff is a good government revenue mechanism? You know, when it decreases imports to the country, it decreases expected revenue, right?
Yes, but when they'll still be paying more into our government though with that, because we're
you mean consumers?
The consumers, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you're essentially doing a sales tax, okay? So sure, you'll get some help on that, but you're also going to do a tax cut for rich people. So the tax cut for rich people will actually supersede the revenue you will get from the tariffs.
But giving the people the tax cut was what I'm saying is we'll give them the opportunities. We're giving them the tax cut for them to invest in the other businesses within the country. So private investors and investment firms get that tax cut only if they are investing in the businesses. Therefore, the government itself is not spending their money to invest in those businesses. So we're not doing government spending.
So you said that they're only getting a tax cut because of the government investing in them? What? Yeah,
No.
yeah. Like, what? What's your point?
So they'd be getting a tax cut. So if the private investors the government will give the private investors a tax cut because the private investors are then incentivized to invest.
To engage in a specific action.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
like increasing manufacturing. Okay, what's your point?
So with that, do you think that's a proper way that we can get government spending down is by doing a tax cut for those investment firms to invest in those local businesses rather than the government?
If we're trying to do this, it's going to be a spending policy like any other. So we'd have to find some other revenue mechanism specifically to pay for it.
I kind of like that a little bit. I might be able to meet in the middle of the aisle and say, in like my best version of reality, we have short-term low tariffs on China. We further incentivize reinvestment in American manufacturing by like cutting the realized capital gains tax in half for like 3 years for investment in American manufacturers.
Exactly.
And
just my background is I'm an international businessman. So this is just like what we're learning in class and stuff like that.
So again, wait, do you think that Harris's plan is worse or better than Trump's plan?
For like
the economy
wise or the economy?
The economy.
In general, I do think Kamala Harris's plan in the long term is better because of what Trump has proposed. But I feel like Congress won't pass what Trump has proposed. And I feel like he'll have to meet a middle ground to get some of his stuff passed, if that makes sense.
You could say, okay, but so who's more likely to compromise and get stuff done?
Who's more likely to compromise? Kamala would be more likely to.
Okay, so if Kamala's more likely to compromise and Kamala's plan is better, well, then why wouldn't we pick her as the candidate?
Well, that's what I was just saying that I was undecided, but I wanted what you guys thought on that policy.
No, just as like someone who's undecided, like it sounds like you already believe that. Because for me, I think you can justify some small tariffs, like in terms of specialized manufacturing for short periods of time. Other than that, there's no other reason to do it. Like long term, Like a
No, not
universal
long-term.
tariff
That's
is a
not- and that's
horrible
not what I
idea, and that's
believe.
what Donald Trump's advocating for.
Yeah, because long term, like we all agree that it will totally cause inflation. Like I was just
Rebecca, think of the
short-term.
$3, and then Megan, think of the $2, and Haley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I
I appreciate you
that.
for the
Thank you.
gifted sub, Ella.
And
Yeah,
Leah,
no,
think of the $2.22, and Sam.
these
thank you for the $1.
conversations are fun because they're like, oh, like what would we want to see from like this like hypothetical like tie-in candidate? But like in reality, right? Harris has better policy than Trump. End of story. Vote for Harris. You know what I mean?
I do agree with that. But yeah, that answered my question. I just wanted to hear your guys' input on that. But thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll give you a good one. Peace out.
Yeah, you guys too.
Emily, thank you for the $8 on PayPal. Appreciate you for the love. Absolutely great. It's 3 over here. It'll be 3 in 20 minutes. You want me to end in 20?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sounds good.
And I'll go live then.
All right, yeah. Then I'm gonna go get some food. Honestly, I'm feeling panda. And then I'll just be right back. How does that sound?
Yeah, it sounds great. Sounds great.
Great. What's up, Italian Stallion? You voting for Trump?
Undecided.
How the fuck are you undecided on the day of the election? Please, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm actually asking.
Because both candidates are not the best. You got Trump who doesn't stop talking and just needs to learn to, just shut his mouth sometimes. And Harris can't answer a single question. So it's like,
Hannah, thank you for the
Where do
$10
you
on
really go?
Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah in the chat. You know what? I will say one critique of Kamala Harris that I do have is I have seen her not answer questions. I can agree there, but I think that's less consequential than Donald Trump being a rapist, 34 count felon that tried to religiously persecute all new Muslims from coming in, that boasted about wanting to date a 10-year-old girl and wanting to walk into the changing rooms of young girls as well, also wanting to date his daughter if he wasn't his daughter, and calling all black people lazy, not renting to black people, perpetuating racism until modern day, calling migrants the scum that is poisoning the world of our country, pulling straight from the Mein Kampf, that also try to overthrow the results of a federal election. Emily, thanks for the $8. This is saying oh, I'm undecided on what I want to eat for breakfast. Am I going to eat the fucking nails and razor blades, or this Fruit Loops that may have been a little stale? It's insane. It's fucking nuts. Holy shit.
well, that's what I'm saying. That's where we're at as a country now. We're both candidates. I mean, yeah, maybe one's better than the other, but both of them are just.
But that's what matters. One's better than the other one, right? And in January, guess what? One of them will be the next president of our country. So decide which one's better. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. It is so easy and seamless.
Yeah, but see, if you take away all that other stuff, right? Because all that's the housing one. I think he wasn't even old enough to make those kinds of decisions yet, from what I read. And then the other stuff. I mean, we've all said things we regret. We've all said things. Talking with other people that we didn't really mean at the time, whatever. It happens. But you have to look at the last 4 years, how they were, and then the 4 years. And then, yeah, you can differentiate them and say, well, Kamala Harris really isn't Biden, so to put all of it on her, whatever. But she was, appointed the border czar.
It happens. Wait, will you just call all black people lazy? It happens. You just rape women. It happens. You just sexualize and hit on little girls. It just happens. Silius, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. I appreciate
the
that. Thank you.
Wasn't what I said. I said the saying things.
Oh, so
we all say things.
Do you understand how insane that is? No. Have you ever called all black people lazy?
No.
Me neither.
But I've said things, even on Xbox Live, that's just in the moment.
Okay, but do you hold yourself accountable, apologize for it, and become a better person?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's how you grow.
Okay, so
Has
whereas
Donald Trump ever
held
done
himself
that?
accountable, apologize for it, and became a better person?
I can't cite a time that he has done that.
Boom.
But has Harris apologized for the last 4 years?
What? How did she do?
Isn't she blamed for Lincoln Riley and all that stuff?
Oh my god. Oh my god. So just because so I have a question. Do you think that they're responsible for Molly Tibbetts' death because she was killed by an undocumented immigrant?
It's not a matter of responsibility. It's a matter of, well, it's not a matter of direct responsibility, but like, you know.
Do you think she should be blamed for Molly Tibbetts' death? Because she got killed by an undocumented immigrant?
Did it happen in the last 4 years?
Because she, what's it called? I'm just saying, if it happened under their administration, would you specifically say that she should be accountable for it?
I don't think she should be accountable, but I think that there should at least be a statement said about it.
Should she be blamed for it?
That's a yes and a no, because technically, yeah, she was in charge of the border. They all came in, and that happened. That's the causality.
So is it her fault?
It's Newton's first law: for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Okay, so same thing to Trump, because Molly Tibbetts died under Trump's administration in 2018. So is Trump at fault for that? Should Trump have released a statement? Should Trump have done any of the things you just said that Trump should do?
Yes, because if I say it has to happen to one person, then it has to happen to the other. You can't be a hypocrite on that. Yes, if that happened under Trump, then yes, he should apologize.
Okay, so is that his fault?
If it happened under his administration.
Okay.
Not directly, but indirectly.
It did happen under his administration.
Are you down with that, Parker?
Yeah, which post?
The same one you just did on TikTok. I was just going to send it live on Instagram with the caption saying it's election day. Get out there and vote for yourself, for your family, and for our country. Something like that.
But I just posted it myself on Instagram, but like it should be fine.
How about? Mr. Harris has to go ahead, man. Italian Stallion, hello?
Yeah.
Do I cut you off? Do you want to finish? I'm sorry.
No, I think that was basically,
Okay.
That was really it.
All right, well, have a
all right.
good one, man. Peace.
Peace out. Vote for Kamala Harris.
Vote for Kamala Harris, that's right. All right, yeah, this will probably be our last guest on here. I'm going to go grab some food.
Should I start right now then?
Yeah, sure. Go live.
All right, I'll see y'all in a second.
See you soon, Parker. We're going to go and get our last guest. And after this, go and raid Parker. One thing that I'd like to recommend to you all is to not leave now. Like, don't start heading over to Parker's stream until I hit him with a raid, because that will do significantly better for his algorithm. It'll make it reach many more people. But Madeline, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that. Beth, thank you for the hand arts. So everyone, just keep on double tapping. Honestly, we have 200,000 likes to go until we're at 10 million. Holy shit, we should really try to hit that before we end. That'd be crazy. Aaliyah, thank you for the hand arts. And 15.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Here after this last guest, we're actually going to go on and end the stream. But I'm not done for the day, okay? Because I'm going to go get some Panda Express to eat for lunch. And then after 8, I'm going to drive back home, go back into the studio. Haley, thank you for the money again. And then I'm going to join as a guest on Parker's Live, and we're going to continue to have these same debates and discussions. And I will be on live literally all day. Yo, Diana, with a $50 donation on Venmo. Holy shit, we got to read it off. Everyone show Diana some love. And we're at 10 million likes. That's insane. Diana says, you are genius and beautiful, and thank you. Yo, Diana, that is too nice of you. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Diana. And holy shit, W's for 10 million likes. That is absurd, y'all. Can you guys hear the music? That is absolutely absurd. Let's fucking go, dude. Thank you guys so much for the love here today. That is insane. Yes, you could hear the music. No music? No music? No? Okay. My brother's playing some music in the other room. Also, okay, everyone just give us a minute. Oh, well, I'm glad that you guys can't hear the music, but it's like really fucking loud. He's like literally like turning it up and down. It's so fucking loud. Hey, honestly, we're not getting another guest up here, so I'm just going to go ahead and inform you guys about two things before I hop off here and send you guys over to Parker. So first of all, I think it's really important for you to all be informed about the Red Mirage. So basically what the Red Mirage is, it's the simple fact that most counties that vote Republican are small. And what does that mean? They don't have that many votes to count before the county sends it into the governor's office to report, okay? What that means is that we'll see a lot of states originally reporting a lot of Republican votes before they get around to reporting Democrat votes, because those are in the bigger counties with more ballots to count. So it will start off with Republicans winning, right, in a lot of areas. Thank you for the $25 for lunch at Panda. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that, Julie. And by the way, I'm going to have a massive celebration after the election. Win or lose, if we win, it's because Kamala Harris won. And if we lose, I'm going to be celebrating the fact that, well, I'm actually not going to be celebrating anything. I'm going to be crying in the club. I'm going to be crying in the club. That's right. I'm going to be celebrating my love and bonds with my family. I don't know. There's nothing to celebrate if Trump wins. I was trying to find anything. Maybe you could like celebrate. Let's see, celebrate the love I have for my family and friends, and that we need to be closer now than ever before. That's right. We love you, Dean. I love you guys as well. This has been such a wild ride. And just something I guess I want to say, because the election day, this has been what every single second of my work for the last year and a half has led up to. I've been working 7 days a week, unironically, for a year and a half, hours and hours and hours a day. Not only the shit that you see here on live, not only my posts, but shit behind the scenes too. And it's been a wild fucking journey. And it has all led up to this moment. So please, 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 if you haven't voted yet, please do it. And just one last thing here. I know that it's really easy to not vote because you think your vote doesn't matter. But what about the third of American adults that all collectively think that their vote doesn't matter? That's why you got to vote, because you're a part of a bigger picture. That's the importance, right? But guys, spam at Parker Get a Job down below in that chat. We're going to go ahead and send you guys over to his live. And Kari, thank you for the $4 on Venmo, saying we see your effort. We appreciate what you're doing every day. I love you, Kari. Thank you so much. So go show Parker some love. Live updates talking about how it's gone so far. I'd say there is one promising thing that's been happening. That is in Pennsylvania. So in Pennsylvania, that margin's slimming. They're only at 24% reporting, but they do have Harris in the lead. It's a substantial lead. So she's at 57% of the vote. Meanwhile, Trump is at 42% of the vote. That's a difference of about 250,000 votes. But that's a good one. So before the election even started, before the voting started today, I think it's on Polymarket. There is something like a 95% better's a chance that Pennsylvania will be the determining factor or the determining state of this election. And right now she's in the lead in Pennsylvania. So if there's one thing that I want you to hang on to Pennsylvania. Great. I see a lot of people in the chat saying that you're scared, saying that you're stressing. So first of all, that's that's fine. I'm stressing too. I think we should all be stressing because at the end of the day, it is literally a flip of the coin. But it's really important to note the red mirage. So Republican votes are going to get counted in a lot of these places faster than the Democrat votes. And the reason that is because in a lot of red states, they could start counting them early. In a lot of blue states, they can't. And it's a lot easier to count the votes in really small counties compared to larger counties. Typically, the smaller counties will finish first. And the smaller counties in a lot of the states are very red. It's the bigger counties. It's the metropolitan areas that are blue. So when, you see a bunch of red all across the map, it's because that's coming from those smaller counties. So that's what you call the red mirage. But what comes after the red mirage is called the blue shift. And it's actually the Republicans that really stood strongly against the blue shift last year and used that as the basis for the claim that Biden stole the election. We probably all remember how it started off red, then shifted to blue in the middle of the night. That was the red mirage and the blue shift. So have hope. Have hope. Once again, the biggest thing that you should be hanging on to for hope is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is promising. That's right. Pennsylvania is really promising. But looking at the map right now, no news source has called it whatsoever. Trump is sitting at 178 votes in the Electoral College. Harris is sitting at 99. But, a lot of those votes for Trump A is coming from Texas, right? And that was finally called for Trump. California hasn't even been counted yet. And then a lot of those smaller states like Louisiana, Arkansas, North and South Dakota, that have already been reported as red with 2% counting. So, that's expected. That's expected. We're so scared. Everyone is scared. Everyone is scared to death. And I feel like the Republicans on the internet, they are not as bright as the Democrats on the internet. with intelligence comes being a liberal. And that's probably why you don't see a lot of scared Republicans, because they're sure and confident that Trump's going to win. And they probably have been for months. So, yeah. And of course, the red mirage. So, all right. What states might change it to blue? Pennsylvania is going to be the key state in this election. 110% Pennsylvania will be the key state in this election. We could actually look at their pathways to victory here. I'm going to go ahead and pull those up on 270 to win. So let me go ahead and pull those up real quick. But Pennsylvania is going to be the key state for who wins this election. And right now, Pennsylvania is looking good. So if there's one thing that I could have each and every single one of y'all holding on to, it is nothing more than the basic fact Pennsylvania will most likely determine the outcome of this election, and Pennsylvania is looking good. So isn't that awesome? We're going to go ahead and pull up 270 to win. Over on my side here, we're going to look at how things are going, what they're reported on. The 7 presidential battlegrounds. Let's see here. So it looks like Georgia is in play. Right now, it looks like Donald Trump is up pretty heavily in Georgia by about 200,000 votes with a 8% lead. But the thing about Georgia is, once again, all the red in Georgia isolates within those smaller rural counties and districts spread across the state. All the blue in Georgia isolates around the big cities like Savannah, Columbus, Atlanta, Augusta, right? And if you go onto the electoral map to see which counties in Georgia have submitted their total votes, it's going to be those smaller rural counties. There's still one county right outside of Atlanta that hasn't submitted theirs, 3 counties outside of Augusta, 1 county outside of Savannah, and 1 county outside of Columbus that haven't submitted those votes yet. And it is very possible that when those, deeply seeded counties in Georgia, close to the big cities that vote blue, submit their final votes, Kamala Harris could win the state. But I wouldn't count on Georgia. I really, really, really wouldn't count on Georgia. Another toss-up state right now is North Carolina. Surprisingly, in the beginning of the night, North Carolina was looking promising for Kamala Harris, but it has been called by ABC for Donald Trump. It looks like it was called with 56% reporting and a lead of 125,000 votes. I'm guessing they're not expecting any of the big counties to call it anymore. Then, of course, Pennsylvania, which is the largest, most notable, and important state in the election. And that's where Kamala Harris is looking really good. Kamala Harris currently has 1 million votes in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is sitting at 778,000. And they've done 25% of their reporting. At the beginning of the reporting, she had a more substantial lead on Trump. She was at a 75%. He was at 25%. But of course, that lead will slim. We knew this because of the polls prior to the election. But that is a very, very, very good lead to have. You'll see that, none of the big media publications have called Pennsylvania, and I wouldn't expect them to until tomorrow. Pennsylvania can't, start counting their ballots until Election Day. So they'll be one of the last states to finish up their reporting. But it's looking really promising. So for everyone out there that is scared, hold on to Pennsylvania, okay? And if you start to see Pennsylvania go red, then start being nervous. If Pennsylvania goes red, right, then you could be scared. But until Pennsylvania goes red, don't be scared, okay? There's a couple other places we're looking at here. Of course, Arizona. Arizona actually hasn't submitted their votes yet. They're expected by they're expected here in 30 minutes. So we'll actually most likely be on when Arizona finally submits their votes. Same thing for Nevada. Those are expected in 30 minutes. So I'm very excited for those. New Mexico's looking good. Harris is up. Colorado, same deal, but we already knew that. As so far as, this major, swing states, Georgia, once again, Trump's up. Wisconsin, Trump's up. Minnesota, Trump's up. But Minnesota's only at 1% reporting. Wisconsin's at 11 and Georgia is at 75. Okay, wow. Okay, Trump will probably end up winning Georgia. What about Virginia? Okay, currently in Virginia, They have 57% reporting, so that's pretty substantial. I won't lie. That's pretty substantial. Donald Trump is up by about 50,000 votes. So that's still a toss-up. That's definitely a toss-up. But once again, I mean, we can definitely expect an early red lead. That's called the red mirage. It happens every election. Once again, I said this earlier. Let's just reference back to what the Republicans were complaining about in 2020. What did they say? So what did all the Republicans say? The Republicans said that Trump was in the lead and the votes went blue overnight. That's the red mirage with a blue shift. So keep an eye out for that. I see someone in the chat asking me about Wisconsin. Let's go ahead and see where Wisconsin is at. Give me a minute to pull it up here. Phenomenal. In the meantime, guys, feel free to let me know what your takes are, what your take is in the comment section. So in Wisconsin right now, it looks like Trump does have a lead. But when you actually click into the map of the state, what you'll see is a lot of those votes that have been counted are once again in those more rural, smaller areas, which I think we can expect at this point to be red. So it looks like there's been a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 counties that have been counted in Wisconsin as red, and only two counties that have been counted as blue. So what that tells us is it's those small rural areas where they don't have to count that many votes, where it only takes them an hour or two, then they automatically submit them, and they're published online. Meanwhile, those bigger areas that are more Democrat leaning are still counting up the totals. So don't pay attention to the map tonight because of that red shift. But overwhelmingly, don't be scared once again until Pennsylvania reports their winner. Let's see. Who do we think will win? Okay, so right now, here's my take. I think it's a coin toss, and I think it has been a coin toss. This is what all the major pollers were reporting, up until the day. Thank you for the gifts, you guys. You guys are great. So all the major pollers have been reporting a coin toss. I think that was natural, normal, and expected. But I actually think that Kamala Harris is going to win. Right now, that's my prediction, is that Kamala Harris is going to come out on top. And the reason I say that is because of her seemingly substantial lead in Pennsylvania. Now, if she loses that lead, maybe that will change, but I have hope. For everybody commenting about New York is blue. It is not a swing state, and it will stay blue. Okay, so feel free to comment states down below, and I'll give you my takes on them. Wisconsin just shifted blue, apparently. It did. Wisconsin just shifted blue. Let's see if this was because of my hypothesis. Yes, it was. Guys, live time, right in front of all of your eyes, you just watched my hypothesis prove itself true. So, I mean, literally 1 minute and 30 seconds ago, I was sitting here telling each and every single one of you guys that Wisconsin had only counted those smaller red counties, and the more they count, the more it will shift to the left. And what just happened in front of our eyes? It literally just happened in front of our eyes. So that is awesome. We are on a roll already, but who knows? It may shift back. Let's see here. Florida disappointed. Yeah, Florida's cooked. I honestly just want to get some prayers for Florida in the chat. So that's crazy. It actually says in here that a user is viewing. I don't have any products. California is okay. So everybody is down in the comment section spamming California. Kamala Harris has won California already, and they haven't reported their votes. Don't you worry about that. So for those out there that don't really know how the dynamic in the Electoral College goes, I'd happily explain it to you. For the most part, you will find that I'd like to say a good 43 out of the 50 states vote the same every year. And they're really predictable, especially this year with the polling that we've done. California will go blue undoubtedly 110%. So yeah, the main states that we should be looking out for right now are, thank you for the handouts, I appreciate that, are going to be states like Pennsylvania, states like Michigan, states like Wisconsin, states like, let's see, Arizona, Nevada. That's who we got to be looking for. North Carolina would be great, right? And right now, Trump does have a slight lead over Kamala Harris in the state of North Carolina, but once again, okay, now what did I say about Wisconsin that, I was proven right on in real time? What about North Carolina? If you look at the map of North Carolina, now you can see this yourself. All you have to do is type in, let's see here. election on Google and the map will pop up, just zoom into North Carolina, what you'll see is the states that haven't counted yet generally surround the larger cities, like Fayetteville or Charlotte or Greensboro, okay? And those counties are most likely going to vote blue because they exist near those metropolitan areas. So we could see that give quite a blue shift. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. But I mean, if we look closer into North Carolina, the vote's also very, very, very close. So Donald Trump has 1.7 million, and then Kamala Harris has 1.6 million. So that's only 100,000 votes that could very possibly be covered by those big Democratic strongholds. So North Carolina is still up in the air. It hasn't been called by ABC, by CNN, by AP, because it is very, very, very possible that North Carolina will end up going blue. About Arizona, Arizona is in the dark. Arizona's in the dark. The only thing we have on Arizona right now is exit polling, but I'd say that's unreliable. We shouldn't be using that. We need to wait for them to report in an estimated 20 minutes. So in 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to learn a lot about the outcome of this election. And the reason we're going to learn a lot about the outcome of this election in 20 minutes is because we will finally see the early reporting from states like Nevada or Arizona. Okay. And those are two of the key swing states in this election. So in 20 minutes, we're going to learn a lot. It will tell us a lot about who's probably going to win. But, I just want to make it very known. Don't be surprised if we don't know the outcome of the election tonight. It's very possible that we will not know the outcome of, the election until a couple days from now. But you know what? It's also possible that we will. So, hey, we just got to hang on. A lot of people in the chat talking about Washington State. So the results for Washington are going to be expected in an hour and 20 minutes. We don't have that yet. A lot of people spamming about Nebraska. Let's go and pull up Nebraska. Let's see. Nebraska has been called for Donald Trump by AP News, but I don't know why it's been called for Donald Trump by AP News, because Kamala Harris actually has more votes in the state. That's funny. If you type in election and you click on Nebraska, you'll see that Donald Trump has 135,000 votes and Harris has 153,000 votes, but they called it for Trump. Maybe they know that he'll win and it's not a swing state. But anyways, nonetheless, Texas will go red in this election. Saw someone saying Texas down there. Texas will definitely go red. My main concern right now is Virginia. My main concern now is Virginia. So they have called for 57% of the counties in Virginia so far, and Donald Trump has a very slight lead. But once again, we have a lot of new faces in here. First of all, for the 26,000 people hanging out with us, welcome in. I'm Dean Withers. You might have seen me on Jubilee. And second of all, the reason why I'd say all of you should have hope in the outcome of this election is because Pennsylvania is leaning very blue. Okay? So first of all, it's just atypical for states to have a lean towards the left early on. I'm sure that you guys know about the red mirage and whatnot. And B, Kamala Harris has a sizable lead over Donald Trump at about 150,000 votes. So I think that we need to hang on to Pennsylvania right now. Everybody, if you're scared, just say Pennsylvania. Okay? Because once again, Pennsylvania will more likely than not determine the outcome of the election. A lot of people talking about Iowa. Iowa is actually looking good. It is. So right before the election, it was reported in Iowa that Kamala Harris had a sizable lead over Donald Trump by about 3 points. And right now, she is leading Donald Trump by about 26,000 votes, with a total of about 300,000 votes being reported. And although it's looking good and Kamala Harris has a lead, we also do have to consider the fact that it's only been 15% reported. But Iowa is looking good. I mean, that's 6 electoral votes right there. That's important. We need them all. Once again, people are still commenting about Georgia, so let's talk about it. Georgia's not looking good. Georgia's leaning red, but to be fair, that's not unexpected. Most pollsters, most predictors, most political analysis, etc., did project Georgia to go red this election. So we just need to be able to look to the outcome of that, which is okay, right? Because right now Georgia has 16 electoral votes, which is important, but we could make up for Georgia with states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. It's projected by most pollsters, if Kamala Harris can win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, then Kamala Harris will win the election. And guess what, chat? Kamala Harris actually has a lead over Donald Trump in all 3 of those states. So hang on to that. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. asking me about how Montana's doing. Montana's looking all right. Kamala Harris has a slight lead over Donald Trump at 350,000 votes, and he's at 333. But they've only done 21% reporting, so it could go either way at this point. Yeah, Cali, of course, is going to go blue once again. I see everyone down there chatting about it. Needed some positivity? Yeah, have some positivity, guys. I think it's really important to know that, well, A, a lot of these states that are going to get called early are going to be red states because they have lower populations. B, the red mirage exists. A lot of the counties that get their votes in first are smaller ones, and smaller counties generally lean to the right. And C, she has Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin right now, but Wisconsin is a very close toss-up. Michigan is also a very close toss-up, but I would really expect Kamala Harris to win Michigan. I'd really expect that to happen. Then Pennsylvania is looking good. Pennsylvania's looking good. Joe, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Joe. You're absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. Everyone show some love to Joe in the chat for the $25. And Kinsey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Let's see how Maine's doing. Maine has a slight lean to the right, but they only have 3% of the total votes incoming reported, so I wouldn't take that too seriously. Kay, thank you for the $3 on Venmo, saying, what about Michigan? Kamala Harris is projected to win Michigan. Right now, she has a slight lead over Donald Trump, but the pollsters, as well as like the betting websites like Polymarket, Kalshi, etc., all place her in the lead. And that's because she had a very significant lead over Donald Trump in polls in the state of Michigan. So she had a 4.8% lead in the polls over Trump prior to the election in Michigan. And right now she's in the lead. So I would say that yes, Kamala Harris will most likely win Michigan. Right now, Virginia is not looking the best, but it is definitely still in play. Donald Trump has about a 47,000 vote lead, but that's doable because they've only done 58% of their reporting. Shania, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Everybody, please show Shania some love down below. Benny, thank you for the $20. Everyone, please show some love to Benny while we're still looking at these states. I really appreciate that, Benny. Ashley, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, supporting the stream, supporting what we do. I appreciate you, Ashley. Everyone, show some love to Ashley. Kinsey, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, asking about Arizona. Arizona is expected to give their first results in 14 minutes. So everybody, 14 minutes is going to be huge because that's when we're going to get the first results from Nevada and Arizona, which are very important swing states. Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, and Chloe, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo, and Emily with the $5 on Venmo. A lot of people are asking about, why CNN, NYT is projecting Trump. I couldn't tell you, but that's just going to be an early projection. One thing that I'd reference back to is what were their projections in 2016. They had Hillary Clinton at 90%. Right now, they only have Trump at 69%, and we know how 2016 went. Dina, thank you so much for the $8, and Mia, thank you for the $2. Let's see here. Keep on commenting those states, and I'll go ahead and see what's going on. How about Missouri? I think that we were just talking about Missouri. We could go ahead and pull that up again. Minnesota's looking not the best, but they've only done like 1% of their reporting. Honestly, about Minnesota, I'd say we don't know enough to be able to determine who's going to win the state. They've only done 1% of their reporting, and Trump is leading her by about 3,000 votes, so don't look at that quite yet. I say we only talk about states that we know enough about to determine what will probably happen. Same thing with Delaware, same thing with Maryland, same thing with Vermont. All those states have been called for Kamala Harris. So that's awesome. Shelby, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Maine has not been called for either candidate. They only have 4% of their reporting done, but Trump has a slight lead. Where am I finding all this info? Just by typing in election to Google. Hey, Christian, I appreciate you for the $3 on Venmo. And Darius, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Darius actually asked about Florida polls. So before you guys keep commenting, states for me to check out here, could I have you all spam L Florida? And the reason I want you to spam L Florida is because that shit is fucked. Trump won Florida by over 2 million votes. Florida's cooked. Florida's gone. They should secede, honestly. I want to see all the L Floridas in the chat. Let's get them going. I think we just need to kind of saw Florida off the bottom of the map. You know what I mean? But, you know, guys, there's a lot on the line in this election, and I think it's important for us to go through it. So for the average American, the immediate and most obvious two things that will either serve as a benefit or a detriment to, depending on the winner of the election, will be access to healthcare and economic policy. I'd say one of the biggest things for this election is abortion. And Alex, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. For Hope, it's your birthday. Alex, happy birthday, and I appreciate you for the $40 donation. Anyways, I'm going to get back to what I was saying. One of the biggest things for this election is abortion. And the reason why I say that is 65,000 women that have been assaulted and gotten pregnant as a result have been denied access to abortion in the last 3 years since Roe v. Wade was overturned. 1 out of 3 women in our country no longer have elective access to abortion at all. And that's all because Trump elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. So, so far in this election, we've seen a record high show out of women in early voting in a lot of these states where they may not typically go out at such high of numbers. Because of how insane that is and how that infringes upon very basic rights that all 170 million American women and girls deserve. So abortion is definitely going to be one of the main drivers for voters in this election. Yeah, Drea, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo saying that you love my content. I appreciate that. And then another main driver here is going to be economic policy, but we could talk about that in a bit. I kind of want to get back to looking at the electoral map right now. Cross, I appreciate you for the turkey face. All right, you guys said that you wanted me to check out Kansas. So in Kansas right now, let's go ahead and take a look. It looks like Trump has a slight lead over Kamala Harris at about 17,000 votes. The one bad thing about Kansas is that they have done 47% of their reporting. That is pretty substantial and could speak for the rest of the state. So Trump could win Kansas. But once again, if you click into Kansas, what do you see? You see 5 counties that have reported as Democrat, and upwards of 20 counties that have reported as Republican, okay? And there is a couple counties right by Kansas City, right by Topeka, and right by Wichita, the bigger blue areas that haven't reported yet. So it's very possible that a lot of these states could go blue. And Daphne, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Daphne. You are phenomenal. All right, guys, any more states, feel free to drop it down below. I know that you're all nervous. I am too, but if there's anything I could say to you, try not to be nervous. And Michelle, thank you so much for the scarecrow. You are absolutely phenomenal, Michelle. W's for Michelle in the chat. Additionally here, guys, if you want to support the stream, my Venmo as well as my PayPal, they are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Feel free to, help support the stream. We do this every day. We just usually do it with debates. And Megan, thank you for the $15 on Venmo to get a sweet treat. I appreciate that, Megan. Great, guys. Anyways, looks like we could go ahead and keep checking out those states. Chloe, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I do appreciate that. Looks like Parker just texted me, seeing if he could come over. Missouri. Okay, a lot of you guys are talking about Missouri here. Let's go ahead and take a look at Missouri. Looks like MO just got called. It did. So Missouri did just get called red. All right. Well, there's that. Missouri got called red, and it looks like Minnesota is leaning right still. I mean, but we still have Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania all leaning left. And YY, thank you for the dinosaur. All right. Phenomenal. How many votes do they both have? I want to go. Okay. So Jesse, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. I want to go through the 3 most important states in this election. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of an in-depth dive into them. So in my mind, the most important 3 states are going to be Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Right now, Kamala Harris has a lead in all 3. The only thing that is a bit concerning is that they haven't reported any more than about 35% in any of those states. Lakin, I appreciate you for the money gun. Hannah, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. That's very kind of you. Sapphire, thank you so much for the $5 donation on Venmo. That is very kind of you, Sapphire. Everyone show Sapphire some love down below. Jaden, thank you for the Galaxy. You guys are so incredibly kind. You guys are awesome. Thank you all so much for your donations hanging out tonight. Ricky, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Ryan, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Ryan saying thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Ryan. Looking at New Mexico now, it looks like Donald Trump has a slight lead over Kamala Harris, but they only have about 19% reporting when we clip into the map, which I think is a very important thing to do. We see, once again, a lot of those smaller counties all reporting red because the larger counties take longer to count. It looks like there's a county right there in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that hasn't reported at all. That is going to be one of the main counties for the state, so it's very possible that New Mexico will end up leaning to the left as soon as Albuquerque reports. Great. Thank you for the hand art selects. You are phenomenal. All right. Looks like Illinois, sorry. That's crazy. Robert, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris. Heather, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying from Mason from Harvard. That's very kind of you, Mason. Everyone show Mason some love. Lauren, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. And Michelle, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. We are celebrating this evening, guys. We are celebrating this evening. Alicia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying you've changed my vote. I love you, Alicia. That is so kind. That is so kind. I can't believe that we're live with 29,000 people here right now, but I am so happy to see it. Maddie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, because what that tells me is that people are attentive and people are watching the outcome of this election. Insofar as the popular vote so far, this is something I wanted to bring up. We all know that Democrats are more likely than Republicans to win the popular vote. We also all know that Kamala Harris will end up winning the popular vote this year. But right now, she's losing the popular vote. Now, don't freak out. That's actually a good thing. And I'll tell you why. Andrea, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Georgia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Natalie, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. So it is a very, very good thing that Kamala Harris is losing the popular vote right now. And that is a good thing because all that tells us is a lot of the bigger Democrat strongholds that constitute the millions of votes in the popular vote have not submitted their total vote counts yet. So there is going to be very, very, very big Democrat strongholds across our country in states like Pennsylvania, even possibly in states like Georgia, states like Michigan, Wisconsin, that haven't submitted their total votes yet, that could end up putting Kamala Harris in a good lead, not just in the popular vote, but also in the Electoral College. Rhea, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love. For those that are curious about the total count right now, Kamala Harris has 99 votes in the Electoral College. Trump has 188. Maya, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying Florida isn't at all bad. Florida's pretty cooked. I think we learned this on my Twitter account. By the way, put a 1 in the chat if you follow me on Twitter. I just want to see how many of you guys follow me over there. So, anyways, getting back into things, it looks like we have Parker joining us here today. Absolutely phenomenal for the 34,000 people hanging out with us in here today. Welcome in. Bailey, thank you for the $2. Parker's coming. Absolutely phenomenal. So when we look closer into Pennsylvania, it looks like Donald Trump is catching up. That is not a good sign. Ooh, not a good sign. Katie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. That's very kind. I did see that earlier. And Riley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for being educated. I appreciate you for the love, Riley. And then it also looks like WI Wisconsin flipped red. Is that possible? It is not. It is not flipped red. Whoever said that in the chat, you were a liar. Sierra, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. He just won Kansas. It looks like Kansas has not been called yet. But it will most likely be called for Donald Trump. So, we're going to keep you here with live updates, ladies and gentlemen.
Wisconsin has flipped slightly red. It is very slightly red at 33.8% expected vote. We're still barely up in Pennsylvania. Georgia, we're well behind with 80% in. That's really, really not good. Florida has already been called, everyone. Texas has already been called for Republicans. Kansas, 52% in, is leaning red, everyone. That it's not looking good at all, to be honest with you.
But have hope. And the reason Dean will say to have hope is because guess what? She still has a slight lead in Pennsylvania, a slight lead in Michigan, and Wisconsin is being thrown up and down. But the fact that she has a lead in Michigan as well as Pennsylvania should give all of you hope. Don't be stressed quite yet, ladies and gentlemen. There's still a lot of hope going around. But feel free to continue to comment states down below. And Joanne, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. What we need right now, in the next 12 minutes actually, is for Nevada and Arizona to report their votes. The next 12 minutes will be very important for the outcome of this election, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, the next 12 minutes will be very important. Why? It's because that is when states such as Arizona and Nevada will be reporting their original.
When does counting end for tonight?
I don't know when counting ends for these states, but I do know that results are expected in Nevada as well as in Arizona at 8. I think that different states have different setups. So in some states, they've pledged to count continuously until they've counted them all. Some other states haven't. Mills, thank you for the $5 on
Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Karen, thank you so much for the $47. Thank you so much for standing up for freedom and women's rights. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Karen. Thank you very much for the $47 on Venmo.
Jacqueline, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. So is it possible for called states to change? So it is possible, but it is not probable. For the most part, reporters such as the AP, reporters such as CNN, ABC, or Fox will typically only call states when they are almost certain in the outcome, but it is possible that some of those will flip. But a lot of the states that are getting called prematurely will be non-swing states. For instance, if you go to an electoral map right now and you look at South Dakota, you'll see that Kamala Harris is in a very slight lead, but they've called it for Trump because they know it'll end up going to him. Lillian, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Show some love to Lillian in the chat. But where it is not looking good right now is in states like Georgia, where Donald Trump has a pretty substantial lead of 200,000 votes. States like North Carolina, where Donald Trump once again has that same pretty substantial lead of right around 200,000 votes. And states like Virginia, where he has a lead of about 50,000 votes. So
Mia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Mia. Thank you for the Galaxy Appreciative Prime. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the $5 as well.
Yeah, we really need to close in on that lead. That will definitely help us there. The real biggest issues that we're having right now are going to be states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are going to be the really big states that we need. Georgia, right, is also increasingly not looking good. Right, it is looking a lot more red. The one thing that is good about Georgia is that a lot of the red counties have already basically all been checked for their expected votes, and the blue counties have a lower expected vote level. So it seemingly is going to be the case that there's sort of like a red mirage in Georgia. So that is one thing to hold on in Georgia. One thing that's really good about Georgia, if you look at the map there. Also, we did see a swing back towards the blue for both Wisconsin and for Michigan. Michigan at 12.8% expected vote, 53% for Kamala Harris, 45% for Donald Trump, and for Wisconsin, 17.8%, 51% for Kamala Harris,
sorry,
and 48.3%
I gotta cut you off. Man.
Trump.
Wisconsin and Pennsylvania both just swung to the right.
Wait, they just both swung blue for me. What percent are you at for expected vote?
Let's see. So in Pennsylvania right now, it looks like Donald Trump has taken a slight lead of about 2,000 votes. That's live. Then in Wisconsin, Donald Trump has taken a slight lead of 8,000 votes, and that's live with 35% reporting in Wisconsin and 42% reporting in Pennsylvania. And this is coming from AP.
Oh, shit. Wait, where are you looking at? I'm at way less.
This is AP. So just type in election to Google, and it will come up with a live table from AP that updates.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. That's really weird. Do you want to send me the what's it called? The link?
Literally just go to Google and type in election.
All right. I'm not showing I did that. And
so it should say live, last updated at 8:01 p.m. MST or 7:01 PST.
Oh, there we go. Wisconsin just got updated towards red, right? Trump is up by a percentage point there, a little bit under 1%.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I won't lie right now. It's not looking that good, but we need to have hope. This is something that I was saying at the beginning of the live stream that I would also like to repeat now, is think about it. What is the Republicans' biggest problem with the 2020 election? It was that on election night, Trump was up in states like Pennsylvania, and states like Wisconsin, and states like Minnesota, and states like Arizona, and states like Nevada. Trump was up in all of these very vital and important swing states, and this was in 2020. But then what happened? Well, the Republicans will tell you that in the middle of the night, Joe Biden was able to take a slight lead, right, at 2 a.m., and that's when they claim election fraud, etc. But the point is that the red mirage is real, okay? So please keep an eye out for these states shifting blue overnight. Please keep an eye out for all of these swing states that look red right now but haven't been called yet by the pollers, even though they have a substantial amount of their total votes counted. It's because of the red mirage. And you could prove to yourself that this red mirage exists if you type election into your Google search bar and you click on states like Georgia, you click on states like Pennsylvania, you click on states like Arizona. What you will see is that a lot of counties surrounded by these massive metropolitan areas have not submitted their metropolitan areas have not submitted their total votes.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
So it looks like Arizona is reporting red right now. I would honestly expect that to flip. They actually have identical votes. It looks like Donald Trump is only up by a total of 40 votes in the state of Arizona. That's insane. Don't look at Arizona, guys. Don't look at Arizona. And it looks like Pennsylvania has shifted back to Kamala Harris with a 0.3% lead over Donald Trump with
Whoa, it's 50-50 in Arizona. That's crazy.
Yeah, looks like Kamala Harris has a lead over Donald Trump by 10,000 votes. I just want to put it out there. That's why your vote matters, guys. Right now, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris by 40 votes in Arizona. Okay,
yeah, I see that. I see that.
If 40 people got out there and voted for Kamala Harris.
A lot of them
today.
don't have expected. It's only two counties, though.
Yep. And Lauren, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I would also like to put it out there, chat. My Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio of my account. You could send in direct donations associated with a question, with a statement, anything that you'd like me to read off on live. I can't promise that I'll get around to it, but I'll get around to most of them. And I appreciate you guys for the love. I've been doing this every single day. Me and Parker as well. His Venmo, Cash App, PayPal are all in his bio. We've been doing debates advocating for Kamala Harris, and now we are celebrating or crying or being stressed or being anxious. And that's that. It looks like Chris would like to come up and speak for a minute about Georgia. So let's go ahead and get Chris up in the box for the 41.4 thousand people in here. Just make sure that we're double tapping and follow as well.
Let's get to like 20 million likes, dude.
We are actually going to go ahead and grab Chris, who is a friend of ours that also lives in Georgia. Just went on with Amazon Prime to speak about the outcome of the election. So, Chris, please do feel free to hop in the queue and I'll get you up here. Iowa
Morgan,
is red.
Thank you so much for the dollar. Third-party vote is a wasted vote.
So that's right, chat. Iowa is slightly reporting red, but once again, click into those counties. You'll see that there's a lot of smaller counties that have reported red. The bigger counties haven't finished their reporting yet. Alice, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. All right, let's go and get Chris up in here. If you see Chris in the queue, please do accept him. If you see him in the viewer list, feel free to invite him as well. Sarah, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Will y'all stay on until the results are final? I am expected to stay on literally all night. So we're going to be on here all night talking about it. Sophia, thank you so much.
He's sending roses, apparently.
Yep.
I don't see them.
Yep. Chris, please do just start spamming roses so we could click on you and get you up in here. There we go.
Chris, I actually literally do not see you in the guest box. If you're in the guest box, I will be able to find you though.
Alyssa, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. All right, guys.
I do
what
not
do we do?
see Chris.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a rundown on what to expect, what to do. Right now, I'd say the best thing for us all to do is to wait and don't be stressed yet. For all of my Democrats in here that are getting stressed out, do not worry. Okay.
I'll clear out some guests. Be inviting right now. Be sending it in right now, Chris, and I will be able to accept you.
All right, here we go. You're literally scared. All right, so while Parker's working on getting Chris up to talk about Georgia,
Chris, send it in.
Yeah, send it in, Chris. Just would you figure that out with him over text while I could talk to everyone here? Kate, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So the reason that you guys shouldn't be scared is once again because of that red mirage. Just remember back to 2020 when Trump had a lead in all these vital swing states and Biden took him overnight at about 2 a.m. on election. Joshua, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. It looks like Pennsylvania's... There you go. You got in. Amy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you, Amy. It looks like Pennsylvania is back and is shifted red. Pennsylvania is going to be a very tight race, so expect that. And welcome in, Chris. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing phenomenal.
Welcome in.
Good to see everybody back from Vegas. Our Vegas trip was a good time.
Sure was
great.
Chris.
It was great.
So talk to us about Georgia. What do you see?
Yes, let's talk really quick. First of all, thank you for letting me up here. I actually go on Brian Williams in about an hour. But speaking about Georgia, because I think it's one of the harder states to understand in terms of what we're seeing. So I'm a Fulton County voter. So I think the path to victory in Georgia is really looking good, in my opinion. I think the path is there. So right now, we still, Democrats are going to try to take this core set of states of counties in Georgia being Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett, right? They're all going to be majority Democrat. The key is like, how many people can you get out to vote? So Georgia was the first state to clear our 2020 total. We actually, more people voted in early voting in Georgia than total in 2020. So we're seeing like record turnout. But the other thing we're seeing is that in a lot of these smaller counties, in really like suburban or a kind of rural Georgia, really, I'd call them suburban Georgia, Newton County, Henry County, you're seeing Kamala Harris outperform Joe Biden right now by 5 to 6 points. And these are small numbers, still important because it's a state that Joe Biden only won by 11,000 votes. But when you see that suburban shift toward Democrats by 4 to 7 points compared to 2020, that is massive. That is huge. That is the path to victory for Democrats. That is what we needed to see. And because of bomb threats, because of Russia and MAGA in polling locations in Gwinnett and in some of these like core areas in Georgia, because of that happening, we still don't have the total reported. Like in Gwinnett, we only have 17% of the votes in. That's going to be a huge number of votes for Democrats. Fulton County, we have 90% of the vote in. There's still more to go. Cobb, Douglas, like these are all going to be areas that are majority Democrat. But because we're seeing this sway where she's outperforming Biden, I think that the path to victory is really there. And my only other thing that I'd say is, everybody calm down. The polls said that it was going to be close, and believe it or not, it's close. So we got this. We're going to be good.
Maddie, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying how long are you live tonight? We're going to be live all night long, Maddie. Thank you for the donation, and welcome in, Harry.
What's up, guys? Oh, God, that was really loud. Sorry, my headphones were turned all the way up. No, I agree with Chris. I think we agree with all what your guys are saying. It's like it's super early, and this is exactly what we knew was going to happen, right? It was going to be a lot of red votes at the beginning. A lot of Trump states were called like middle America, the South and whatnot. And of course, like Florida was, overwhelmingly likely going to go for Trump. But there's still some really positive points. Like I actually just have some reporting here from a journalist at the New York Times talking about some hope that the Harris campaign has internally. And they're saying things like, that they're slightly higher than, I think Chris was kind of talking about this, slightly higher than expected support in early vote from suburban Georgia. They're outperforming Biden in 2020 currently in some of these suburban counties in Georgia. And that's obviously needed to keep the state with kind of a rightward swing in some of these other counties. There are still long lines at UNC campuses, 2 of them in North Carolina, and favorable additional late arriving mail-in ballots. And then there are long lines at Michigan. So, a lot of really positive news in the New York, that's coming out of these swing states. And again, it's also important to note that a lot of these early counties that are being counted are going to be Republican. I don't, there's no reason to panic. There's no reason to be worried right now.
Yeah, and I'd say the only other thing I'll add into that, because again, like the formula for success for Democrats is this shift. Like I cannot reiterate how huge, in my opinion, this is, and we'll see like what Gwinnett and these other counties do, because like we just don't
Chris,
see
did
it.
you get a new mic?
No.
I was like, you sound good, bro.
Oh, do I always just sound like a toaster? All right, buddy. Relax there,
Yeah,
Chip.
you kind of do. I'm not
Guys, the
gonna lie.
Vegas trip, I kind of miss you guys already. The Vegas trip was really fun. Parker, D9, and Harry just sitting, just chilling. Listen, I will say one more thing.
I did a really good time.
It was a good time. Listen, I'll say one more thing that I think is like really important. Again, American democracy is like, it's crazy to see that, in Florida, 57% of people voted yes on an amendment to codify essentially abortion, and it failed because you need 60% of the vote. Or it's projected to fail. But the key to that is to remember that, again, if we're seeing 57% of people in Florida roughly vote yes on an amendment for reproductive freedom, again, that's an area where Kamala Harris wins. And Florida obviously went to Donald Trump. I think that's going to be really huge for the rest of the night. I think like women especially are going to show up in force, and dudes who care about the fact that women shouldn't have the government controlling their body, that should not be underestimated.
Oh. Okay, I think it's fixed. It was Dean. Dean.
Okay.
Harry, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 10 million likes. Honestly, I'm sad that we didn't have a better shot at getting Texas. I thought maybe this could be a year where Texas is a lot closer.
Cassidy, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Cassidy. So something I actually wanted to ask you guys about.
Thank you.
Those in the chat, feel free to tune in as well.
Christian, think
what
it was
do you think?
$6.66.
Annie, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for keeping us optimistic. Annie, I love you. Thank you for the $50 donation. Everyone, please show some love to Annie. That is awesome. And Abby, thank you for the whale dive. So what do you guys think is driving people's votes this year? Something interesting I think I saw on Charlie Kirk's show earlier was that 78% of people that are voting for Kamala Harris are doing so. Harry just left.
There's a little bit of lag on my screen. I don't know if that's for everyone in the chat too, but
are doing so because they like Kamala Harris. And then what was it, about 22% of people. Parker also just left?
I think Harry was saying there's a big echo, but I don't hear an echo.
All right. Well, at least you don't. We're going to go and get them up right now, ladies and gentlemen. So everyone, just do give us a minute. But in the meantime, guys, something I would like to point out here is that, there's a lot on the line in this election. This isn't something that we should all be patient, but it's also something that we should be paying attention to because of how this will impact literally generations to come. But guys, we are going to go ahead and get Harry and Parker back up in the live right now. We got Parker in the queue. Thank you so much for the scarecrow, Mama Peach. It is great to see you. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Mama Peach down below in the chat. Thank you so much. Let's go and get them up right now. Chris, what is your projections for the election? How are you feeling? Do you feel confident when you're looking at the electoral map in the country as a whole?
I feel good. I feel good. Listen, I think again, like what the public polls showed was that it's going to be close. It is close. I think everybody needs to take a deep breath. Everybody was saying we're not going to know till Saturday. It is fucking 10:15 on election night. Obviously, the polls in places like the West Coast are just now closing. I think the numbers are hopeful in my opinion in Georgia, and it's going to be tight. It's going to be close, but I feel good. I think nobody should be panicking. I think nothing unusual is happening at the moment, and I really do think that when we start counting up some of these. Especially, women are going to come out in force and it's going to be good.
Yeah, I also want to be clear that they're still right now in all these swing states, people in line voting. Like we've had reports of hour-long lines in some of these suburban counties, even in more metropolitan areas. And so people are still voting right now. So all the vote totals you're seeing right now, of course, it's still being counted, but there's still more votes to come. And the lines are always been, especially in the major Democratic cities, is always going to benefit Kamala Harris and her campaign. So it's important to note. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. I see Republicans celebrating on Twitter right now. These people got to take a breather. So,
well, something I want to say about the Republicans.
Too early.
Yeah, I'd actually like to talk about that too real quick. Something I'd like to say about the Republicans celebrating is I feel like that is driving, a lot of the nervousness. That is driving a lot of the worry is because we see how confident a lot of these Republicans on, say, Twitter, Instagram, or even some on TikTok are. But something I want each and every single one of you guys to keep in mind is that these Republicans have been confident that Donald Trump would win before the votes ever started. They're not confident because that is what the polls are telling them. They're not confident because that is what they see on this electoral map. They are confident because they are ignorant and stupid. But that aside, I want to try to maintain this live to be partisan as possible, but sometimes the facts have to be noted. That aside, we realistically won't know the outcome of this election
possible is crazy
for days to come. How close the election is, but Shirley, thank you so much for the $350 on Venmo. Oh my gosh. Everybody, please right now show Shirley some love. And that is actually two different Shirleys. Oh my God. That is one Shirley with $250 and then another Shirley with $100. I thought it was the same Shirley, so I just said $350. No, those are two different Shirleys. Ladies and gentlemen, show love to the two different Shirleys that donated $250 and $100 at the same time. That is outrageous. Thank you guys for the love.
A huge W's in the chat really quickly. I want to say, Addison, if you're in here, $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Goes a long way. Great to see you. How was Vegas? Well, three of us had a great time in Vegas. I said there's no crazy nights. There's no absurd nights. We took it pretty easy, but we had a lot of fun, doing in-person debates and having some late nights just in the hotel room chatting about life. These three dudes up here are good people, man. I love Parker, Harry, and Dean. It was really fun. Elise, thank you so much for $1. Harris win for my birthday and another $1. Don't say this on live, I won't, but I got you. I'll do what you said. Harris win for my birthday. Happy birthday, Elise, in the chat. Huge W's. And lastly, Amy, thank you so much for $5 on Venmo. All of you mean the world to me. WTF are we going to do if we win? Either way, I love you. You're the best. Amy, I love you. If she wins, I think I'm gonna like run through a brick wall. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna like shed some tears. I think some tears will be shed. There's a lot of pent up just like work we've been putting in, man. That like you can finally just like take a breath, man.
Yeah, seriously. I feel like it's gonna be like a huge like weight off the shoulders.
Now
that's gonna be
going
crazy.
back to the
Also, Angelica, thank you for $5 in Cash App.
Going back to the electoral map here, it looks like a handful of other states have been called. Looks like Utah's been called for red, but of course that was expected. Arizona has actually taken a shift to the left, and Pennsylvania took a shift to the left, and now another shift to the right. Looks like these states are dancing around real quick. We shouldn't be worried. We shouldn't be worried, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, Harry, can you tell us a little bit about the red mirage, when we've seen this in prior elections, and what it may mean in this election?
Yeah, I mean, this has been talked about extensively in the media recently. This is something we knew was going to happen, that, Republicans take.
Okay, so it actually looks like
Addison, thank you so much for $6. Thank you.
Looks like the DNC
looks like the DNC is preventing Harry.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
while Harry's,
we have an echo or a lag, Dean. Like audio lag.
Looks like it's coming from Harry. I don't see an audio lag. In the meantime, while Harry's coming back, Abby, thank you for the $100 donation on Venmo from a deep red state of North Dakota, voted blue. Abby, I'll love you here. Make sure to show some love to Abby in the chat. And Trish, thank you for the $10 as well. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. Huge lag. That's unfortunate. Live is freezing. It could just be because there is, nearly 37,000 people hanging out with us in here today. Let's look at.
I'm gonna back out and then come back in.
All right, sounds good. While Harry's taking his phone call, while Chris is doing whatever the hell Chris is doing, and while Parker's backing out and coming back in, there's a couple things that we could look at here on AP News. So let's go ahead and look at the latest and talk about it. So it looks like, it looks like young voters are showing a little bit of a shift towards Trump compared to the last election. So that is concerning, but it was expected. We've seen polls for the last 5 years all showing a shift to the right with younger voters, when the young vote is very important, especially for the Democrat Party. And while that's something that we don't want to see, it doesn't mean that Kamala Harris is going to lose this election. It just makes things a little bit more complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris, how do you feel about young voters taking a little bit of a shift to the right?
Yeah, listen, I think I've contested as well that, like, again, in a lot of the young vote we're seeing, like, we see one of the biggest gender gaps in this election that we've ever seen. So we, like, predominantly males, especially young males, are voting for Donald Trump, or women are voting for Kamala Harris. I think that's why, like, the four of us have been talking about a lot that, like, as four straight white dudes, I think the Democrats objectively have a problem with young straight white males, and I'm working to fix that. I'm not surprised by a slight shift. The question will be how much. And I also think that my prediction has been, again, going out on a little bit of a limb here, that Gen Z will show up and vote in force. Maybe they shift a little bit to the right, but we're going to see not only suburban women really come out in force for Kamala Harris, but I think that this older white vote that is going to go toward Donald Trump is not going to go toward Donald Trump as much as people think, and it's going to lose him the election. I think that there's a lot of this kind of silent vote that people have been talking about, this almost silent majority where MAGA has gotten so loud and so just fucking ridiculous, especially in like, I think of Georgia immediately, like some of these more wealthy suburban areas where, like, a lot of people are Trump voters and they're very loud about it. The Harris voters don't want to talk about it, don't want to talk about it with friends and family. And you see this white vote that will skew Trump, this older white vote that will skew Trump, that there's these silent voters that are really, really concerned about democracy. This first poll we saw, the exit poll from NBC, that said the number one issue essentially was democracy. That is huge. huge because you are going to have older white voters who say, I'm already retired, that my money doesn't matter to me. What matters is the fact that we don't have a democracy. A lot of those people will be traditionally Republicans who have voted Republican over and over, who are going to vote for Harris. And I think that will offset anything else we see with like young, straight white males. But I'm not super concerned. Very, very confident that like other groups are going to also pick up the pace. And obviously there's a long way to go. We don't quite know enough about Gen Z. That's my take.
Oh my God, that's not good for Harry. Yeah, I just saw that Virginia had a bit of a shift blue. 67% of the vote in. Kamala Harris is up by seemingly 15,000 votes. So there's more people in this live than there is difference in votes between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump right now. And surprisingly, Jill Stein has 25,000 votes. So of course, just the margins.
God damn it. I would like to thank two people here. Shelly, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate that, Shelly. And Maddie, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo as well. Everybody show some love to Shelly and Maddie. Wow, you guys are showing so much love.
And Maddie,
Tyler,
thank you so much for the $150. Can we get some W's for Maddie in the comment section right now for the $150 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Maddie. W's for Maddie they said for the election coverage. Thank you for this. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Stephanie, thank you for the $3 for the future of humans.
Well.
And Caroline, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Or Caroline, I don't know why I said your name like that. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you.
We are going to go ahead and look back at the map here, guys. It looks like Pennsylvania is.
Should we look at Senate maps?
Yeah. Before we do, I just wanted to go ahead and look at Pennsylvania real quick. So I want to talk about Pennsylvania and the trends that we've seen in that state since votes started to get counted today. It hasn't been good. So when Pennsylvania had first started reporting votes, we saw that Kamala Harris had a massive lead over Donald Trump. She was sitting at about 75% of the votes. But of course, we did expect that to slim. The reason being that that has been a toss-up state in the polls since we started polling for the outcome of this election. So that was expected, but that lead has slimmed and now she's lost it. And she is down by about 100,000 votes in the state. That is not good. That is not something we want to see. So that's an issue. So we do need to keep an eye on that. Something else here that we need to keep an eye on is Wisconsin. Wisconsin has Donald Trump ahead by about 14,000 votes with 48% reporting. It has not been called yet. It's possible that we could win, but Michigan looks somewhat safe. So keep an eye on Michigan. Looks like Donald Trump will probably end up pulling ahead in Georgia unless Chris has any thoughts that may conflict that. The reason I say that is because he has had a substantial lead over her since they started reporting. They're at 88%, and that lead still exists by about 100,000 votes, if not a little more. So that is not a good thing. 150,000 vote lead with 88% reporting. Georgia will most likely be the next state called for Trump. I hate to see it. I do.
Kelly, thank you so much
Virginia,
for the $5.
however,
Thank you so much. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Virginia, however, has started
Maggie,
to
thank you for the
lean to the left.
$4.20.
Parker, would you help? Harry
You're such
get
a
in?
lag. Yes, I got you. Harry, just spam it.
Someone in the chat asked if we have a chance. Of course we have a chance, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, these important key swing states have not been called. And I mean, we even see some of them taking a little bit of a swing to the left. How about we talk about that instead? So I want to get the optimism up in this live. If we look at New Mexico, when this first started getting reported, we saw a swing to the right. Donald Trump had a significant lead over Harris. It looks like now Harris has a significant lead over Trump. Of course, they're only 30% reported. And same thing with Arizona. So when Arizona was first reported, Donald Trump had a slight lead over Kamala Harris, and now Kamala Harris has a lead of about 10,000 votes over Trump. But please keep in mind, guys, this is why you shouldn't be optimistic, nor should you be scared, because we simply don't know. But Harry, I know that you are probably more involved with the media and you're looking closer at what the pollsters are saying, what the predictors are saying. And I'm really interested in what your take is. I mean, what do you think the outcome is going to be in states like Pennsylvania that has just been a toss up since they started counting their ballots?
Yeah, I'm looking at
certain counties right now, like Philadelphia County, Delaware County, these are really blue areas. Allegheny County, they have nowhere near. And more Elk County in the center of Pennsylvania have 95% plus of their ballots counted. And so Pennsylvania is going to be really close plus of their ballots counted. And so Pennsylvania is going to be really close. Is 48%, but we have more outstanding votes, it appears, on face value. So I think anybody making like a determination on Pennsylvania or, as you mentioned, Arizona or any swing state right now is probably doing so in a bad faith way. As I think Dean just put it really nicely, you shouldn't, be panicked, and you shouldn't be hopeful, because truly we quite literally just don't know right now. We have no idea as to where these states are going to go. And as Chris was talking about, even in Georgia, we have a lot of outstanding votes in more blue areas, like Fulton County is still not fully reported, whereas a lot of these more Republican counties are fully reported. So it's just a wait and see. I mean, look, I would definitely say that, if you're Donald Trump or just generally in this election, you'd rather be Trump than Harris in states like North Carolina and Georgia, but those are not crucial to Kamala Harris's path to victory. Trump needed those states. He needed Georgia. He needed North Carolina to win, whereas Kamala Harris's strategy is mainly focused on the blue wall and hopefully picking up Arizona or Nevada. And, those states, again, we really just don't know. And I think the blue wall, if I had to make a personal guess, I think the blue wall will stand strong and inside with Kamala Harris. And if that happens, then she wins the election. So it's just very much up in the air. And I'm following this pretty closely on a county level as well to see, if there's any trends that are significant.
Someone asked me, why is Utah called for Trump and no votes are in? Because Utah is so likely to go for Trump.
Right.
Thank you for the $15, though. Jaleesa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. First time I voted. Thanks to you and Dean for educating me. Yo, W's for them in the comment section for voting for Kamala Harris. Emily, thank you for the $1. And Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you.
Something that needs to be
thank you so much
pointed
for
out.
the $10 for voted blue in Alabama. Based.
Something that needs to be pointed out that I think may win Trump, maybe the election as a whole, but definitely states like Georgia, states like Utah, especially, states along that Bible Belt, it may even bleed into North Carolina, is going to be the issue of abortion. Because what we'll see is a lot of these Christian voters, of course, also vote pro-life. And I mean, I haven't been looking at the polls from these states, so I don't know where they're leaning. But, that presents an issue because in past elections, that hasn't really been on the ballot as pertinent and obvious and as discussed about as it is this year. And I mean, that could get a lot of those more Christian right-leaning voters to never go blue. I know that we're just talking about Utah, and I mean, that's just what makes perfect sense to me. I mean, of course, the Mormons in Utah will not be voting for Kamala Harris for that reason.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really funny to see a bunch of Republicans celebrating like Missouri going red. Like, yeah, we got you, liberals. It's like, okay, all right. No, that makes the good job, guys. You got a state that's Republican.
$10. Yeah, I think that Republicans' plan are to essentially call the election results for themselves and say oh my God, all these votes just came out of nowhere for the Democrats like they did last time, because they know how beneficial it is for them to deny the election results.
Yeah, I mean, I it's what 10:30 on the East Coast right now, so I'd say within the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, Donald Trump will probably give a speech and declare victory. He'll just say he won. And I think that's a damning indictment of who Donald Trump is,
Right.
who the Republican Party is.
I'm going to interrupt you, Harry. I'm so sorry. Decision. I love you, Harry. You're the best. You're amazing. I've always loved you. Looks like
Thanks,
the decision desk has called Georgia to Donald J. Trump. My whole path to victory thing did not play out. It looks like the Kamala Harris campaign did not get the votes that they needed in the predominantly blue area of Georgia, being Fulton County, DeKalb, and Cobb. So as Harry said again, there's a lot of paths to victory for Kamala Harris. There is not a lot of paths to victory for Donald Trump. He needed Georgia, or if Georgia was called blue, he would have lost. And so that's fine. Again, you don't need Georgia. You don't need North Carolina. The blue wall will be what's important. Obviously, being a Georgia voter, somebody who has spent a lot of time here talking about the enthusiasm that I see for Kamala Harris in this state. Pretty heartbreaking to get that result this early, but again, we will continue as is. It's close. I want everybody in this live to take a deep breath in and a deep breath out and know that it's all going to be okay. It's very early. We don't really have much of surprise here. So
that's interesting that they called it, because I'm just reading here that there are 323,000 votes of early and election day votes from Gwinnett County, which is typically blue. I'm
Well,
not, I'm
right.
not saying the decision desk is wrong, but that's just like
who called it?
Well,
interesting that they
actually,
called it.
well, actually, you mentioning that, and
called
again, I apologize. Decision desk. Well, that's what's also important, Harry, is that Gwinnett County, like that was the place with a lot of bomb threats, and their polling locations close, so they didn't count votes particularly. But yes, decision desk at 10:26 called Georgia for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I always had this, like, I think I've said this to Chris, like in private, and maybe not so much very publicly for no particular reason, but I always thought there might be like a rightward swing to Georgia in 2024, following 2024, following 2020, because historically there have been swing states or states that generally have just like surprised people and voted for the other party, and then they go backwards for some reason, and then going forward they then vote for the party that they they switched to, for example. So I think that's just like the case we're seeing in Georgia. Got to be honest, North Carolina is probably going to break my heart tonight. They were my dark horse for the 2024 election, like Florida was in 2020. So like, I don't know, if I ever say that this state is a dark horse for an election, just don't listen to me. All right. It's just like, it's not a good prediction.
Well, Diane, thank you so much for the $5. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Here, 1 second.
If you guys had to call it right now, who would you call it for? I know it's like a dumb thing to say, but
I don't think we can.
I just don't think there's enough data. I just really don't.
Yeah, one thing I would like to add on.
I think like there's just
it's interesting.
One thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
One thing I'd like to add on. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish after this. I just want to bring this up. If we look at the shift map, it's a little bit of a visual abstraction of how people are voting this year compared to 2020 in these individual counties, especially, in the swing states in the East. There is so much more, votes for Trump compared to Kamala Harris in a lot of these key counties this year compared to 2020. I mean, anyone could find this online. I wish I could show it on stream, but it would require me to pause it. It's not looking good. In fact, I'll even send this in our group chat so you guys could at least know what I'm referring to here. But it's a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely drop it in the group chat. We'll take a look.
For sure. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 10 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get us to 10,000 shares and to 10 million likes, everyone.
Yo, Mads, thank you for the $4 on Cash App. I appreciate you. And Ariane, thank you for the $1. Why is Minnesota looking red again?
We have a lot of hate. We have a lot of hate viewers in the chat.
They'll stay
like, cry. Do you see all the cries in the chat?
Oh,
Jaden, thank you for the $1.50.
You know what?
Thank you for the $5.
You know what I say? I say stop the count. Kamala Harris wins. Stop the count. Okay. Kamala Harris. I tweeted that out. 6 minutes ago. It's currently at 4,000 likes. Kamala Harris wins. Stop the count. You see how crazy that sounds? But that's what Trump did in 2020.
Sorry, Dean. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's just interesting that no one else has called Georgia except Decision Desk.
AP hasn't called Georgia. Yeah.
And again, it is leaning Trump as Gwinnett starts to report, but it's just like with the bomb again, like the key.
I don't know. It's really close. And I don't think you can call it either, right? Because a lot of the red areas, basically all of the red areas are like high 80s, 90s, right? And then for like the blue areas, it's like seemingly like a lot of 70s.
Right. And the Gwinnett, like
low 80s.
Right. And Gwinnett, again, in those blue areas where Democrats have to perform to win, they will be Democrat areas, but that is the difference between winning and losing. We had a lot of bomb threats at polling locations because of Russian disinformation and letting Donald Trump insert himself. Because again, when you cause chaos here in Georgia and some of these blue areas are not reporting because of Russia, which we've pretty much confirmed, Donald Trump is able to insert himself and say, hold on. If everyone else is reporting and you're not, and now there's Democrat votes coming in late, then I'm going to file a bunch of lawsuits. And when there's chaos, Donald Trump has an advantage. So that's why that happened today. It's really disgusting to think about. But again, I don't understand. There's still some question marks here around the blue areas like Gwinnett and DeKalb. That's the difference between winning and losing.
Right now, we're 39% of the popular vote in. Donald Trump at 47 million votes. Kamala Harris at 41 million. 500,000 votes. And Chase Oliver is dropping off Jill Stein in the third-party votes.
Yeah, fuck you, Jill Stein.
You know, one thing I would say here about Georgia,
he has like less than 1,000 more votes than Jill Stein. And
I think there's a handful
has almost as many votes.
I think there's a handful of things that we could say about Trump. You know, in these swing states, it is serious that every single vote matters, significantly so, and that we need to count every vote before we could determine who won, who lost, and that the results are official when the election officials call them. But you know, keeping that in mind, I don't see many pathways to victory in Georgia for Harris. I mean, although we could break it down to the county level, look at how much of, you know, the votes have been called individualistically speaking, and maybe we see a county right there by Macon that could go blue and determine that for Harris. It looks like that will probably end up being called for Trump, but honestly, we will know for sure in what seems like a handful of hours unless they are not doing continuous counting. But, you know, keeping that in mind, guys, you know, let's stay optimistic. How are you guys feeling about Nevada? I mean, we still don't have any results on that. They were supposed to publish them about 40 minutes ago, but out of curiosity, I mean, I know it's not the most consequential state in the world, but what do you guys think, or what direction do you guys think Nevada's going to lean?
It's going to be close. I think like, his name is John Ralston. He's an editor at a pretty big Nevada-based newspaper. He projected that Kamala Harris was going to beat Donald Trump by like, I think it was 0.3 points in the state, like something incredibly close, like thousands of votes, not tens of thousands, thousands. So Nevada is also like historically very, 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 very slow at counting votes. So we probably won't have any idea as to which way Nevada is going to go. But you know, I'm cautiously optimistic about Nevada, just like I'm kind of cautiously optimistic about Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You know, it's time will tell.
Yeah. Dom, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I appreciate you for your love. Dom, Riley with a 5, and everyone else that has sent in those $5 donations. I love you all. I'm sorry that I can't get around to them all. I will point it out once again. If you want to donate to me, to Harry, to Parker, to Chris, we all have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in our bio, some in the link tree in the bio. Nora, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. That is a way that you could donate directly to us. We'll happily give you a shout out. But we're just kind of hanging out until, you know, we all decide to hop off for the night. But as it stands, we're just giving live election updates. You know, right now we're really saying that Red Mirage, a big shift to the right. I don't know how to feel myself. I was a little bit more confident in Kamala Harris 2 hours ago than I am now. I hope that trend does not continue. But Jace, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love, Jace. You know, there was something that I feel like, had gotten brought up earlier that we should talk about, is that shift in the younger generations to the right. And, you know, that really surprises me because I feel like in these younger generations, more than ever, we've seen more of an outspoken nature to care about the real issues, to talk about the real issues, and to invest time and energy into researching them. And that will typically lead you to be more progressive, but it hasn't in these younger generations. I mean, what do you guys think has made members of, you know, our generation, for instance, lean more to the right?
I'm gonna go and say, you know, I think, like, again, this straight white male young vote has really been red pilled, unfortunately, very hard. I think red pilled in the sense of younger than us, you know, like maybe 18, 19 years old, and even like not a voting age, that has just like attached itself to this Andrew Tate type shit because they don't feel heard. It makes sense, actually, if you're 16 or 17 or 18 in high school and you're a straight white male walking around and everybody's talking about Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ plus, et cetera, it's going to start to feel like, why is nobody, or agree, and the algorithm's very good at attaching itself to that. The key to fixing that is education, right? Because every single day in America, like, why don't we have a day or a month for white males? Well, every single day is our day, right? We're the most privileged people in society. We don't have to walk outside and think about our race, our gender, who we like, our name. We never walk into a room and think, oh God, I'm white, or I'm a male here, or I'm straight here. And so, like, I think education is going to have to go like a really long way to to fix some of that. But that's my prediction of why we're starting to lean, just because we see so many more Gen Z voters, of age now to vote, and then that's what's happening.
I think it's the overwhelming level of right-wing content that's on social media. If you look at YouTube, if you look at X, if you look at Instagram, overwhelmingly right-wing for our generation. So I think it comes from not having a lot of spaces, especially for young men that are liberal or left-leaning. And I think that we're doing a really good job here on TikTok with doing that here, but it just does not exist for enough social media platforms like what we have here on TikTok, where there'd be like a huge impact on like the young men.
Sure, I agree with that.
So, and I do want to point out something that's starting to appear that is really fascinating, because this was not the most scenario, but it's certainly becoming more likely. With Georgia being the first swing state to be called, remember, she doesn't need Georgia. If Donald Trump does not win Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, and he wins North Carolina, what's up? Can you hear me?
All three of the swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Harris had a lead in all of them. But go ahead and continue.
I'm gonna go take a look here in a second. It is important to note that if she lost Georgia, assuming she loses North Carolina, there is a possibility that she loses Arizona and Nevada, and Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania go blue, and she wins. Nebraska is a state where they don't give all of their electoral votes based on who wins. There's actually districts. If she flips a district that is leaning toward Trump, then the results of the election will be 269-269. If Donald Trump wins these swing states but does not win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, there is a chance that he does not reach 269, and neither does she. In that case, it would go to the House of Representatives, and Donald Trump would be the president of the United States. It would also be pure chaos. But I do want to point that out.
Thank you so much for the $10. Aaron, thank you for the $5. And Alex, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. They want us talking about the Red Mirage a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I honestly, I want to say that there's going to be like a Red Mirage, but I mean, I don't know. It seemingly could go either way. Now, again, a lot of the red areas have very high expected overall voted, right? So, expected vote count already. So that is what we got to be holding on at this point, to be totally honest.
There's one thing that I'd like to bring up.
$10.
Now, I personally find this very disheartening, chat. And Harry, Chris Parker, you guys could give me your thoughts. In Iowa, it was either yesterday or the day before, we had a bombshell poll come out saying that Harris had a very substantial lead on Trump. It was big in the news. Everyone was talking about it. And it gave a lot of optimism for Democrats for the upcoming election. Iowa just got called for Donald Trump and percentage points. So if we're seeing such large discrepancies between these polls and the outcomes in these states, with saying that she was projected to be 3 points ahead with a margin of 6, and now he's 14 percentage points ahead. That is scary.
Yeah, states like Iowa were always going to be tough. It wasn't even really in the conversation. Kamala Harris didn't visit it once. That was one-off poll that had Kamala Harris winning. It's they're outliers and any data set, and that was just happens to be one of them. Her strategy still remains in the blue wall: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The numbers right now still are decent there. I mean, again, the only reason it's so red, people are saying that Trump, as you mentioned, Dean, just took the lead, is that a lot of the very red counties are reporting their votes earlier, because a lot of these counties don't have that many people, thus not that many votes to count. It's just far easier for them to get through, as opposed to a place like Milwaukee, which I'm looking at right now, has only reported 53% of their votes. Madison has 89% in, not even 100%. Eau Claire only has 81%. Yeah, so a lot of outstanding ballots, and in other areas as well. We just got to keep running up the margins in Milwaukee, which again, still 47% of the votes outstanding. Like there's very few counties in the state of in Wisconsin that has that many votes outstanding, or at least that percentage of votes outstanding. So still a lot going on.
Caroline, thank you so much for the $3. Tracy, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the nice words. Maxon, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. And then Ashley, thank you so much for the $10 for whole fam voted for Georgia, for her in Georgia. And then Tessa with the $50 for still holding hope for Kamala no matter what happens.
That was the worst fucking slip you can make.
That was the
worst. No. Okay, drop them, chat. Everybody, no, everyone. That was, oh my god.
I don't even hear what he said.
Holy shit. Okay, it's okay.
I accidentally said cope instead of hope.
Parker, buddy, come on, bro.
I'm cooking on chat. Appreciate the turkey. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, we're gonna stay optimistic. I really do think that Kamala Harris is going to win. In fact, I am 100% certain and confident that Kamala Harris will win this election.
I appreciate the $5. Okay, that's a bit much. I don't know, man.
Jaden,
we need Pennsylvania. we need the entirety of the blue wall. That's what we need.
Oh man, that looks so bad. Yeah. Do we have any Chris and Eric? You guys,
if we win Arizona, we can lose Wisconsin.
Yeah, what are the current pathways to victories? Can we draw those out?
Yeah,
Harry and Chris, you guys are pretty educated.
Yeah, I got you. I just did that.
So
we could win 4 states. We could win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, right? Or we could win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, right? And we win.
I think it's important to know with pathways to victory again. Like Donald Trump has to win one of the blue wall states. He has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, or he's probably not going to get to 269. So again, the real question is not what's Kamala Harris's path to victory, it's what's Donald Trump's. There's a lot of paths to victory for Kamala Harris, not a lot for Donald Trump. If he doesn't secure one of the blue wall states, not looking great. Again, that's where for Donald Trump, that's where it gets really chaotic of if all of the swing states go red and yet the 3, blue wall swing states go blue, then you're really gonna, it's going to be really tight. I don't know who's going to reach 269. It depends on what happens in Nebraska because they don't count all of their electoral votes the same as the other states. But as Parker said, a lot of paths to victory for Kamala Harris. She wins, she could, Georgia's been called. Well, it's been called on decision desk. It hasn't been called anywhere else. And by the way, it looks like Colorado just enshrine their right to abortion with 67% of the vote in. That's great. So we see that Kamala Harris, if she wins the 3 blue wall states in any swing state, it's over. She wins. She could win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and win Arizona. She wins. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada. She wins. It's going to come down to this. It's really starting to appear that it's going to come down to the big 3. Blue wall states, and then it's going to be incredibly close from there.
How many of those blue wall states would Trump have to win to get a victory?
If he wins any one of those states, he'll win the election.
If he wins either Michigan or Pennsylvania, he essentially wins.
But I want to be clear. It's pretty unlikely that Donald Trump wins Wisconsin and loses Pennsylvania. They tend to follow a trend. So if the key state is Pennsylvania, if she loses Pennsylvania, if Pennsylvania is called to Donald Trump, he wins. It's pretty unlikely that she wins Pennsylvania and loses Wisconsin. I don't really see that happening, but it's possible. But yeah, it'll come down to those big 3, and if he wins any of them, he will win the election.
1 second.
Megan, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Ben, thank you for the $1. Caroline, thank you so much for the $1. Kiki, thank you for the $2. Cadence, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate Ashley with the $2. Claudia, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much.
Nick Fuentes just tried to call me on Discord.
Nice. Guys, Jesus Christ. Parker, Harry, it's always a pleasure. And thank you guys so much for all the Venmos and gifts. I will be back.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm going on
Senate
Prime Video.
Montana is probably going to be red.
It's free for all. I love you. You're the best. Mwah.
Thank you for coming up, Chris. It was a pleasure having you up here, man. Show us some love to Chris in the comment section down below. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and stay live all night. Harry, Parker, how long are you guys hanging out?
Whenever.
Awesome.
However long you want me. However long you want me.
Great. I mean, we could hang out. I'll be on here essentially all night. Ashley, thank you for the $12 on Venmo. Maya, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate the $15. Nora, thank you for the $10. I guess that is one thing that we do need to be concerned about. Is those 3 states. I mean, as Chris put it, if Trump wins any of those, election's over. Let's look into them a little bit more. Wisconsin is 57% reported. And in Wisconsin, Trump has a very slight lead of about 30,000 votes. Michigan is 26% reported. Trump has a slight lead of about 40,000 votes. And in Pennsylvania, 66% reported. And Trump's lead is growing at about 110,000 votes. So, we're going to see how it goes in those 3
thank you so much for the $50 for W. Parker. Could we get some W's for Quenisha in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that. Christine, thank you so much for the $1. If we lose Pennsylvania, can we still win? Very unlikely. If we lose Pennsylvania, we lose. We can win Arizona and Nevada, and we still lose.
Yeah,
we can win Nevada, Arizona, and we still lose if we don't get Georgia or North Carolina.
Yeah, based on like the current projections, I think like a couple of people projected North Carolina and Georgia. Like if we lose Pennsylvania, there is no path to victory. If we could lose, we could win Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada and still lose. So since we have not picked up either North Carolina or Georgia, which is fine, we didn't need them to win the election, but we now 100% need to win Pennsylvania, 100% kind of need to win Michigan. And Wisconsin, we could win Arizona instead, theoretically, but it's unlikely that Arizona would vote to the left of Wisconsin. So, kind of need the blue wall to stand strong here.
Okay, I'm watching.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
I'm watching. Okay, why is the Nazi like watching us right now? That's weird.
He's watching us
really
on.
Weird. He's stalking me on Twitter too. Kylie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
Is he on Kick doing that?
He's stalking me on Twitter too.
Weirdo.
What is he doing? Yeah, he's on Rumble.
Nick Fuentes, if you hear us, you're a fucking weirdo, dude.
I agree with Parker. Also,
dude, what a fucking weirdo, man.
What a dork.
What a dork, dude. What a dork, man.
I hope that guy's watching. I hope he hears us.
I hope he's watching and he knows that he's a dork, dude.
Yeah, I hope he knows that. By the way, I think that all of us would say far different things if we weren't on TikTok Live about Nick Fuentes, but we're being kind right now. But I digress. Also, I just want to bring some attention to some reporting I'm seeing on CNN right now. Milwaukee, those are 2 counties, 2 of the most populous counties. A top Democrat there tells me that some of the biggest polling places in the areas aren't in yet, meaning that we have the votes are not in there yet. We don't know what the areas aren't in yet, meaning that we have the votes are not in there yet. We don't know what 53% counting. So it's entirely within the realm of possibility that happens. Fun fact.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, I think that, at the end of the day, the day ends. But in all reality, we're going to see how it comes out in these 3 swing states. How long did Pennsylvania take to report last election cycle?
Well, COVID. Days. So it's like, it's like days.
Days. What are we looking at for this election cycle? Yeah, I mean, once again, I did see a couple of reports saying it could take about 3 or 4. I think that's going to be our main.
Oh, he's cut out. All right, yeah.
It's gonna be our main concern.
We really need Pennsylvania. I have a feeling we're gonna get Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I feeling like I don't know why I feel better about Pennsylvania than I do like Wisconsin right now. I don't know why that is, but I think Pennsylvania is looking good. I think all of the states are looking good. I think Michigan's looking good. I think the main thing to be, if there is something to be worried about, is the fact that it does look like Harris is running behind some of Biden's 2020 numbers across these swing states, which is not necessarily, it doesn't mean that she's going to lose. It just means like we have to mitigate how much she's running behind. So if she runs behind Biden by like, like half a percentage point in some of these states or less than, that's fine, but we just have to mitigate it.
Mm-hmm. Justin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I know, same here, to be honest.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess we'll see how it turns out. Chad, if you guys want any updates on a specific state, just comment them down below. We're going to go ahead and take a look. I say we kind of revisit the electoral map right now. In fact, it's very quickly updating, especially right now. Yeah, Iowa got called red. Super disheartening there. Wisconsin, it looks like Trump's lead has grown by 5,000 votes since the last time we checked. Michigan, Trump's lead has grown by about 20,000. And then in Pennsylvania,
yeah, I also
Maxon, thank you so much for the $1.
I'm just seeing this right now that in Dearborn, Michigan, which has been in the news recently given conversations surrounding the Middle East and like would voters vote for Harris in that swing state, election day vote is in, or at least some like very preliminary votes, 332 for Trump, 81 for Harris, 293 for Jill Stein.
Only 293?
Yeah, but that's like really early votes. This is just like the first votes we're getting from Dearborn, Michigan. So
Maxon, think of the $1.
Yeah, if Matt wants to come up, feel free to come up.
I was going to say,
Parker.
Matt, just send a request. Matt, send a request.
We'd love to have him.
House of Reps. What do you guys think about House of Reps and Senate? What do you guys think about House of Reps and Senate? How is that looking?
Looking red. Looking very red.
I know it is looking really red.
And maybe something very similar to what we saw with Stein, not Stein, whoever the Green Party candidate was in 2000 with Gore and Bush. Thank you so much for the
Maxon, thank you for $3. Thank you, Galaxy. Thank you so much.
If these candidates really cared. Sorry. If these candidates really cared about
thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm looking for a better county by county map. Hopefully I could find one of those out there. Hey, Jennifer, thank you for the $15. Justin with the $10. I appreciate you guys for the love. And Sydney, thank you for the $15. Kylie with the 10. Sydney with another 10. Thank you so much. Could we still talk about how we could still win even though the map is mostly red? Yeah, right now, the best pathway to victory that I think I see that has been reiterated by Parker and Harry is definitely going to be Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But, it looks like we have Matt up in here, Rockin' Librarian. Matt, what do you see? How do you feel? How do you think Harris's odds serve right now?
How do I feel? I feel nervous. That's what I feel. I think you guys are sharing my opinion. What we're saying is I think Georgia and North Carolina are likely gone. I think Trump's going to win those. And then, so basically it's going to be the blue wall states that she needs to carry. Pennsylvania, I think she's still likely to win. The perennial bellwether has been Erie County in the Northwest, and she's winning it so far, but only 50% of the votes are in. So if she wins Erie County, has a lot of votes to come in from Bucks and from Lehigh, Chester County. Those are big blues. So I think Pennsylvania is likely to go for her. Michigan still has a lot to come in, but there's some places are moving more red than others. Wisconsin is looking a little bit rough, but they've always said that Wisconsin was kind of a hard one. So if Wisconsin, but she has to win Wisconsin. So I'm hoping that Milwaukee will carry the day once Milwaukee checks in, because they're only at 50%, and she's only losing by about 40,000 votes. So that's where we stand. Is that it's going to be a very close race, and I'm just waiting for those 3 states. So
I also have some news that I can share. Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is one of the chairs of the Harris campaign, has sent out a memo saying, it says a lot, but one of the quotes are, quote, "We have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. As we've known along, this is a razor-thin race. And we feel good about what we're seeing." And she has told the staff to get some rest for tonight, because as it gets later into the evening, less votes will be reported, and they'll start early in the morning tomorrow.
So it sounds like she is saying basically that Georgia and North Carolina are gone.
Yeah, I think that's probably the view.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for regardless of the outcome. Thank you for everything you've done for this election. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I appreciate that. Mike, thank you so much for the $1. They said fur your tissues. That's crazy. Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. Emma, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Thank
Trump's
you, Jack
only
Piper's mom,
winning
for the $6.
Arizona.
Appreciate it.
Trump's only winning Arizona by 0.2.
Well, one thing that I think we need to keep an eye on now. This is coming from New York Times. So, about an hour or two ago, they had Trump at a 70% chance of winning. An hour past, bumped him up to a 79%. And now he's at an 88% chance of victory.
Yeah, that's the famous needle. So I wouldn't take too much stock of the needle, because the needle predicted that Hillary Clinton would win by 95 at this time, and also predicted that Trump. I wouldn't go by what the needle says. But
Wait,
as I said,
the needle's been wrong like the last 2 elections.
Yeah,
actually, maybe that's a good thing.
The needle is based on the needle is based on the current vote, and then also how much is outstanding, but it doesn't take into account how that vote went back the other way.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, maybe
Maggie,
that's
for
a
the
good thing.
420, and Mapla, thank you for the $2, and Jacqueline, thank you for the $5 as well. Appreciate you.
Oh, look at that. California just got called for Kamala Harris, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably the most unexpected outcome of the election. Everybody, let's get some W's in the chat. California just got called. That's right, for Kamala Harris.
I did it. I did it. That was me.
Parker.
I was the vote that decided it, Sean. Even though there's none that have been expected yet.
We have hope, ladies and gentlemen.
Pick a back. The remaining states, though, we know, except for the blue wall, we know how those are going to fall. Oregon is going to go blue. New Mexico will go blue. Minnesota will go blue. Maine will go blue. New Hampshire will likely go blue. Virginia is going to go blue. So it just comes down to Arizona and those 3 states. And if she wins Arizona, she can lose Wisconsin.
Yes, 100%.
So I'm keeping an eye on Arizona, because Arizona is having some accounting problems too. Maricopa County has not done a good job with their ballot counting. So she's winning Maricopa County currently, and they're only at 54% of the vote in. And so if she can hold and maintain a lead in Maricopa, Pima, and Coconino counties, then she may pull ahead. And if she wins Arizona, then she doesn't need Wisconsin. So,
Lauren, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you for the $1.
I have always been saying from the beginning that this was not going to be a landslide election. It was always going to be a 50-50. And this is exactly how I viewed it, because this is what the polls predicted. They predicted a very close margin, and in all of the states, this is going to be a very close margin. So that's why no one should be freaking out, but also not getting very joyful. Because this is how I predicted that it would go.
Looks like Trump took Montana. Is Montana conventionally red?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, but unfortunately, though, the Senate is gone already, because Ohio, we likely lost in Ohio. We definitely lost in West Virginia, and I don't think Tester will hold in Montana. So we likely will have a Republican Senate, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's also probably going to be something along the lines of probably like a 52.
Yeah,
if my math's correct.
Probably about a 52-48 is probably what it's going to be. Unless Osborne wins in Kansas, then he'll be in a independent, and he will likely caucus with the Democrats, and then it'd be 51-49. And then if Walz wins, then it'd be 50-50.
Elliot, push the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, can y'all believe that people actually thought Jill Stein would win?
I fucking hate Jill Stein voters. I'm just gonna say.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Was there actually people that thought that she was going to win?
Yeah, I like unironically saw comments of people who thought she was gonna win.
I mean, okay, so there's 40,000 people in this life. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that a handful of you guys, maybe even if it's like sub 100, voted for Jill Stein. I just want to completely and totally put it out there. If you A, thought that Jill Stein had a legitimate path to victory, you're unbelievable. B, if you just voted for her without thinking that she had a path to victory, congratulations, you threw your vote away when it could have been meaningful. Because whether you like it or not, either Harris or Trump right now, I think it's leaning towards Trump, will be president in January. And that was a lost vote that could have served us well. I mean, last year we saw margins with Jill Stein, of course, in states where if they were to have won, and I'm just really hoping that that doesn't happen this year. So, yeah, yep. Awesome. Anyways, we definitely will not call it yet. We can't call these swing states until the election.
Thank you for $2.
No, and I bet you, if I had to make a bet, we probably won't know tonight who wins. That's
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, because Pennsylvania is going to be counting all through the night. Wisconsin is also going to be counting through the night. We might know Michigan, but that's about it. And Arizona, we won't know either because of fucking Maricopa. So
yeah, Decision Desk just called the Ohio Senate race for Republicans.
Yeah, so
that's not good.
Yeah,
I
so
can't even lie. That's just not good.
That makes it 51-49. So
Pennsylvania is looking Republicans for Senate too.
No, that's already been called. Wait,
Republican.
Georgia,
Pennsylvania Senate. I don't think that's
They're leading there by 2 points.
I don't think it's been called though.
No, it hasn't been called. I'm just saying they're leading.
Yeah. I would see Dave McCormick. Yeah. We still have. He's losing by 100,000 votes. So we have to wait for the blue counties to come in, and then we'll know. But yeah. So I'm probably predicting like a 52-48 Senate. Do we have any info on the House? Because the Democrats were likely going to pick up seats in the House, and it might be like a razor-thin, close margin with the Democrats winning in the House, though. If that's the case, then that'd be, like a bright spot.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. Yeah. Thanks for all the work you've done these last months. Thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you for the $20 for helping me turn California blue. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no real data on the House yet. The House is hard just because a lot of blue seats are out west in California, and we still have a lot of counting going on in states like New York, for example.
Yeah,
my
final map had the Democrats with like 220 or something, like maybe like 221. So I predict that they'll have like a 2 or 3 seat majority.
Yeah, it's going to be. If the Democrats take the House, it's going to be close. And similarly, I think if the Republicans keep the House, it's going to be close again. Yeah,
because they only have one vote margin currently.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, how were we feeling in the chat? Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick poll in the chat. I just just want to see where you guys, the viewers, are sitting. So I want you to drop a smiley face if you think Kamala Harris is going to be the next president of the United States of America. Drop a sad face if you think that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States of America. We have 37.4 thousand people in here. We'd love to see what you guys think and feel. Vote your heart out with a little quick poll down there, just like you did in the last week or so for the president of the United States of America. I would really like to see at least 30,000 or so responses to this quick poll. So seriously, if you're in here, drop it a response. I'll just go ahead and repeat exactly what the quick poll's for. Drop a smiley face if you think that Kamala Harris is going to win. Drop a sad face if you think that Donald Trump is going to win. Drop a smiley face if you think that Kamala Harris is going to win. Drop a sad face if you think that Donald Trump is going to win. Be honest.
That is
with
the
yourself.
most.
And I'm hoping that we could get more. I seriously want to get at least 20 to 30,000 to respond to this quick poll. So if you
Natalie, thank you so much for the $25. I've been watching you guys. Were in my dream last night. Love you guys. Thanks for educating. I really appreciate it. Educating and entertaining. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Amber, thank you so much for the $20 for thank you for fighting for women like me. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And yeah, I'll just put it out there again. If you want to support any of us on stream, our Venmos, Cash Apps, and PayPals are in the bio.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And yeah, I'll just put it out there again. If you want to support any of us on stream, our Venmos, Cash Apps, and PayPals are in the bio. All of those donations go directly to us. You could even attach a message and we could read it out on live, just like Parker just read out one. But something else I did want to say here, guys, even if Donald Trump does win, that's not when the fight stops. If anything, that's when the fight starts. You know what I mean? I mean, when we're not like rallying around these elections to actually see, our thoughts and our ideas be put into application with 300 million American residents. The years before the election, that's when we get more people to come to our side. That's when we try to convince more people of like certain beliefs, ideologies, or political systems. And that's when it's most important to advocate for what matters. But once again,
that's very good.
Yeah, and that's just worst case scenario. So fight's not over. Fight won't be over for a couple of days.
Yeah, because I'm in DC, so like I'm gonna be fucking like this would be the first time in my life I'll be able to actually go to like actual protests and go into Congress and actually like lobby people and do stuff like that. So, I mean, if Trump does win, then it just means that we have to, fight back and do what we got to do. So.
Yep. Let's go and take another look at the.
Yo, Jody, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
Nothing new has been called. So far, everything is pretty much the same. Right now, my guess is that the only state that we'll know tonight is maybe Michigan. Maybe. So we probably will be all going to bed, and it will still be votes will still be counted.
Yeah, I'm still really open to the idea that Kamala Harris is going to end up winning Michigan. I mean, I think if there's any of the states up there on the blue belt that I'm the most confident in, it is 110% going to be Michigan. And the reason I say that is not only was Kamala Harris up in the polls, in Michigan before the election. I went down there myself, and I mean, everybody was rallying around her. I mean, it looks like Trump.
Dean, you were in Ann Arbor, that's why.
Yeah, I know, but it looks like Trump has quite a large lead on Kamala Harris as it stands, but we still have some of those bigger counties right by Flint, right by Lansing, and even on the other side of the lake that haven't reported. And I think that those counties are going to be a really big determinant factor for the outcome of the election. And I mean, even when we're looking at the differences in these states, they're the outcome of the election. And I mean, even when we're looking at the differences in these states, they're not growing. And I'm really surprised. Nevada has not published their results at all yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
when does counting end for tonight? Does anyone know?
Nevada should be starting to come in, but I'm going to call Nevada for Harris by the slimmest of margins. But I think she will win Nevada, but it'll be close. That's my
Mark. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Mark. Bryn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the nice information. I really appreciate that. Abby, thank you so much for the $5. Kate, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I think it's very likely that he does a lot of the things we're scared of. Emma, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for Wisconsinites. For Harris, thank you so much. Nathan, thank you so much for the $20. And Amber, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For no matter what happens, thank you for what you're doing, and don't ever stop fighting for truth. Thank you so much. And Hockey Mirth, thank you so much. I appreciate the $24 on PayPal. Thank you so much for love you, bro. And you did your best. I appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Jacqueline, thank you for the $10 for cannot remember or what's it called? Thank you for spreading your knowledge. Hold up. Thank you for spreading your knowledge. I voted blue in Alabama. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's great, really great to hear. And Sarah, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Awesome.
If it counts for anything. I'm sorry, didn't you?
No, go ahead, man. Sorry.
Okay. If it counts for anything, going to win.
Wow.
So if it counts for anything. So
Sure does.
we need to at least, he's very smart, but we need to, keep in mind that he is still predicting that it's going to be close. I don't, take any of that for granted, but I still think that she, by the slimmest of margins, will win. But I don't know.
I actually think that we can't be too sure one way or another. By the way, guys, make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. We are very close to 1.6 million followers, which is crazy because a week ago we were at 1.3. It has been going absolutely insane lately, ladies and gentlemen. I think that there actually exists quite a possibility that we hit 1.6 tonight, so make sure to follow if you haven't already. But yeah, no, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to just be here giving live updates on what's going on with the electoral map. Right now, it is a very true toss-up. It is a very, very, very true toss-up. See how that fares. Regardless of
Morgan,
that.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
She really still does have to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is scaring me a little bit right now. This has a lead over Harris.
We have an official call. Trump has won North Carolina.
Who called it?
Yep.
New York Times.
And AP. AP also called it.
Corey, thank you for the $50 on Venmo as well. Show some love for Corey. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. And Tria, thank you for the $5. Ruben Gallego leading Kerry Lake. Thoughts on what this can mean for Arizona?
Oh, that's already been called too. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just read that Ruben Gallego is running 7 points ahead of Kamala Harris, and if that holds, even remotely, it's. I think.
Well, as I said, Arizona is looking very odd because it's so close, and what has been odd this cycle is that the states where we thought that Harris would do bad in, she's doing somewhat well, and the states that we thought Trump would do bad in, he's doing somewhat well. So it's a very mixed thing.
Hey, I'd like to thank Bran. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Maria with the $5, Rebecca with the $5, Nathan with the $5, Viviana with the $5, Ricardo with the $5, and Tabby with the $10 on Venmo, Haley with the $10 as well, Colton with the $5, and Katie with the $3. You guys have been so kind supporting us here tonight. If you want to support us, our Venmo's, Cash Apps, PayPals are in all of our
Maddie, thank you for the $150. Thank you so much, Maddie. I really appreciate you. It means a lot.
Maddie.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
And Morgan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ariane, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Brittany, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that they voted for Harris. Bunny, thank you so much for the $4 for the live is laggy. I think it just depends on the individual. And then Dova, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
One thing I did want to bring up here that's looking a little bit scary right now is
Kendra, thank you
Pennsylvania.
for the $5.
Pennsylvania is starting to scare me a little bit. Now, maybe Matt, Ari, Parker may have a conflicting view here. Feel free to offer it. But I'm seeing a situation in Pennsylvania similar to the situation that I'm seeing in Georgia. And in Georgia, it's only gotten worse, by the way. I'm surprised AP hasn't called that one yet. But Pennsylvania, it looks like they've done 76% of their reporting. And I mean, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's done. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that one. It's
as I said,
concerning.
so Yes, but I think those votes are largely coming from the other counties. We still have a lot of votes in the Philadelphia suburbs. So we got votes in Bucks County, Montgomery County, Chester County, Delaware, Philadelphia proper, still in Erie County. And that's the bellwether because, as I said, no person has won Erie County and lost the state. So if she maintains her lead in Erie, then she's very favored to win the state. And they're only at a 48%. I still counted.
All right. Okay. It's good to know.
So we still got a while to go.
Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank
Keep
you.
eyes on it all. I'm trying to calculate their pathways to victory right now.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it
all goes back to the blue belt.
Dollars. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean,
we like absolutely need Pennsylvania.
People said that it would all come down to Pennsylvania, and it looks like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it would have
Now
been
I
nice
think
to
of the
pick up
$5
like
and Jade think of the $5.
Who would
Would
have
have been nice
guessed?
to pick up like a Georgia.
Remember,
or North
guys.
Carolina.
Remember, guys. Kamala Harris is going to win this election. What you see right now is the red mirage, and the blue shift is coming.
Dean,
I hope so.
Honestly, Dean,
Adsel, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for Marine supporting Kamala. Anxiety's better now.
I'm just not. That didn't. Whatever, bro. I am like,
Now, Harry,
the
what
red
you think,
mirage,
man?
everybody, it's going away. Trust me, it's going away.
Sorry.
Oh, it's coming, guys.
I'm
it's coming. That blue shift. Wait, can't we just start like doing the same thing like the MAGA cultists do? Like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, Kamala Harris was picked by God. She's gonna win because that's the way that God intends, right? We're gonna see a late shift in all these states to blue because that's what God wants. It's gonna be a miracle because a blue shift is coming. It's ordained by Jesus Christ Himself.
Yeah, and if she doesn't win, they stole it from us. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually getting like huge reports of fraud coming. Pennsylvania. I just,
right now.
Insider sources. I won't tell you who the sources are, but I'm just, insider sources telling me huge fraud and that police are coming through. They're on the scene. They're investigating.
That's right. They're there. They're there, guys. And look at they're dumping ballots. We have the cell phone data that matches up with all of the ballot mules. That's right. It's happening, and I'll leave that to be determined. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, how are we doing, chat? Looks like we got a lot of Republicans in here. Put a 1 in the chat if you voted for. Honestly, I just want to see what the split is. We're gonna go ahead and do like another quick pull down below. Let me see a smiley face if you voted blue, and then a sad face if you voted red. Well, we actually have the banner for the U.S. elections. We just got to do it this way. Put a 1 if you voted blue, a 2 if you voted red. Let's see it.
Thank you, Jessica.
Can I give you guys some bad news?
I guess, yeah.
Via Harry Enton, who works at CNN. He's kind of like a data analyst when it comes to elections. In Pennsylvania now, there are 23 counties where 95% of the vote is in. Trump needs to do 1.2 points better than last time around to win statewide. In the counties where 95% of the vote in, he's doing 2.5 points better than his 2020 total.
So it's looking like Pennsylvania.
This is Pennsylvania.
So realistically, if we're keeping it real, it looks like Pennsylvania could go red and Donald Trump will be the next president.
If the data,
all contingent.
I think I'm going to the Capitol on January 6th. I think that's what's going to happen.
Oh man, I've already made my contingent. I've already made my contingency, Harry. I have the Harris Waltz flag, I have the American flag, and I have a long scruffy because guess what? They stole it. That's right.
No, it's total fraud. I think I'm going to walk shirtless into the Capitol with horns on my head and start screaming about all the terrible fraud they tried to take it from us.
Where's Nancy Pelosi's desk?
Where's Mike
Chuck
Johnson?
Schumer, where's it at?
Where are they?
That's right. I've already tweeted that they need to stop that damn count. Maybe, just maybe, some articles in the Constitution need to be terminated.
Well, people have suggested that in the past. Not me, though. I would never suggest such a thing.
Oh man,
we're gonna go for it, everyone. January 6th, everyone. See us there.
Looks like Oregon's called blue. Great. Looks like Oregon is called blue. Looking good,
We knew
guys.
that.
If you don't fight, you won't have a country anymore. I've heard.
That's right.
So-
Everyone, you need to rally. You need to rally. Wait. Kamala Harris is the current VP. What if she just didn't certify?
Well, according to the Republicans, she can just deny it. So, that's what they said.
According
That's
to
what they said.
Republicans, we can just send false slates of electors to Electoral College cast Kamala votes when she doesn't win, because we need to ensure that these elections were safe and secure and not tampered by Russia.
Right.
And she's a VP, so she's the certifier of the vote. Okay, right? Yeah. She doesn't need all the silly little checks and balances. She wields the power.
No, genuinely, according to Republicans, they would have absolutely no legal or constitutional issue with Kamala Harris doing that, right? I mean, they said that Mike Pence could, if he had the courage, he would have. Is what the word is on the street. So, and I think if Kamala Harris has the courage, she'll send it back to the states. If she has.
Anyways, guys, yeah,
it's so funny.
Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5. Marilyn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for the $5. Stephanie.
Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, Corey. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody show some love to Corey. That's insane. And Kels, thank you so much for the 25. I don't see. Am I lagging?
Yeah.
Lagging.
All right. Hopefully it'll catch up. But also, Kels, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate that, Kels. Thom with the $25 as well. Madeline with a 10. Haley with a 3. Parker with a 3. Let's see. Thom asked for my gut feel, and right now, based upon the data that Harry has given us,
Parker, thank you for the $3 for interrupt. Dean, please. I got you. Don't worry. And Stanley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Nathan, Viviana, Ricardo, Estelle, Lizzie, Mallory, I appreciate you all for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some Al Parkers in the chat. We need to interrupt him back. Anyways, right now, someone on Venmo asked me for my gut feeling. Right now, I think that things are looking. Harry just got banned. I bet it was for civil electoral. Yeah. Damn, dude. Was that because we were fucking around and then TikTok took it seriously? Are we next? The views are dropping. I think that means I'm gonna get banned here shortly.
Oh god.
Chad, I'm probably gonna go offline here soon. I think it's gonna get me just like it just got Harry. I'm not gonna lie. Harry,
No,
what
I
was
feel like,
banned
I
for?
feel like it would have taken both of us.
You got taken down for
misinformation.
misinfo.
That's so dumb.
Maddie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Maddie. Everyone, please show some love to Maddie. Thank you so much, Maddie. You are phenomenal. Show some love to Maddie down below in that chat. And Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying don't get banned. Parker, thank you for the $3 on Venmo to interrupt Parker. But yeah, anyways, right now, guys, I'd say that the prospect is not the brightest. Kaliko, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I'd say that
Garrett, thank you for the $1.69, and Madeline, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
Based upon the data that Harry shared about Pennsylvania, it looks like Trump could win Pennsylvania, and if Trump wins Pennsylvania, Trump wins the election. So
it's entirely possible. Entirely possible.
Yeah, and I think like the one thing that I want to keep in mind, that really consciously try to keep in mind here, is that I don't want to cope. Like, if I think that Trump's gonna win, if I think that things aren't going too good for Harris, I'm gonna be upfront and straight with you guys about that. I feel like that transparency is pretty important. Astel, I appreciate you for the $50 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody show Astel some love in that chat right now. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Everyone, please show some love to Astel. A lot of the Republicans down there are telling me to cope. Should I cope? Which one should I do? Should I cope or should I try to be straight up? Or is being straight up my cope? Who knows? David, oh my God, with the $50 once again on PayPal from a Venezuelan Canadian fan. Thank you for the love, David.
Thank you so
Everyone,
much for the
please show
$50
some
on
love.
PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, David. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Paris with the $10. Thank you so much for voted blue, and AZ. Thank you, Parker. And for whatever happens, like I told Harry and Dean, please be proud of yourself. I'm a Republican, but I've spent many hours watching your stream. Much love to you, man. Hope to meet you one day. Thank you so much, Corey. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Looks like Noah has a good question for me on Venmo here. Noah says, do you think that we still have a chance? Donated a few times now, freaking out. First of all, I appreciate you for the $25 donation. Make sure to show some love to Noah in the chat. And then secondly, yeah, I think that the Democrat Party does have a chance. I just think it is more likely that Trump will win than Kamala Harris. But of course, because the race hasn't been called in any of like the 3 states we need, that there's obviously a chance, but I'd say it's just more likely that Trump will end up winning. So yeah, wow, I wish that wasn't the case, but that's reality, and I think that we need to be able to come to terms with that. One thing I will say to a lot of the Democrats in here, and of course to the Republicans as well, I wish that you'd listen, is that it's really important to stay away from conspiratorial nonsense and copium. I think that we need to be realistic with ourselves. I think that's very, very, very important to do, regardless if it is better or worse for us. And I'd highly implore everyone to do the same. Jasmine, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. So it looks like Minnesota actually just turned blue. That's great. She actually has a pretty substantial lead over Trump in that state now. Wow.
That's really good.
Wow, she just blew past him. Holy shit. But,
that's really fucking good.
I am seeing some official reports here from a couple people backstage with the DNC saying that it's too early to tell of any of the states, the blue wall up there with
Thank you, Jessica, $1.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
I mean, as I said, I don't think we can call it or anything, but it's just not looking great as of right now.
Sage, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Thank you for the love. How is Michigan going? Let's take a look at Michigan. Right now, Michigan, Donald Trump has 1.1 million votes. Harris has 1 million votes flat. Means he has about a 4% lead, a 4.3% lead over Harris. How do you feel about that, Matt?
I mean, the vote share in Michigan hasn't really moved that much. They're still taking their sweet time to count. So we might actually get Wisconsin in before anything else. She's losing Wisconsin only by about 60,000. So, but Wisconsin and then Pennsylvania is at 79. So she's losing that by about a little under 200,000. So she will have to make up a lot.
I think California is going red, everyone. If Jesus were the ballot counter in that state, I think it would go red.
Hey guys, New Mexico has officially turned blue and has been certified and accepted and announced by AP News, MSNBC, CNN, as well as ABC. So look at that, guys. We have now one New Mexico. Harris is currently at 192. Trump is at 230.
Great,
wow,
yes, we are 100% done if we lose PA. Garrett, thank you for the $5, and Jada, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
So we're just looking at the
Probably
pathways
Trump.
to victory right now. I'm going to go and pull up 270 to win, and I'm going to go ahead and take a dive into this myself on live. All right, so the states that remain. If Donald Trump, let's just select this right here, wins Georgia, which it looks like he's probably going to, and it was called in North Carolina, and we'll just go ahead and call it in Arizona. Let's see what we're left with. We're left with Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So if Donald Trump wins every state but those on the blue wall, and then Kamala Harris wins all the states on the blue wall, Kamala Harris wins. So if Kamala Harris can win
270 exactly, right?
Yeah.
No, 10 electoral votes.
10, okay.
Yeah. 10 electoral votes. If Kamala Harris can get all Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris will win by 10 electoral votes. But now let's go ahead and just reverse some of this process. We're going to go ahead and give Nevada to Harris. I think that's what the preliminary polls show. And we're just going to go ahead and give one of the states on the blue wall to Trump. And then the other two to... Wow, that's a pathway to victory I haven't seen yet. Okay. So Donald Trump...
Which one?
Can win Wisconsin and then lose Nevada, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Harris will win.
Lose Nevada? Why you get me to say that? Nevada. What?
So Harris can win Nevada, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and then Trump can win Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia, and she will be Madam President in January.
Wait, no, she can't.
Yeah, she can. I'm looking at
that. Has her at 266. If she loses Wisconsin,
give her. What's wrong about the map that I'm looking at?
She would have to win Arizona as well.
No, with what I'm looking at right now.
She would have to win Arizona.
Oh, I might be missing a vote in Nebraska. That's probably what's going on. There's probably something funky going on over my side.
Yeah,
What did I get wrong?
if she wins Arizona, then yeah. But
Yeah,
like it's likely if she gets Pennsylvania, it's likely she gets Wisconsin.
Yeah, so if she wins Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, then she either needs.
Axel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Michigan.
I feel you. I feel you.
Caitlin, Jasmine, and Jade, thank you all for the $5. You guys are great. Amy, thank you for the $15. Ashley with a
Well, I
$5.
think it's
Patrick with a $5. Let's see. According to this anonymous
Jordan, thank you for the $5.
donor,
Thank you, Jordan.
According to this anonymous donor, it looks like whatever podcast is yapping about me. Tell them to shut the hell up. Tell them they're irrelevant. Tell them they don't have arguments.
What are they
Tell
yapping
them that
about?
They just like shit on women because they're misogynistic and they want views. How about that?
Can we 2v2 them, please?
Right? I know, that'd be nice.
We're gonna
Let's
let's
see.
call them out after the election. Let's just fucking do it.
I know we need to. We need to. Apparently they're yapping. Apparently. I saw them yapping about you. What were they saying? What were they saying? Wishing for a blue shift. We all are. I am updating the map. Let's see if there's anything new. I am really keeping a close eye on Pennsylvania down here. Fuck, that lead is bad, man. Okay. I think Pennsylvania needs to do some more reporting. Are we cooked? We're not cooked.
The thing I've seen is that she really has to clock it in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Like she has to run it up there. It's possible, but goddamn, is it a? I mean, and she's still winning Erie. She's only winning by 4,000 votes, but she is still.
Yo, Pennsylvania just reported software malware and is extending time to count.
Okay, so there you go.
Dude, if Pennsylvania ends up going blue, Republicans are gonna go crazy.
Yeah, they're gonna be like,
Dude, that's gonna be the center of their conspiracy.
No. Oh my God. If Pennsylvania ends up going blue, Republicans will never stop talking about it. Holy shit. So what's going on with Pennsylvania right now? So they extended the counting deadline. They're stopping counting for right now because they reported malware within their electronic voting systems. So
no, you know what? They're stealing the election from us. Like this is exactly what my tweet just was. Right?
Be careful saying that. Be careful saying that.
Oh, fuck! Should I dip?
No, you're good. But like, just be really careful.
I forgot about that. I was just trying to make a joke and I literally forgot.
I know. It was funny.
I posted it on Twitter. It has 9K views.
Dude, spam Twitter right now. It's great. No one's taking advantage of it. I'm over there saying Kamala Harris wins, stop the count. I'm going to tweet out some... Fuck. Hey, Jordan, thank you so much for the $2 saying there's over 400,000 mail-in votes left in Pennsylvania. That's another thing, is that the mail-in votes are going to be counted last, and they are always democratically favored. It is very possible that PA could end up swinging blue because of that. So we need to keep an eye. We need to keep a big eye on that. Good news. PA is extending their count deadline. That's real good news. We need that. So I can get in there myself. That was a joke. All right, let's see. No new big updates. No new big updates. That was a joke. I'm going to be on Fox News tomorrow.
The only silver lining really at all of this is that if Trump does win, the only silver lining is that the House is still likely to go to the Democrats, thus making his policy agenda much, much harder to pass. So that's the only silver lining, is that if Trump wins, we will likely have the Dems to thank for being able to stymie his most radical stuff.
Hey, I'm actually really sad about this one. Very, very sad about this one. Lizzie, thank you for the $5 in PayPal. Ted Cruz got reelected in Texas.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sad about that one. I'm really sad about that one.
Me
I really
too.
like
I wanted Colin Allred to win.
And I mean, I think that there's
I wanted to be Colin Allred.
But, that's unfortunate. You know what I mean? That's unfortunate. Aaron, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Boo, Ted. I know, right? Astel, thank you for the $2 on PayPal saying, my friend says hi, we both voted for Harris. Good shit. That's what I like to hear. Ooh, all right, guys. Let's see. We have nothing new so far. Harris is at 205 electoral votes. Trump is at 230. Harris has 4 million less votes than Donald Trump. How do you guys feel about that? What does that mean? What's left? What hasn't been counted that's giving
Underreport, a huge underreport in California.
Slightly above half. Pennsylvania has about 20% more to go. Michigan has 60% more to go, and Wisconsin has 30%. And fucking Nevada only has 2%.
Wait, Virginia got called.
California's only 27%.
Virginia got called. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one, guys. Virginia got called. Virginia got called for blue.
Close, though. She only won it by what, 4 percentage points. That's not good for a Democrat.
Yeah,
but it's awesome nonetheless.
It's a win, but I'm just saying, like it's
a win. It's a win. We'll take our wins. We'll take our wins. Amen. Virginia got called. Mackenzie, thank you for the $2. Will I be able to sleep tonight? Probably. Lizzie, thank you so much for the $5. I'm in a group chat with a bunch of other Democrats. Oh,
are they scared?
Not pretty. Oh, they're so scared. They're so
America,
scared,
thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Joey, thank you so much for the $5. Cameron, thank you so much for the $1. Aaron, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think it could, but very low likelihood. To be totally honest with you, very low likelihood.
I'm worshiping at the altar of Alan Lichtman. That's my.
That's like our biggest chance right now.
That's my saving grace.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and reiterate to you guys a message coming straight from Harris's campaign manager. This was an email sent to staffers that I'm going to leak. So it says, in Pennsylvania, we outperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Buck County. We don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we have overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. We expect to see higher turnouts in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more results, like everyone else, and hope to get a closer read in the coming hours. In Michigan, we are awaiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong turnout throughout early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse since the results are coming in more piecemeal than elsewhere. In Wisconsin, we know that there's a significant amount of vote remaining in the Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are now seeing signs of strong performance in the WW counties, where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 and 5 a.m., and we feel good about what we are seeing. The clear pathway to victory would be from the Sun Belt states as well as the Blue Wall states. And apparently, Harris's campaign feels very good about what they're seeing. And we probably won't have a clearer picture of the outcome of this election until tomorrow morning.
All right. That's rough to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But,
Right.
I mean, according to the...
Did Harry get his account back?
Bro, please tell me he did. I want Harry up here.
No, I don't see anything.
Pull an all-nighter? Chat, should I pull an all-nighter? I mean, I'm sitting... You won't?
You want to?
I said that I was going to, but frankly, I don't think I will, because right now, if it goes the way it's looking to go, we won't even know before the early morning, and there's no point in stressing out, about it, because we won't know.
Melissa, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much. Everyone show some love to Melissa. I mean, I'm not stressing out about it. Maybe I could honestly just hang out on live here. You know what I mean? Be able to talk, communicate with y'all, and whatnot. But yeah, anyways, guys, we're actually almost on the daily rankings. Wow, that's crazy. And that's just for today.
Nathan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Nathan. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Juliet, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for everything you do, Parker. You've seriously kept me informed. I'm proud to be voting for Kamala and be on the right side of history. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Molly, thank you so much for the $2 for Can You Tell My Friend? And I something comforting but real. We won't know until the results till tomorrow. Our biggest shot for victory, right, is winning, like what Dean just said, the Sun Belt, right, which is Arizona, Nevada, right, and the Blue Wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That's our route to victory.
Let's go and just bring some random person up and see what their thoughts and feelings are. Wow, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. All right, Alan Lickman. I mean, I really hope Alan Lickman's right. I mean, he's still predicting Harris, and that's always a good sign, guys. We need to be looking at that.
He's starting to like waffle a little bit.
Uh-oh. Really? Alan Lickman is waffling?
Yeah, he's not as confident as he was sounding like an hour ago.
What is he saying now? Where is he posting his updates?
He's live on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What is he saying?
He's saying that the vote in Pennsylvania is going to be very, very, very close, and she has to really like squeeze out like super majorities in those counties.
Okay. Emily, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Ruth, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Aziel, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Can called states change? Yes, because that's not being called by the election officials.
Angela, I appreciate the $10. Thank
media
you.
sources, but will they most likely change now? Kenny, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Stay strong, Kens. And Galena, thank you for the $2 to stay up. Trev, thank you for the $1 and the 25 cents on Venmo. And Ruby with the $2 on Venmo. You know, honestly, what I could do is I could just Uber Eats food. Uber Eats like a little meal. Uber Eats like a Red Bull or something like that. Should I do that, chat? I mean, let me see if I could sign up on my computer and just get it sent straight to me. That sounds like a bit of fun. Yeah, that sounds like a bit of fun to me. I know. All right. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm going to do that most likely later. Stay on for a while. I think I could at this point. Trisha, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the Uber Eats fund. Thank you. That'll cover the Red Bull. You're awesome. You did that great, Liz. Anyways, guys, in the chat, let me know if you have any questions. Feel free to ask. Sophia, thank you for the $2 on Venmo to stay up all night. I mean, we're going to be keeping pretty close tabs with everything going on. We're going to be starting to check out Twitter, seeing what people are saying, seeing how people are feeling.
Angela, thank you for the $10. Lucy, thank you so much for the $15.65. Thank you so much. Jose, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I have no clue, to be honest. Chrissy, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much.
Jada,
and Maya, thank you so much for the
donation.
$20. Thank you so much thank you for everything you do. Thank you so much.
Jada with a $3 donation on PayPal asks a pretty important question here. Is there any pathway to victory if we lose Pennsylvania? No. The answer is no. If Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, we lose. There is an unlikely pathway to victory if he wins Wisconsin. But if we lose Michigan or Pennsylvania, Donald Trump will be the next president of our country, undeniably. So we need to make sure that we win Pennsylvania. And Aztel, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Can you shout out my friend Ranveer? Shout out Ranveer. Gabrielle, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying I'm iconic. I love you. Kelly with the $5 on Venmo. What if she loses Pennsylvania? Nope. Yo!
Hey, look at that. Whoa, on to Parker too. Holy shit.
Oh my God, Mama! Thank you so much. Holy shit! Oh my God!
Fucking
oh my
shit.
God! Universes! Holy shit!
Oh
shit! Thank you
my
so much.
God!
Oh my gosh!
Holy
Thank you so
fucking
much.
shit! Mama
Thank you.
Peach with the 3 TikTok universes. in this live right
That's so
now.
kind of you.
Please, everybody, please
Get
show some
fucking
love.
W's for them in the
W's
comment section
forever.
right now.
Oh my goodness
Jesus.
gracious. Show some love to Mama Peach in the
Thank
chat
you
for the
so much. That is
three
unbelievable.
TikTok
Thank you.
universes.
Thank you so
That
much.
is insanity.
The 3 is crazy.
Holy
That's the most TikTok memes I've ever
shit.
seen dropped.
That
And, like,
that is
alive.
that is
That-
out of
that
this
is
world.
insane.
Everybody, please show some love
That
to
is out of
Mama
this
Peach for
world.
that. Wow. Holy
Yo,
shit.
Emmy, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, I definitely do see that. Ruth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Stay strong. Tori, thank you so much for the $10 for appreciate the information as always. Thank you so much. Ash, thank you so much for the $20
thank you
for
so
please
much.
pull
Really
an all-nighter. And Lucy, thank you so much for the $15. And Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you. W
Wow.
Mama Peach in the comment section.
Mama Peach for president. That's right.
W.
By the way, guys, so now I thought I'd point it out that Elon is falsely claiming victory on Twitter. He's saying that Trump is won and it is over. That's what we really need to watch out for. And it won't, I guess, suggest the same threat that was suggested in 2020 if Kamala Harris pulls ahead and ends up winning. But, I mean, it's still important to talk about. We cannot call this
Annabelle,
election.
thank you for the $5.
I want to be very clear with my words here. We cannot call this election yet. I think we could say that yes, objectively speaking, Trump is in the lead. Yes, objectively speaking, Trump is more likely to win this election than Kamala Harris, where the data sets right now. But no, right? We absolutely cannot call this election with where it's at. But I think that we need to, be very realistic with ourselves. I will happily, I will happily be honest with myself. However much it pains me and hurts me to my core to say that yes, Trump will most likely win this election. With the data where it sits right now, should you be scared? You shouldn't be scared yet. Maddie, thank you for your concert. I really appreciate you for the love, Maddie. Everyone show some love to Maddie. And Alex, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, when will we fully know the results? It could be
Probably
days.
by the morning or the next day.
Yeah, but I'd say we'll have a pretty...
We'll have a
pretty
good
clear
idea
outcome in the
tonight.
morning.
Yeah,
We'll have
a good
I'd say
idea.
we'll have the best idea in the morning because that's when Wisconsin is, going to be pretty much settled.
Yeah.
So that's where we set. Harry and Chris might join up with us again here shortly.
Good. I hope they have some new info, some like party insiders or something that will like give us some hope.
Yeah, that will tell us Harris is actually going to win for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that optimism is still possible to have, but I mean, it's dwindling. That's true.
It is dwindling, but I mean, who knows? It's because even the Harris campaign is being a little kind of not exactly,
No, I'd say that we see relatively strong in messaging from the Harris campaign. They are remaining optimistic, so I mean that is something to consider.
Well, I mean, news reporters are talking to like anonymous people within the campaign and reporting what they're saying, and they're saying anonymously that things are not looking as good as they had hoped.
Okay. Emma, thank you for the $5.
So take that, just like what it is, but.
Yeah, I guess. Hey, that's all we can do. Guys, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We're gonna be live all night.
Nick, thank you so much for the $5, and Claire, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
I
Sarah,
think a
thank you
lot
for
of
the
it,
$2
too,
for
and
how
this is what
likely is
I
PA
think-
to shift. We have no clue.
Yeah, this is a lot of it. What I was really thinking too. If Trump wins, Parker, Dean, and I's lives likely won't change that much because we're kind of like very privileged in that way. It's mainly for everybody else who we really have to think out for because I fear that if Trump is elected, I mean, just imagine what's going to happen to like those who are undocumented in this country, Palestinians, especially if they give like Israel like a blank check. I mean, no more funding for Ukraine. I mean, it just all of that goes down the pipe. So that's really what is like worrying me is that like those outcomes.
Yeah. Hey, Missouri, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal and Sarah with the 2. I think my worries first pertain within women's rights. I really want to ensure federal protections for every American woman and girl's right to choose. I think that is a very important consideration. But it looks like we're getting some new information in. Wow. Okay, so this is bad. This is very, very bad.
What is it?
Well, if you look at a map of the shift of the vote of every county in America, meaning a shift to the left or a shift to the right from how they voted in 2020, it is clear. Nearly every county in America, apart from a select few, maybe I'll say 90 to 95% of counties in America have seen a shift to the right. 95% of counties have seen a shift to the right. Wow. That is very bad news. Very bad news. Terrible news. Yeah. A lot of people in the chat are like, "That's great news, great news, great news." Now it's bad news.
Those people are insane. Actually, like, I'm not trolling. Those people are so insane. Kimia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I did not actually. Abby, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Melissa, thank you so much for the $15 for any advice for someone a part of the LGBT community and who is a woman. I would hope that Alan Lichtman is right. Other in terms of advice, like there's not like any specific advice I could give, right? Like there's really there's nothing more we could do other than like vote and him and trying to get him out of office. It's like the main things. So I don't know if any other advice. I would just like say hope. Keep hope.
Okay.
Keep optimism.
And this is another.
Atzel, thank you so much for the $3. Carrie, thank you for the $3. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of the Harris campaign is at Howard University right now. There was a large group of Kamala Harris supporters that showed up to the yard at Howard expecting to be addressed by the campaign. But the Harris campaign has gone radio silent to the crowd, who arrived with good spirits and are now leaving with terrible spirits and disbelief. And that is coming straight from reporters on the ground. So that's not a good sign at all. But you know what? We just need to keep that in mind.
Sav, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Corey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
Wow. So I just tweeted out, I still really hope Trump loses. 30 seconds and 1,000 likes in 30 seconds. We just got 30 seconds.
That's
we just got
ridiculous.
1,000 likes on a tweet in 30 fucking seconds. One thing I will say is that there is Americans in every single corner and crevice of our country that are focused on the election right now. And regardless of their political affiliation, it's good to see that people are focused on change, regardless if I think that change is good or bad. So, once again, for the 30,000 people in here, if I could tell you one thing, it'd be to keep your spirits high. We don't know yet. Cassidy, thank you for the $5, and Alexis, thank you for the $5 as well on Venmo. And you know what I will say is we could all think back and remember 2020 when Trump was ahead in all of these states, all of the key swing states, just like he is now. And then overnight, Biden took a lead. And we all remember that. In fact, that's the basis for a lot of right-wing conspiratorial nonsense about how we stole the election. But that's important to point out. Hey, Kamala Harris has won Hawaii.
We knew that was going to happen. Gianni, thank you so much for the $5, and Emily, thank you so much for the $10. I doubt we would be able to get Georgia, but it's possible.
Corey, thank you for the $10. Yeah, Georgia's still up there. And Mary, do you think that? Thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Madison, think of
it's possible for Pia to flip.
Yeah, and Madison said Alan Lichtman didn't account for Trump's following being a cult.
Real. A win is a win, Parker. A win is a win. So thoughts on PA right now? It's not looking good. It's still possible though. Just not looking good. Oh man, that's rough. That's really rough. Not looking good anywhere. Not gonna lie. We actually don't see much hope right now.
The biggest fucking hope would be that she wins 2 of the blue wall states, but like loses one of them, and then Arizona like swoops in to like save the day.
Maddie, thank you for the unicorn fantasy. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the unicorn fantasy, Maddie. I really appreciate you. Everyone show some love to Maddie. You feel so defeated right now. Don't feel defeated yet. But holy shit. I'm trying to stay limited with my words because I understand that I'm influencing 30,000 people on live. So I need to make sure I'm careful. But it's not looking that good.
Susan, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate that. Jenna, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate Ty. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And then Grace, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Could this still be the Red Mirage? That's what he asked. I don't think so, huh?
Possible,
Corey,
but
thank you for
really,
the well
no.
done.
This is now. I mean, you want to know? Oh, that's to you, Dean.
Oh yeah, thank you for the well diving, Corey.
Oh yeah. Like the sign that I'm looking at right now, and this is not good. This will have to change. Bucks County and PA, Trump is winning by only like 400 votes, and we can't lose Bucks County. So like that will have to switch. But luckily, only 55% of the vote is in. But we really have to turn that around.
Bren, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for what you've done across these months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Alex, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would love for Harry and Chris to come back. I'm gonna go ahead and reach out to them. You guys coming up? Oof. Wow. Yeah. Estelle, thank you so much
Dude, your
for the
tweet
$5
is blowing the fuck up, by the way.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what it's at. Let's see what it's at. Yeah, 5,000 likes in 5 minutes. Wow. Oh well. Anyways.
Did Tommy get off? Apparently, I think Tommy got off already.
Wow, surprising he got off. We're going to get this through. Corey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Rebecca, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for covering the election night. Corey actually asks for a magic trick. Now, I feel defeated with this one. I actually lost like all of my cards, so I can't really do
Naomi, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
And Candy, thank you for the money gun as well.
Emma, thank you for the $5.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you've done. Thank you so much.
So we could take a second here to actually talk about the House and the Senate. Talking about the House and the Senate, I really do think that both of those are going to be red. I don't think that's going to be an extreme, shocking loss. I think that we've kind of known that for a while. All the trending in polls over the course of the last couple months showed that. But yeah, so you know what?
House, I still think will go blue, but the Senate is gone. It's gone. Now,
Shout out Renvier and Adsel. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. And Madison, thank you for the $1. How does Nebraska work? They have a split based on district.
Yeah, she's won. Yeah, she's won.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay. All right, guys.
Corey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $3 for what's up with.
Didn't come in until the very end.
All right. Well, we're actually going to go ahead and re-reference the needle here. Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. So on the needle, I mean, right now, Trump is at a 90% chance of victory. That is the biggest likelihood that Trump has ever had in the needle out of the 3 times he's ever ran. And we could also go over the likelihood that these states will determine the outcome of the election. So right now there's 7 states, which account for, like 93 electoral college votes. And they're likely, obviously, to determine the outcome of this election. So right now, Harris needs 44 of these battleground electoral votes to win the election. Assuming both candidates win all the states where the polls show them with significant leads, Trump needs 51. Right now, we see a likelihood for Trump to win all of these states, but I would only really trust the significant likelihood in Georgia. I think that Georgia will end up getting called for.
Yeah, Georgia's gone. Yeah, Georgia's gone.
For Trump. I think that Georgia is ultimately gone. I mean, we can look at the likelihoods here. It's possible that Harris can win Nevada. In fact, there's a massive spread there. Same thing with Arizona. It's just not as possible. Michigan, possible, less possible. In Pennsylvania, unfortunately, than Wisconsin, still possible. I mean, we're just not really seeing
Thank
any
you,
good
Emma.
signs
Yeah,
in these
don't lose hope,
elections,
Emma.
in any of these polls. Yeah, but I mean, maybe what we could look at. Someone in the chat just said that the gap in Pennsylvania is closing. I'm actually going to go ahead and take a look at the map. So last time I checked in Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris was about 100,000 votes behind. And right now, she's
170,000 votes behind.
Okay, so the gap's getting wider.
And she's 170,000 votes behind in Pennsylvania. She's 100,000 votes behind in Wisconsin, and she is 140,000 votes behind in Michigan. But there's still a lot to be called. Arizona is extremely close, 0.5. Donald Trump's ahead by 0.5, and they are not moving their totals at all. I don't know why they're not moving. Thank you, Ty, for the $5.
It's really easy to rage bait Twitter right now. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Chat,
Yeah,
can y'all help me think of some rage bait tweets? I just want to really piss off some Republicans right now. It sounds really fun.
Just tweet out Donald Trump is going to lose in all caps. I'm telling you, bro. Trusting when it comes to rage baiting on Twitter. That's all you need. Oh my god. Yeah, no, just tweet out if you think Donald Trump's gonna win. You're fucking crazy.
I did something close. I said if you think Trump is for sure going to win, you are insane.
No, just like if you think he'll win, not even for sure. If you just think he'll win, you're actually insane. Hey Corey, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. If anyone else does want to support me, my Venmo is.
Oh my god, my tweet's going crazy. Yo, chat, help me think of stuff to like make them. I just want to do this. It's so fucking funny, dude.
Oh no. Yeah, but honestly, a lot of those blue states up there, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, they're going to remain unclear until the mail-in ballots are counted. We won't once again really know until tomorrow. Yeah. Say stop the count. That's right, Bree. I saw your comment this time, Bree. Never have before. I don't even know how I caught that one. Wow. I just caught your comment, Bree. That was impressive.
I think it's working, bro. In 1 minute, it has like 400 likes. 420 likes in 1 minute.
Crazy.
All caps Donald Trump.
Time to get a real job. You know what? Yes. One thing I will say is that if Donald Trump wins this election, I will be out of a job. No job.
No, dude, they're insane, actually. Oh my gosh, yeah, it's so easy to like piss them off. Help me think about other ones, everyone. We're just gonna piss off Twitter at this point. This is just really funny.
All right. Let's see here. Thank you for the hand arts, Ari. I appreciate you for that. And Braden, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I'm concerned what Trump will do with Ukraine and NATO. Yeah, Braden. So that's actually one of my bigger concerns as well. Maybe we could bring that up. Madison, thank you for the $5, and Bryn, thank you for the gifted sub. One of my bigger concerns right now is exactly that. I mean, what's gonna happen with Ukraine? What's gonna happen with NATO? What is going to happen if Donald Trump wins, and what would those relations look
Christina,
like?
thank you for $3. Thank you so much.
Because one thing I could definitely say is that his stance, right, with Russia is something that we don't need. I think that we need to fight against Russian expansion, and that is something that his campaign obviously doesn't want to do. But yeah, Parker, maybe you could add on a little bit to that.
Sorry, what were you talking about? I was trying to piss off Twitter.
About Trump and his stance on Russia and NATO if he were to win, and what will happen in the Middle East.
In terms of Russia and NATO, I would expect more power being given to Russia based upon advances in Ukraine. I would expect NATO to lose power because Trump is going to try to engage less with NATO. And then for the Middle East, I would expect I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Give it $2.
Anyways, guys, Harris making a comeback. I've just seen her going down further in like important states, but you know what? Hey, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. All right.
Yeah, the absolute nightmare scenario would be that if Harris loses the presidency, she has a coattail effect where all three of the blue wall states lose their Democratic senator, which means that would give the Republicans a 55 seat majority. Thank you for the hat, which is a lot. So,
Yeah,
and
that's a
then
very
that
scary
guarantees, I guarantee you then that what's going to happen is that Thomas and Alito will retire next year, and Donald Trump will put in two young, super hard right conservative judges, and then that will cement the far right court for decades to come. Decades.
Yeah, that's another like very valid and genuine concern. That I think that I wish was discussed more. Wow, someone just sent me a banger fucking tweet idea. Holy shit, Tim Hope. Holy shit, Tim Hope, you're great. Tim Hope, if you're watching this live right now, you are actually fucking fantastic.
What do they say?
You'll see it on my Twitter feed here in about 30 here in a
Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Cassidy, thank you for the $2. I'm sorry that happy birthday.
PA gap is wait. We got to look at the gap in PA. People in the chat are saying that the gap in PA is closing. Okay, 150,000 votes. Last time I checked, about 10 minutes ago. Now it's 177. You guys are fucking lying. Stop. Chat, why are you doing this to me? The gap in PA only got wider. What the fuck,
Donnie,
chat?
thank you so much for the $1.
Oh my god.
I want to piss off them more. What other shit can I do?
You guys can't be doing that shit. Stop cooking me. Stop cooking me. You're cooking yourself. You're over. You're done. You're cooked, chat. That's crazy. Oh my god, the gap got wider. AP, I'm looking at AP right now. That's where I'm getting 3,078,000 votes for Trump, 2,909 votes for Harris. That is a lead of roughly, let's see here, 1,690 votes, right? That Trump has on Kamala Harris in the state of Pennsylvania. AP, my beloved. I don't know why people keep commenting about the gap closing. I don't see that myself. Where are you guys getting your data from? Because I would love to take a look. I'm going to post another banger.
I know, I just posted another one. I said Kamala Harris will win Pennsylvania. MAGA is coping.
You posted the best banger ever. If you're a Republican and you remember 2020, don't fall asleep. All credit goes to Tim. To motherfucking Tim. All credit goes to Tim. All credit goes to Tim for that shit.
Dude.
That's a good one. That is a banger. Now that is a banger tweet. Dean's Twitter is so funny, dude. I have fun over there. Yeah, reload. Put
Give me some more ideas, everyone. I really just want to like farm these MAGA conservatives super hard, right with it. It would be really funny. I just want to rage bait them so bad. This is kind of
What a crazy evening. What a crazy evening. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I want to personally thank everybody for coming in here and hanging out. I didn't expect
Tim said they sent it to me first. Wow, I didn't even see that.
Oh,
rip, dude.
Rip, because that was a really good one. Tim, you dropped a banger.
Caroline, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5.
Someone in the chat just said, "Grab him by the election." Crazy. That's some of the craziest shit I've
Wait, I'm gonna go to yours, and I'm gonna say impossible for Republicans to stay woke or some shit like that.
Do it. That's funny. Yeah, stay woke, Republicans. All right, looking at the electoral map, what do we see? Wisconsin is at 77% reporting. We see less than 100,000 vote lead of Trump compared to Harris. I'm not gonna lie, guys, that is not good. But one thing I will say is in a lot of these blue states, there's a lot of mail-in votes that have yet to be counted and will probably be counted into the morning and even the following 3 days. And as we know, mail-in votes are democratically favored, and they have been because they're stigmatized for Republicans. And I mean, that is something that could generate a genuine lead in these states. Okay, thank you for the galaxy. So it's very possible that we could see these states starting to lean blue as the mail-in ballots are counted. But of course, we won't know for sure. That aside, ladies and gentlemen, right now, I will be honest and say that Donald Trump is more likely to win this election than Kamala Harris. I would even say further yet on top of that, that it is much more likely for Donald Trump to win than Kamala Harris. And that is where we stand right now. I think it is important for us all to be factual and not... And I like that. Kylie, thank you. Kaylee, thank you so much for the, let's see here.
Wisconsin just said that they will.
For the $10 on Venmo saying, yo, went to high school with you, my election watch party, would love a few minutes to chat to make us feel better. Really? You went to high school with me? You know what? I'd be down. Brianne, thank you for the $2, and Mia, thank you for the $10, saying, please reassure me I'm freaking out. I understand that there is thousands of people watching this live stream right now that are seeking reassurance. And let's stay aligned with the facts. And number one, it is possible that Kamala Harris will be able to take leads in these 3 states that she needs to win through the mail-in votes that will be counted through the night until tomorrow morning. Realistically, it is unlikely she will win these states, and it is more likely that Donald Trump will at least win one of these states. And because that is more likely, it means that it is more likely that Donald Trump will win the election. And that is where we are sitting right now. Look at PA. Let's take a look at that gap. Everyone's telling me to look at the PA gap. Everyone's telling me to take a look at the PA gap. Let's do it. Everyone's commenting about PA.
It has shrunk. It has shrunk.
Okay. That is actually
we're coming back.
Fucking news.
29423108. What is that, Dean? That's about 60,000.
Let's see here. From what I see, 80. Wait.
No.
Wait, what are you saying? That's
no. Okay. Trump's ahead 50.8, and she's ahead by and she's down 48.1. So she's only losing by about 60,000 votes.
I'm looking at the vote count right now. That's not what I see. 93.
I must have like an updated account because I'm looking at what came in. A Delaware County came in. That's why. Delaware came in. Philadelphia still has some, but she's only losing now by 100 and 66,000 votes.
Yeah, the gap slim by 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
I'm actually okay. You know what? I want all the Republicans in the chat to spam Cope because that was an actual Cope.
And Erie has switched to red. Shit.
I unintentionally misinterpreted the data. No glitchy. Swipe in and out. Swipe in and out. Swipe in and out, guys. Swipe in and out. All the Republicans spam Cope. Spam Cope. Spam Cope. Spam Cope. Spam cry. I subconsciously just misinterpreted the data that AP is giving me, and I interpreted it as the gap slimming from like 180 to like 60,000 votes, even though like the numbers on my fucking laptop screen obviously didn't say that. Spam Cope. Spam Cope. Yeah, you know what, Kaylee? DM me on Instagram. And Allison, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's go and see what Allison has to say here. We're going to be reading off these donations. Allison, thank you for the $25, saying because I'm shitting bricks and your energy is slightly alleviating it. No, in all reality, I'm happy that I can alleviate that. But it's important for us to be realistic. And it's okay to be scared. It is. It's okay to be scared. It's fine. It's fine to be. It's fine. Okay. Let's go and take a look at the map. See if anything's changed. What do we see? Nothing. Are we kind of like deadlocked until tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I think we are. We'll be called until the early morning because Arizona isn't budging. Nevada is not budging. The blue walls are very, very, very slowly gaining, but yeah.
Oh boy, I'm actually even seeing new updates in the chat that the gap in PA got worse. Yeah, that's a pretty substantial gap, you guys, especially with like the reporting that we already see. I mean, there's probably at this point 300,000 mail-in votes that haven't been counted. But I mean, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Unfortunately.
That was crazy. I have 20,000 followers on Twitter. I have, on Twitter, I have less followers than we have people in the live right now.
Damn. Everyone go follow.
I literally
Everyone
have
go
less
follow.
followers than people we have in the live currently. That's crazy, dude.
Let's see. Elon called it for Trump on X. I know. Should I call it for Harris? I'm just kidding.
I go and do it.
Yeah, it looks like Trump is at dinner with Joe Rogan and Elon Musk right now, saying that the future is going to be so good. Okay. All right.
Asked, what does Senate mean? They said 4150. The reason why that it's 41 is because all the blue states that are going to elect blue senators haven't counted. But as of right now, it's 5149 right now. And if we lose the 3 blue walls, then it's 54. And then if we lose Montana, then it's 55. So that is the worst possible outcome. Zidium, thank you for the dollar. Who's running for real? Trump is. Like that's at the objective truth. Like Trump is leading right now.
Yeah. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. You're awesome. Okay. By the way, Parker's Twitter handle is what? Like Parker get a job? Same thing it is on here. Well, I don't think he heard me.
I heard you.
Anyways, guys, feel free to ask questions. We're just going to sit back and answer them. Nicole, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Let's see. We fought a good fight, guys. The fight's not over yet, but I mean, the fighting's done. Now we're waiting for the dust to settle. So,
I just dropped the tweet on Twitter. I'm calling it right now.
Great. Continue to spam that shit. Just keep spamming it. Literally, just keep spamming it. Sarah, I appreciate you for the money gun. This election will be stolen. No, you're like the Matt Wallace of the left right now.
Less than 20 minutes ago, I was like, if you think Donald Trump is for sure going to win, you are insane. 42,000 people.
Maria, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying I just found out that a ballot box was set on fire in Washington. Oh no. Yeah, man. I'm really excited to see how the dust settles. Tree, thank you for the $2 on Venmo saying that I am a national treasure. I love you. Thank you. All right, let's see what we got. We got a question here. Let's go ahead and read it off. Hoax bomb threat made to dozens of polling locations in swing states. Yeah. Yep. They were made in Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Tim, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Annabelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Melissa, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much who asked for advice. Gonna keep fighting to educate people around me. Yeah, that's honestly all we can do is keep fighting to educate people around us. Zid, thank you so much for the $1.11.
Annabelle,
Cassandra, thank you so much for the
$5.
$2. Axel, thank you so much for the $1. Adriana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.66. Thank you so much.
Parker, your tweets are just
cooked.
Funny. I'm looking at them at my feet. I'm like,
I know that I love memeing. I love memeing. I already have 600 likes and I literally just posted it 2 minutes ago.
Matt Wallace of the left here, ladies and gentlemen.
Tori, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, you can ask questions through Venmo. Yep, absolutely. You can.
well, I just FYI, not that it's apropos of anything, but Trump won the bellwether counties. So he won Erie County and Northampton, both Pennsylvania bellwether. So
thank you for the Maple Leafs. And what does that mean? What does that tell us?
Bellwether counties means that like basically no person has won on meaning that wins these counties will win the state.
So
meaning he has history now on his side.
So basically, like we'd be coping to say that, like anyone that says that Trump is unlikely to win
right now. It would be a remarkable turnaround if she won Pennsylvania because the bellwether counties are very rarely wrong. That's why they're bellwether counties. So if she turns it around, then that'd be an amazing thing. But my level of hopium is like running low.
Wow. Okay. Yo, Sarah, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. W's for Sarah in the chat. Sarah says, thanks for staying live. Anything you could suggest I say to my less political friends to make them feel better about a Trump presidency?
Don't give up hope. Like hell. And continue to fight.
We're gonna go ahead and I actually have a lot of really cool information coming in. Let's see.
You have a really bad lag here.
I don't know. It's TikTok. Oh well. Julie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I do. Yes. I think that there is something I could probably say to you all to make you less distraught about a Trump presidency. And I often use this to criticize Trump, which is true because it is a criticism. But I do want to say that in this sense, it may be a good thing if he is elected. Donald Trump can't pass policy. He's really bad at it. Because in order to pass policy through Congress, you have to be able to meet in the middle of the aisle. You have to be able to, make omissions to what you want and take suggestions from the other side. And when he was president last time, he was very bad at that. So although he kind of has free reign when it comes to, executive orders, when it comes to policy, he's not that good at getting it passed. And no, that's not copium. And I will say, please be critical of me when it comes to copium. I will actually accept those critiques from the Republicans. I think it's really important to say objective. But during his first term, he was unable to pass the wall. He was unable to get a lot of these bad things done because he wasn't able to meet in the middle of the aisle with Democrats. So what that could mean is for more extreme plans like mass deportation or whatnot, I doubt he'll be able to get that sent through Congress. Mary, thank you for the $5. And George, thank you for the 7. And Carly, thank you so much for the $10. Wait. Everyone else is very silent.
Yeah, I know. We're kind of cooked today. I'm honestly like,
I'm tweeting my
I'm tweeting my grievances
out to my 2 followers. I'm going to tweet out my thoughts, and that's about it.
Sanvi just tried to FaceTime, and then she texted me saying, "Low key, take my call on stream." Is that a good idea or is that a bad idea?
That's probably a bad idea, dude.
Yeah, Kaylee, thank you for the $5. That's it. Is that a bad idea, Sanvi? I know that you could probably hear me right now. Is that a bad idea? Jesus Christ. All right, Parker, what do you got? What do you got for the stream? You should take over for a little bit.
Honestly, I'm going to be totally honest, chat. Increasingly, it's not final. We're not calling it for sure, but we can't sit there and deny and act like it's not leaning towards Trump right now. Like, we have to acknowledge that. It definitely is leaning towards Trump right now in terms of the election. So it's not something I like. I'm not happy about it. I really don't like it, but it definitely is leaning that way. We can't call it yet. We absolutely cannot call it, but I mean, I would say it's likely towards Trump right now. It's just not fun. But yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not the end of the fight. We're gonna be literally on Twitter all the time. Not Twitter. We're gonna be on here all the time fighting for like a better shit.
Yeah.
Well,
One thing
we're not gonna stop doing lives, you know.
One thing I will say, you guys, is, well, what the fuck was I gonna say? Sorry, you guys. Oh wait, I remember. One thing I will say, is that, you know, overall, like, God, fuck it. From what I've heard from insider sources, he actually legitimately try to stop the TikTok ban. I don't know if I could share those sources, but I think that's plausible.
How could he do that? Because
I don't think
it's an act
can.
of Congress.
And that's
an act
my
of
question
Congress.
too. That's
He would
my
have
question
to
too.
pass a new law.
Yeah.
And it voted overwhelmingly in the House and the Senate. So,
Sadie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Holly, thank you for the $1. He wants to be a dictator. I mean, if he could, like, almost overthrow the government to make an election, like maybe the super PAC millions are gonna make him try to overthrow the government again to stop TikTok from getting banned.
and I just want to say, for all you 25,000 people here, go to my link tree and follow my Twitter. Not that it's important, but you should just all do it. Just FYI.
You guys should follow me on Twitter too. You can find me with the same ad here at TikTok. In fact, follow my fucking TikTok. I bet if everyone followed right now, we'd be at 1.6 million.
Harry is posting sad tweets.
Really? What did Harry post?
I mean, he's posting a lot, but he just said, America fails women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women across the country. And instead of standing against it, many voted for it. We have failed our daughters, mothers, and sisters. He's sounding like he's giving up hope. Frankly, that's my opinion, but...
Damn.
I mean, that is kind of true, yeah.
Damn. Yeah. Jamie, I appreciate you for the $10 donation on PayPal. Wow. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that.
What?
Holy shit. I really didn't expect Harry to give up hope like that. You know,
I mean, the only thing I can say is that he might have connections and is hearing things. I don't know.
But he's supposed to be like the far left Democrat until the day I die. We will fight and win forever. Like, what's going on, Harry?
Helping humans, they get the $5.
Harry just needs to continue fighting. We just need to continue fighting. That's all we can do.
What do you think of the $5 for gaslight me, bro? Tim, thank you so much for the $2. Kaylee, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
Georgia called for
Tori
Trump.
appreciate the $5. Trisha appreciate the $5.
Yeah,
Sadie
Georgia
appreciate the
has been
$5. Thank you. Tree appreciate the $5. Y'all, I know this is a sad night. Honestly, we don't know.
I mean, the next thing that we can do is when Trump, if he's elected and does crazy shit, we just call it out. And we all live in Parker and Dean can fly out to like major cities and be involved in the rallies and the protests and all that, and and just be part of the resistance. Assuming
apparently Senate is in Republican control.
Oh yeah. In 4 hours.
Yeah. So what is the House looking like?
Georgia has been called for Donald Trump.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say that for me.
Who called it? Who called Georgia? Who called Georgia? I see a lot of people. I'm seeing it everywhere. I'm seeing it in the chat and, of course, in some other private chats. But no, we knew that. We knew NBC and CBS, and CNN, MSNBC too. Looks like everybody but AP's called it for Trump, but it makes sense. They should have done that a long time ago.
The next thing that's going to happen is that if Trump wins, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing about why people lost, and I think we or us in the Democratic Party, we really have to look inward and ask ourselves, why is it that we lost and that the United States moved so far to the right? Because it has. And I think there's a lot of factors, and I can go into that, but I won't. But there's a lot of factors, but the Democratic Party has really, messed up there. And I think they really have to look inward and try to figure out why. And yeah. Well, I mean, now we get RFK into the fucking FDA, so that's fun.
It's actually going to be insane, dude. And
Everybody's
this is
gonna
going to, I think that if he wins, it creates a Republican Party that is totally conspiracy based. So we're just going to be literally conspiracy versus fact at this point.
I am, if he actually does a point, and see, he's already talking about not making RFK as a cabinet official, because in order to be FDA or this CDC or something like that, he had to be approved by the Senate, and that would be very difficult because he's such a lightning rod. And so Trump said that he might just like appoint him to like a non-Senate type of thing, and so that means that he would have influence. I don't know, like, everybody get ready for fuck shit to happen.
What do you think the likelihood is of a national abortion ban passing?
I don't think do it.
None.
You don't think there's any?
No, they would have to pass. They would have to
Jamie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
They would have to get past the filibuster, and if the Democrats win the House, which is more likely than not, then it's not going to happen anyway.
Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
He can do stuff that makes it damn near hard to even get an abortion. He can have the FDA get rid of the pill approval. He can make it so that the Emergency Act that Biden put in place, that right there will be gone. I mean, he can make it very difficult. So like, he doesn't even need Congress.
Jasmine, thank you so much for the $2. They said there's a program that offers Texans and surrounding states an all-paid trip for an abortion, pays for gas, food, hotel, and abortion. I did it myself. Apparently, it's called Whole Woman's Health in New Mexico. Have you ever heard about that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I thank you, Wendy, for the $5.
Yeah, Philly votes could pop up for us.
As I said, if that happens, it would be a stunning change of events. But right now, the way it's looking, it's she's losing by 165,000 votes, and Delaware County is basically all in. Chester County is still in Montgomery, but Philadelphia is only 78, but like she would have to win like fucking super majorities. And I'm not that hopeful.
I can't believe Robert Kennedy, without even being in the race, right, in California, pulled more votes than Jill Stein. Not even in the race.
I don't
want to
see those margins for Jill Stein. I really don't want to see the margins for Jill Stein. I really don't want to see the margins for Jill Stein. I really do not want to see it. If there's
Same thing is true in Wisconsin and in Michigan. She pulls a little bit more.
But
it's still like 0.6%.
I mean, what are margins looking like?
It's like 0.6%.
Is it
Dean?
Okay, so it can't throw. It can't.
It's 19,000, so it can overthrow it. Like it can, but 19,000 votes is what it's currently at.
Jamie, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying, should we worry about Project 2025? I'll probably make a video on that in the next handful of days. Thank you so much for the $15. And Chloe, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo, saying that may take 13 days to count Arizona. What the fuck? Why? That's weird. Why does it take 13 days to count the outcome of an election? Kamala Harris will win. There's always hope. Donald Trump will lose. And remember, chat, Kamala Harris will win. In fact, we need to stop the count. We need to do it now. Kamala Harris will be the next president. I said we need to stop. Oh, well, I guess so. Zach, thank you for the $5. Kamala Harris will win. Guys, have hope. Who's with me? Who's with me? You know, like, why are people leaving? Who's with me? I'm just kidding. She's she's gonna lose. It's fucked. Oh my god, this is fucked, chat. Oh my god, dude.
We're just
we're so cooked, bro.
The notifications from all the news sites because I don't want to wake up in the morning with my phone feed saying Trump won, and then I'm gonna jump in a bath with a toaster. So because I don't want to do that.
That's crazy. Jamie, thank you so much for the $10. Should we worry about Project 2025? Probably.
What's up,
Critically, how we doing?
I'm laughing now because I'm sad.
Can I show this? I'll show the end of it, if you know what that means. It is a little unfortunate what is happening, just a bit.
I got you.
Oh, are you matching me? Jesus. Yeah. Well, thanks y'all for sticking through with all of it and doing so much work, putting all the good stuff in. It did matter. Unfortunately, other things were pretty countervailing here. What'd you get, Parker?
Yeah, I think that we're probably cooked. Like, to be totally honest, I mean, we tried our best.
Worried. I'm just scared. Well, scared, but I'm just worried about like policy shit because even if the Democrats control the House, Trump can do so much with the courts and the bureaucracy and stuff, and it's just
we're gonna be fucked with the courts for a long time.
It just fucking worries me so much because people don't understand that with the Senate control that he will have, he is going to be able to solidify conservative courts for decades to come, and that is just a pisser. Like, we're gonna have to live with that fucking shit going forward, and then not even counting that he's gonna put fucking RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and all of these fucking crazy people into the into offices to like control foreign policy and health policy, and I'm gonna have to go to CVS and stock up on all my vaccines because I'm gonna have to go to CVS and stock up on all my vaccines because they're gonna be banned before we know.
$20 on Venmos. Can you tell my girlfriend Mickey to take deep breaths? Yes, please
take deep breaths.
Boston, Missouri, and their state's constitution.
Yep. There is good news. We have outcomes in many states. My state, Colorado, some other states that have enshrined.
You live in Colorado?
Me? No.
Oh, okay.
No. Dean does now. I have an uncle that lives in Colorado, but that's it. Some state houses flipped. There was some pretty big history with the first African American woman being elected to the Senate, the first transgender woman going to the House. So, I mean, we've made history tonight, but unfortunately, all those are being overshadowed by the big orange menace.
The orange menace.
And here's why, given that Trump wins, and by the way, again, it's a statistical likelihood. It's not a lock. It's not a guarantee. But again, it's important to have a bit of pragmatism here. Given a Trump win, there's literally no good outcome, theoretical or otherwise. It simply does not exist. That's the worrying thing, because let's say Trump does not do all the things that he's capable of doing, the things that he promises he's going to do. Let's say that it turns out to just be kind of like a mild type of typical progression we saw kind of during the first Trump presidency. That's also bad, because it communicates to the American people and to the political establishment that it is okay to support someone who is like Trump. It is okay to support someone who has those character deficits. Oh, what's up, Will? How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
So there really is no good outcome to a Trump win, no matter what, which is genuinely frustrating.
That is very true. Very true.
What are your thoughts, Will? Oh, we can't hear you, Will. Oh.
While Will's figuring out his mic, everyone in here, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. I would love to see how the hell the live's going, but I can't because of this sticker I got on my phone screen. So I'm going to go ahead and take that off for just 3 seconds here.
You're at...
Can y'all hear me now?
And 9 million.
Yes.
Yep.
What is it at, Ian?
Dude, the live has 1 million total views.
Oh my god, so impressions, that's probably like fucking 50 million at least.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
50, 70 million impressions.
Have you hit 10 million before?
That's insane.
Likes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hit 10 mil likes earlier today. But there's just a million total views on the stream.
That's insane. I've never gotten that before. The most I've got.
That's
America.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts. Lil Navi, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Anyways, yeah, what are your guys' takeaway? How do we feel? Will, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me now? Are we good?
Yes, you're good.
Okay,
You're good
wonderful.
to go.
Great. Anyway, I think so. I come from North Carolina. I'm originally from Charlotte, North Carolina. And we got some W's from North Carolina, I will say. Not in terms of the state all around. I don't think many people expected it generally presidentially to go to Harris. I kind of wanted it to, but oh well. But we got Jeff Jackson winning Attorney General, beating Dan Bishop. Both of those are from Charlotte. I know a lot about both of those personally. I'm very happy Jeff Jackson has beaten Dan Bishop. Dan Bishop is not a nice guy, not a good guy. Very, very good. We got a governor for the next 4 years who is a Democrat. Thank God, because Mark Robinson would have been an absolute psycho had he won. So we got some wins on North Carolina, just we will have state protection of rights. But honestly, y'all, I don't know. Maybe this is hindsight. I went into this election quite hopeful, but looking back, especially with the Michigan results, it has to have come down at some point to the Middle East. We didn't excite the youth vote enough. We just couldn't. The progressive youth vote didn't show up to vote. Or there are people that felt actively uncomfortable voting for Kamala because of her policy in the Middle East. Oh, did he?
Laura, thank you for the $25. Wait, what's that, Parker?
I said Matt got banned.
The hell?
Oh, that's right. Yes, yeah, he did.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's the impossible problem that the Democrats had, is saying and supporting those who are concerned about Palestine. How much would that energize the right if they were to do that? That's why this whole election is impossible, because when you're dealing with a cult, a legitimate cult, you can't really negotiate and figure out what type of policy issues might be enlightening or interesting to the opposing party, or what might demotivate the opposing party. They just, those factors aren't there. They literally just aren't there. It's a cult. So that strategy, I think, was impossible from the get go. But yeah, I
Alan
probably would agree.
McMahon thinks she lost.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Has he?
man.
Oh, on Twitter, has he confirmed?
Apparently, he said on a stream.
Who thought he
Alan
lost?
Lichtman was wrong.
Alan Lichtman.
Sorry, I
Alan
missed that.
Lichtman.
Oh.
Jesus.
Fuck. Okay. All right. Well, for those curious, I would probably place a Trump victory at about 95% certainty. I'd place a Kamala Harris victory at about 5% certainty. That's fucked.
Yeah.
That's what the New York Times has, yeah.
Oh, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, not impossible, but it would require some wild switch around in PA and Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, which they're almost done. they're about 5% until they're finished. So require like 100%.
Trump's lies were louder than Harris's truths. Unfortunately.
One good piece of news, Sarah McBride, a House member from Delaware, is the first openly transgender member of the House, which is super awesome. The fact that we are seeing progress in what United States voters are open to with
Matt got appeal not approved.
Oh, nice.
You got
It's different identity. So hats off to McBride for getting that.
Tell him it was for the toaster joke. Because I got that warning.
He got a self-harm?
Yeah, it was for the toaster joke.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Did you say you would toss a toaster in a bathroom? Oh, I mean.
Oh, dude, you're fucked. No. Now you're gonna get me. I already got one of the warnings. No, the stream's gonna get the stream's gonna get taken down. The stream's fucked now, you guys. Sarah, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Just a message for everyone watching the stream. First message for the Republicans. Yeah, your guy won, our guy lost, most likely speaking. Secondly, for those that concern themselves with the truth and making the world around them a better place, genuinely speaking, there's no reason to give up hope now. In fact, I think, and look at the prosperity that we were able to dream for as soon as 3 hours ago. And that was after a Trump presidency. So it's never over. In fact, what I would say is in times such as these, the conditions of anything make it necessary to fight harder than you ever have been before. And I think what we will see in the next 4 years, I mean, if this most likely case comes to fruition, is exactly that. I think we will see the greatest push, since the suffragette movements for things such as codification of every woman and girl's right to choose. We'll see the greatest push that we've seen against things such as Christian nationalism. All of these right ideologies that hurt. And I'd say we have evidence and reason to believe this as well. Because what have we seen from the right? Since progressivism has worked its way into systems such as schools, such as universities, Keith, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, etc., and even politics with our current presidency. Daniel, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. What we've seen is a conservative switch in our youth. We have seen Gen Z getting more and more conservative as they felt more and more isolated in their beliefs. But when we have Donald Trump serving as the next president of our country, most likely speaking, we will see that same thing occur, but the opposite. So the dream's not dead, but it is postponed and it is harmed. But regardless of that, it is important not to cope with the outcome of the election. It's important for us all to it's really important for us all to recognize who the next president of our country most likely will be. And it's important that you accept those results. I think that over the last 4 years, we've seen plenty of Republicans reject the results. Need to be different from them. If the election officials in these states that matter the most, in the swing states, certify their vote for Donald Trump, I would highly recommend you and everyone you know to accept that, to call Donald Trump your president, because that will be the case. And it is very important to first accept reality. And I want to make that very clear. But, of course, we should wait until it's over. Anyways, looks like I got a donation here. Sarah, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo, saying this is for you, Harry and Parker. Please keep your lives going and inform us on how we could fight our right-wing family members / friends throughout this presidency. Of course, we will never go away. A lot of, the conservatives watching live most likely think that this means I'm out of a job. No, if anything, there will be more attention on these issues than there were prior. Everyone's like, you're going away. Yeah, they really don't recognize that there will be more people, caring about these things than we have had seen prior. Anyways, Parker, critically will, feel free.
You never got that silly talking point.
No, yeah. It's also sorry on that bit. I got higher viewership under Trump, like famously, because the progressive movement gets stronger as it becomes a reaction to the conservative movement more. And so, like, if I was being super pragmatic and super critical, actually just more progressive money goes into politics, more Democrat money goes into politics, and more, like, focus on us. Because easy to hate, it's a lot harder to, be in power and do it well. But also, I do just want to note, that's just like lol, y'all don't understand the job and thing we're doing. But second of all, I think from my perspective as like a leftist, it's super important that the left as a whole doesn't use this as a excuse to scapegoat the progressives. I think the people that voted for Jill Stein, especially in swing states, were wrong. I don't like them. I don't think this was a good idea. But I think we need to sit and understand what led to people feeling like they had to do that, and in what ways the policies of the left can change and be embraced, and the narratives of the left can be embraced. I was on another live previously, and I was talking about how, like, in my view, like, Kamala failed me on immigration. I think her movement to the right on immigration was wrong, and harmed us. But I also think, importantly, regarding individual policies, we're not the ones in power. We need to focus on leftist grassroots organizing. And I think that's what, especially us, like, who have larger platforms and larger influence here, can be really good at, is actually teaching people how to grassroots organize as leftists and progressives. Because that is what ultimately is going to affect change. That's how we affected change within the Biden administration. Arguably, grassroots organization was the reason that Biden dropped out. And it's the only way we're going to affect change within a Trump presidency. And so that we're fighting against a worse enemy in the Republicans, but we were going to have to do it anyway. Hopefully we get more people in on the game.
Yep, and it'll require a pretty big data debrief, because at this point we really don't know why there was a significant disparity from what we were expecting. Is it because there was a lot of enthusiasm from Republicans? What caused that enthusiasm about issues in Palestine? We really don't know right now, and it will require some, hopefully, pretty heavy soul searching by Democrats to figure out how they can renegotiate with people, especially the younger people, because every single year people age out of the election. So got to pay attention to us as well.
Yeah. Yep. I think as soon as I end this live, I'll probably post a TikTok before I go to bed. I don't know when I'm going to end. I could stay on for a while. We have 24,000 people in here. No real reason to end. But yeah, there will be more discussions in the days to follow. And I think, like, the main part is to not give the conservatives the ammo they want. When the election results are certified by the state's governor's office on December 17th, do not question the validity of a second Trump presidency. That is in the very rare circumstance that there's legitimate evidence provided through court determinations that there was voter fraud. I find that to be incredibly unlikely. Don't question the validity of a second Trump presidency. He will be your president. So, looks like Georgia's just president.
And Harris will count the electoral votes and not try and end or stop or obstruct that counting process, unlike someone 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All I can keep on my mind is genuinely how we move forward. Is how we as people who are talking and debating and engaging in public discourse move forward and have high impact. Thus far, at least y'all have been focused on getting the election happening, and that has happened. And a lot of valiant and valuable effort was put into that. But now, what do we do to build a functional, productive, effective, grassroots progressive movement? And I think starting from day one, tomorrow being day one, and having a collective, effective strategy to do that is the only thing we can do. And I think it's the only thing I will physically be able to do, given the anger and rage that I have in me right now regarding the election, the results of this election.
Yeah. Josh, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Whew. All right. Someone in the comment section just said Kamala 2028. I'd really like to see Pete Buttigieg running.
Oh, there's no way.
Why?
There's no way.
Why? Why is there no way?
Gay failed Department of Transportation. It's not going to happen. He's a gay white man, so he doesn't get that many diversity points, but he still gets the homophobia. And then he also was not a very good Department of Transportation person because there were 3 disasters. I mean, I think he was pretty good, but he has clearly 3 huge disasters. And then his only other experience is mayor, where he was hated by every black person in the town. As a hugely simplified narrative. I don't think he'll be that. I think we're gonna get. I don't know who else it'll be.
But who else has that?
Buttigieg is too good.
I think the Democrats are probably going to pay a lot of attention to the, I hate to use this fucking word, but the aura of a candidate, the vibes a candidate has. How do we identify someone who captures that attention for such a long period of I don't know if they really have someone in mind. Unfortunately, Harris did not have that especially. Got a lot better over time, but I don't think really captured that type of energy in a lot of the ways that her posturing and her speech and things like that. So I want to see what the Democrats try and find, or if they can find anyone who does that. I think Buttigieg is a bit closer. He seems to be pretty compelling in the way he talks about it a lot, fortunately, who has that charismatic key or whatever.
Quite honestly, if they do a reactionary move to the left, I know it's crazy, guys, but given how she's separating from the rest of the squad, I think there's a non-zero chance it's AOC, because AOC has the aura.
Sure.
AOC has the national appeal, and if they move to the progressive left, AOC has shown willingness to move to the right to appease the Democrats. She did that on the Palestine issue. And so I think it'll be drastically dependent on what the political landscape of that looks like. But I think AOC has a chance there.
You know what, guys? I'm just, I don't know. Maybe Trump, he's already shown a lenience to changing the Constitution. Maybe I'll hit him up with some PAC money. Be like, hey man, change the clause that prevents people under the age of 35 from running. Then I will run in 4 years. I will
make it 24. No reason why, but make it 24.
Yeah. You good, Parker?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back, everyone.
Damn. Yeah, just scared that
yeah.
a random person off the street and they'd be a better president than who is likely to win this election. Holy.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, is Kamala Harris said anything anywhere?
If I were her, I wouldn't. I don't know, though.
Yeah,
also,
it's
my
normal-
fear, by the way, is that Trump will be a really good president. Just for the raw being president. This time, I think he's going to be really good at being president. And that's what's
Just for
scary.
the
It's
wrong
like the Dick
people.
Cheney effect.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. That's going to be the fear, is there's no good outcome to his presidency. If he's good for the wrong people, if he's kind of milquetoast overall, or he's terrible, all of them have pretty bad after effects. I think the general policy is the losing candidate waits to give a specific statement before anything is done anywhere, and it needs to be, gracious and comprehensive or whatever.
Yeah. Alicia, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, saying, only if you knew how much thought you brought into me, I'll never give up on women's rights and the right of my daughter, my granddaughter. Absolutely, Alicia, as you should. And Scott, thank you for the $30 on Venmo, saying, keep up the good work. By the way, I thought that Harris would have done what Obama did, national TV address before voting. Yeah, me too, Scott. Thank you, Alicia and Scott. Yeah. Well, let's look at the time. It is 11:09 p.m. my time. What should we do, chat? Should we get off? Should we, what should we do?
Get good. It's 6 o'clock my time.
That's crazy.
European, get out of here. Not the European and the American politics.
And what about it?
Anonymous, thank you for the $1. I am a far right-leaning conservative. Although I don't agree with anything you say, you carry yourself well. You have polarizing beliefs, but not a polarizing personality. Respect. Well, I will say that is the first and only time I've heard anyone from that self-describes as far right. And for that, I really appreciate you. That is, quite the compliment from your perspective. I won't say your name though. You got it. I will not say your name, but I do appreciate you. That is a massive compliment from your worldview. Anyways, a lot of you guys are saying stay. Cameron, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, and Alex, thank you for the $2. I see a lot of people in the chat saying, "Am I okay? Am I crying?" Of course, I'm disheartened and sad about the outcome of this election, as I believe we all should be. But regardless of that, no, I am not crying on live. Ivory, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. But I do believe that, this is a serious moment of American history that deserves to be taken very seriously because of the repercussions and consequences that it will yield. Typically when I'm live, I, run these lives in a little bit more of a light-hearted manner. But, this is not a light-hearted moment, and that's the truth. So, yeah. Alaska came in. Alaska votes blue, right? Eli.
No, it's generally leans red.
Leans red? Okay.
Alaska's weird because they're kind of socialist, but they're also pretty consistently red.
Yeah,
it was 10 point off in 2020.
Really? Okay. Yeah, they're red.
Yeah.
Red.
Yeah, they have what's it called? They have
UBI.
Like UBI type thing. Yeah, it's interesting.
Christian, I appreciate you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. Everyone show love to Christian. That comes from like a lot of the oil drilling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Logan, thank you for the $10.
So it's quite similar to how some native reservations have UBI, or how Texas A&M has a just insane amount of money because of random oil drilling.
That far right donator, I am wondering, because I was listening to a conversation between Alex O'Connor, a cosmic skeptic, if any of y'all know him, and Destiny, the streamer. And Destiny believes that the left should lean more into aggressive, more polarizing, down in the mud type of approaches to politics from our side. And I don't really know. It's hard to say whether or not he's right or wrong there. I'm I'm kind of lost on whether or not we're doing something bad or good with our kind of middle of the road composure around everything. Yeah, it's hard.
I think sometimes yes, sometimes no. There's a lot of things about Destiny that I don't like, you know, even apart from his IP views, like his social views, like use of slurs, whatever. But I think that, you know, that issue could be evaluated a little bit deeper. I would say for the most part, we do see that down and muck, play dirty approach from the right. And from the left, we, of course, see the exact opposite. Ben, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Ben. And sometimes I think that, I think that we do need to even that playing field. And that why we either have to both get down and dirty or both hold ourselves to a higher level. But other times, no. But sometimes, I think it depends on the conversation that we're having.
I don't know if the left is equipped to make those decisions very well right now. That's kind of the problem.
Well, I think we saw a good example of it this election cycle. Also, Alex O'Connor is around my university. I've yet to meet him, but he seems like an interesting guy. And he
made me an atheist.
Really?
Alex
That's
O'Connor,
fascinating.
He's one of like the most intelligent.
Yeah.
He's so smart.
Mm-hmm. He's a really smart guy. He also does just have like a philosophy dialect, but he's that's so interesting because I would have never I come from that space of like atheist debating counter apologetics, and I've never thought that it would ever convert anyone to atheism. From my view, that's never been the goal. But as to the actual point you made, that's like. Bar that for another conversation. I want to ask you about that because that's fascinating. But I think we saw that a bit this election cycle with like the Kamala HQ propaganda strategy where they did silly bullshit. Like they did kind of like nonsense and they just kind of memed. And it was, in my view, super effective. They brought themselves down to the point. It wasn't being like mean or like mean spirited, but some of them were like not quite the like 90s Democrat postured, controlled, prim, proper takes, right? Some of them are just like, lol, JD Vance is weird. Or JD Vance like wears eyeliner, ha ha ha, and he still hates gay people. You know, like you bring ourselves down to that level to some extent. It's not like it's not the high class Democrats that like Joe Biden comes from. But I think the question is, if we can do that while not having that reflected in our politics. So I think the rhetoric, they're getting there. And I actually think like next time they're going to be nasty, right? We're going to get some nasty rhetoric out of the left. But I think the policies need to match if that's how we're going to do it. And currently the Democrats' policies just don't super match. Right? If you're going to say, we're going to really attack Trump's immigration policy. This is what Hillary did well. We're really going to attack Trump's immigration policy and then say, oh, well, actually, you're right on like 90% of this. I just kind of, hate immigrants like slightly less, or I just think we should do it in a slightly more humane manner. It's really hard to like have that, So obviously, like I'm a leftist, I'm a big fan of them going to the left. And I also think that's matched practically, but we will see the data coming out in this election, what people's actual beliefs are. Because I think anything they need to match.
Yeah, the Democrats don't really have a thought or a performance leader like Trump, whereas Trump kind of pretty quickly transitioned the Republican Party into an aggressive, bullish, mean-spirited type of party. The Democrats have kind of been like tripping and tiptoeing around, figuring out how far do we go. Do we make it contiguous, our posturing contiguous with our politics? Do we make our politics more aggressive and our posturing more refrained? I just don't think they know. They have no clue how to do that, unfortunately. And I think we won't know or get any feedback on that until we figure out what the turnout was between the Republicans and Democrats for this election.
They need people willing to take risks. They need a person that is willing to take a risk and then see it happen. And I think that's the argument the squad made, which was like, hey, we took a risk and we won. And then the Dems have just really like stutter stepped to get there. And then Kamala took some risks And then I think we might see a sad reaction to this, which is saying, well, Kamala's risks turned out poorly. Trump is crazy, and so he will take whatever risks he wants, and then like analysts will kind of look at it and say something. So we see the Republicans doing crazy stuff and getting rewarded for it. I think it's somewhat random, but I also
Yeah, a lot of people don't like that label, but unfortunately, Trump has too many markers of that authoritarian populist bent to not call him fascistic. And just to call the general movement, the MAGA movement, fascistic. It's pretty obvious to me that there are a lot of those trends in there.
Yeah. I have two more things to point out here. You guys feel free to continue to talk and entertain the chat. I'm just reading out one last tweet for the night. I appreciate everybody so much. You guys are great. Sarah, thank you for the $30 donation, and Ben with the $10 donation. Morgan with a 3, Angie with a 3, Owen with a 2, Thea with a 3, John with a 1, and Rivia with a 5. You guys are phenomenal, and I do really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Yeah, I'll probably get off here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Wouldn't expect me to be staying on for much longer. But yeah, just sending out one last tweet here before I go to bed.
Yeah, and again, a lot of people are asking if there's any chance Harris can win. There is still a chance. It is not set in stone. There's no need to assume everything is completely lost. But I think being realistic with the probability right now is a mature way to go, and not being surprised with what could be a progression towards a Trump victory over the next few hours or in the morning is a mature thing to do. So
I agree. And I think all I can say is like
some shit just got
in my mind. Yeah. Oh.
Let me reload here.
Georgia called.
Looks like something.
What else?
I don't know. My brother just came and started
New Hampshire
banging on my door. My brother. I think PA was called for Trump. That's it. Yeah, that's 270. Yeah, I hear my brother going crazy in their other room.
Who called them?
I know 2 minutes ago New Hampshire was called for Trump by AP. No, called for Harris. Lol, sorry. I don't.
Was that MSNBC or CNN?
NBC still has it as too close to call.
1 second. I think that means that Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. We're waiting on it from Trump, PA. Let's see here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the PA trend the past hour has only slightly widened the gap.
Yep.
So I'm guessing that's why. If they have called.
90% reporting.
Decision Desk. Decision Desk is right-leaning, but it's not necessarily a bad call.
Yeah. I don't know. The leftist spiel I have is, guys, real change comes from grassroots, progressive organizing. And real harm can come from an institution like the US government. And it will be weaponized in the next 4 years strongly to marginalize and harm and oppress peoples. But we as people are entirely powerful to respond to that oppression, respond to that harm. And so I absolutely validate the feeling everyone is going through right now of looking forward to a 4 years where their rights and dignities will likely be stripped away. But it is important to remember we do have power to change that. And that comes from effective, fundamental progressive organizing. And we can go through history on how that's worked. That's all I can feel right now is I'm going to go and just like cope with the idea that I could lose the right to like marriage in my home town, in my home state, which is horrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, the local stuff, especially those local courts. Those local courts are pretty important because not only do they judge local decisions, but those local courts are also individuals that get pushed up to the state level, to the federal level. That's why getting those people, getting those judges, local judges, notoriety, getting them support locally can put them in a good path and a good position in the future. Again, long-term training political candidates, judges, any officials is really, really important. And that can only be done effectively on the grassroots level. So.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I'll be getting off here for the rest of the night very shortly. Pennsylvania was called for Donald Trump. Because Pennsylvania was called for Donald Trump, Donald Trump has won the 2024 presidential election. Donald Trump will be inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States of America in January, and he will be our president. Do not deny his presidency once he is inaugurated. Do not deny the results of the election. We must move forward.
Yep. And remember that a bit of optimism is always necessary to make yourself productive, to make yourself motivated. So actions that you take now, they do matter. Sometimes it feels like they don't. They do. And that mentality is important for us to have collectively to make that difference.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, I'll probably be hanging out here for a minute before I get off. This will be a new chapter of America.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the new trajectory, Dean? What's the new?
I have
for the
no
live
clue.
Conversations.
I don't know, but I am incredibly privileged to be in the position I am, with the influence that I do have, and I will try to use the position I am in for the influence that I do have for the greater good of not only America, but the world as a whole, by telling every single one of you to not contest the presidency of Donald Trump and to not deny the results of the election. But I'm going to go ahead and get off for the night. For the 22,000 people in here, I appreciate you all for joining me. You know what? Will and Critically, I appreciate you both for coming up. I'm probably just going to talk to the chat here for a minute before I get off.
Wonderful.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Take care,
we'll see what the fallout of this is. Thank you guys for coming up.
Absolutely. I appreciate you letting me up, Bean. Always good to talk to you.
It was
Peace
good
out,
to
man.
talk
Take
to you
care. Get
once
some
in a
sleep.
while. See ya, Critically. All right, chat. Well, I believe that I will be ending my stream here shortly. But before we do, I want to talk to you guys for a minute or so. So Pennsylvania has been called by Fox, by Decision Desk, and shortly it will be called by AP News. And that means that Donald Trump has won the election. In fact, I'll take it one step further by saying Donald Trump did significantly better than I ever expected him to. I actually want to look at that electoral map one last time. Wow. Yeah. And look, Donald Trump is like projected to win the blue wall, man. It's about as close as you could get to it with like the state of political divisiveness in our country. I think that something that deserves to be looked into, considered, and thought about is how, you know, like what events had to take place that led to this outcome. I think that'll be an interesting conversation to have. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesus Christ. You know, something I think about a lot that I guess I never really talk about on live is like what if the world around us just never decides to head in the right direction? I feel like we all kind of operate off of this base assumption that given time in societal evolution, that people will act more virtuous, better mannered, and be better themselves. Like, what if that's a false assumption? And that's a scary thought. It is. But all that we could do is sit here and advocate for the world around us to be better. And I mean that starts with you. It starts with the people around you, and that starts with us all. Gabriel, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Keep my head up, Dean. Well, I don't think you should be telling me to keep my head up. I'm a white straight guy. I'm a white straight guy in the middle class. If Donald Trump's presidency would serve as a severe detriment to me, a white straight guy in the middle class, no one would have voted for him. So I don't think you need to be telling that to me. Who we should be concerned about are the 170 million American women and girls that just lost any chance of federal protections through congressional legislation to have their right to choose. What we should be concerned about are the 22,000 assault victims that get pregnant and are denied abortion every single year. That is 60 a day. Who we should be concerned about is members of already marginalized communities, such as the LGBTQ+ or other BIPOC communities, that will suffer further discrimination and marginalization in tangent to the norms, beliefs, and attitudes that Donald Trump perpetuated. You don't need to be concerned about me. I'm looking at that chat. I'm looking at that. This shit's fucked. Oh, God. Let me go. I am never going to end. I'm never going to hear the end of it from the Republicans. Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm never going to hear the end of it from you guys. But don't worry. I will accept it in good faith, because if Kamala Harris won, I would be saying the same thing to all of you guys. So I will take it. I'll take it. All the Republicans, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. GG. I'd be saying the same thing. Isaac, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. So I'll take. Oh, you could give it to me. You could give it to me. I'll take it. But I just thought I'd clarify for all the new people coming in here. Yes, we did. We did lose it. We have lost it. Kamala Harris has lost. Donald Trump has won. So Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:33 p.m. I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I love you all. We gave it a damn good fight. We did. And, you know, something else that I think will be more important in like the next year platform. Prior to an election, you rally together and you vote for the candidate that is not only the most practical, but will do the best in comparison to the alternatives. Right? Now it's time to address the problems in our own party. But we'll get there. But no, for everyone saying have faith, the election is over. It is done. Trump has won Pennsylvania. Trump has won. Of course, I have no issue with you if you don't want to accept that until that is what is made official by the election officials in the state of Pennsylvania. There's absolutely no issue with that whatsoever. But I find no issue with accepting it before. I'm going to go ahead and get off for the night. See you all tomorrow. We'll be live. Hit the follow button. I will be much more active on Twitter than TikTok. So please follow my Twitter as well. And yeah.